Welcome in, everybody. Happy Monday. It's been a whole last month, but finally, we're doing the podcast again. So welcome back. Sorry for the minor hiccups on our starting soon screen, but I hope everyone's had a good end of your September and first 3 quarters of your October. And hope everybody's ready for a bit of an open discussion today. Lots of opportunity for you guys to use those highlighted messages, bring up topics, bring up games, things like that. Tonight, we're going to be discussing game mechanics. The way that we originally approached the discussion was kind of like we're going to list out mechanics and determine and discuss between each other what we determined were the best examples of these mechanics. So, you know, talking up our favorite games. But I think we've also kind of started leaning into maybe wanting to discuss the worst as well. I'm personally not as prepared for the worst discussions, but I don't think it'll be that hard for me to talk some shit on some games. Yeah. So is there a particular topic that you're very interested in immediately jumping into? Is there like a certain one? Anybody?
Notes here.
All of us kind of seem kind of itching for inventory, I feel like.
Do we?
I think we saved that. I think we saved it.
Yeah, I feel like inventory is going to be a big discussion. I feel like opening up on it is...
Yeah, I feel like let's just go with something simple. Let's go with something like jumping or platforming.
Movement. Let's go with movement. Let's start with the beginning.
Movement is at the very top of my list. I'm just going to keep adding recommendations. Rocket jumping is a fun one.
That's one I didn't think about.
Yeah, rocket jumping. I'll keep listing these on my list as people recommend them. I'm not adding Skyrim horse.
That's
funnily enough,
well,
I
you
think
can add that under
my
bugs.
rocket jumping and first-person shooter is... Also, when it came to shooting, I did first-person and third-person.
Airvan and I talked a little bit about having to break down shooting. I feel like once we get to shooting, that's also going to be a very big one.
Yeah, it's going to be.
Yeah,
but if
like
we're starting
shooting in itself is...
at movement, I thought that the answer was obvious, except I also got stuck between two.
Okay.
Can I guess?
Okay.
Yeah, guess. I want to know.
Warframe.
Warframe was definitely the first one I thought of.
I fucking knew it.
The second one.
That's my number one.
The second one that I only put in tiny font because I knew that I would prefer to discuss Warframe is Rocket League.
Okay.
Yeah. I think the reason and the difference is Warframe is a game where you'll spend like the first 2 to 3 weeks kind of improving and understanding how the movement system works. But once you understand how the movement system works, you're flying at Mach fucking 10 through the levels so fast the enemy spawns can't keep up with you, and then you're done with the level. There is a cap, I think, to Warframe's movement. Whereas Rocket League is the polar opposite. You will spend your first 3 years trying to figure out how to even get your car off the damn ground and then never stop figuring out how to be more efficient in movement. So that one was my hang up there is I think Rocket League's skill ceiling makes it technically better in a way, but Warframe's is way more accessible and chill.
Yeah. Like the ceiling and floor is like the ceiling and floor in Warframe's like that, in Rocket League it's like it's like.
So I have so this is movements, right? We're talking movements.
Yeah, movement.
Yes. Movements of any capacity.
I have one that I think will trump pretty much any game, which is Celeste.
I thought that one would come up in platforming.
Yeah.
I was thinking about putting it in platforming. I think there's some other games that they define platforming in general.
Okay.
But Celeste's movement, for anyone who's played Celeste at a level that's higher than just beating the game, understands the significance and the beauty of the structure of that game and how the levels are designed around the game's movement, not the game's movement is designed around its levels.
Yeah.
I agree, but I also
fantastic.
think that's like it's more limited in like the amount of movement that you can make in that
because
game.
it's 2D inherently.
I think that's why it's better though.
Because
I don't think it's overcomplicated. I don't think a game needs to be inherently overcomplicated for it to have just insanely good movements. The game is reactive and it's simple.
I don't disagree. I just think that the difference is between like whenever I think of a good movement in a game and the best, I can't help but think that complication adds, especially when done well, adds another like level to that. I do agree that especially like in Celeste, like the level design especially is insane to like help and like compensate for that movement, like the limitations of it, because there's so many ways to like interact with everything and specific patterns. You have to be so precise. But I think I'm actually with Debbie here. I think I said Rocket League for mine because like
here's my argument, right? You can play Celeste blind, you cannot play Rocket League blind.
Don't mind me just pulling up a quick Google tab to see if there's any blind Rocket League players.
I can give you a streamer who does it.
Yeah, I've seen it. I know what you're talking about. I'm just trying to think. It's like,
that makes me feel like the movement in Celeste is so good and so perfect.
I think
that you can do it blind.
I don't know. I disagree because I think that's less about the movement and more about the level design as a whole. Because the layout is so specific in the way that you complete those levels that you can do it blind. I do agree that the movement like leads into it. So
you can have the same argument like Super Meat Boy or something, where it's like you can play that blind, and I think that's because there's only 4 directions you can go.
But here's my argument: I think Super Meat Boy is a bit too floaty.
I agree it's floaty, but I still think it's play blindable, if that makes sense.
I agree, but I feel like yes, you could play it blind, right? But I feel like it doesn't have the level of movement mechanics that Celeste does. Celeste was built for speedrunning. Yeah. From the ground up, it was designed to be a speedrunning game.
So my question is, and I don't want to completely derail us to another subject already, but now that you've said Celeste for movement, I'm curious of what you have for platforming. Yeah. Did you also put Celeste for platforming? Just a yes or no here is fine. Okay. Interesting.
My number 2 on movement actually is another game that is made for speedrunning and had all of its levels designed after its gameplay. It's called Portal 2. And that game has fantastic everything, just like Celeste.
That's true.
It's 3D.
The physics engine allowing the carrying momentum is itself was really revolutionary for its time, for sure.
Incredible to watch.
Yeah.
Bro.
Yeah, but the speedrunning in that game is like a whole different thing. It's just like spinning in a circle, shooting like through walls. It's just like actually nuts.
You do one level and then you glitch through teleporters the rest of the game.
Okay, but like a legit speedrun of like having to complete it the traditional way.
Like no glitches.
Yeah, glitchless speedruns are great.
Can I pose another game? And this is gonna be way out of left field. If we are gonna bring speedrunning into this equation for the the discussion of movement in video games,
House of Caravans, I'm way ahead of you. I agree.
What the fuck is House of Caravans?
What is House of Caravans?
It's like a speedrunning game that like Critical did that was like 6 seconds long. He like literally jumped off a chair over a wall and through a door, and it was it. It was like it was a meme.
No, not Weed Shop 3. I thought about bringing that up. Shop mechanics though.
We got to get the Weed Shop 3 in at some point.
Elden Ring.
I'll be really disappointed if it's not in here at some point.
Elden Ring's movement.
Elden Ring's movement is really good. Now, if you've ever watched a glitchless run of any Souls game, you will know how important the movements are in that game. The movements themselves, just the angles of running, the angles of like the like what do you call it, the route that you take and all that stuff. It's a very obviously raw. We're not talking like Rocket League. We're not talking Celeste. This is just hold, beat, and run, right? But I feel like that game's map, right, is built for just really nice flowing movement. You just go from place to place to place. It's just very simple. And it's nice. And you'll like, I want to bring into the fact that I think movement also includes combat. I think it's fair to say.
Absolutely. Ultra kills on my movement list for that reason.
Yeah. For sure. So I think like Dark Souls 1 and Elden Ring, right, have some absolutely gorgeous movements when it comes to combat. It's like it genuinely is like a dance.
The problem I have with this isn't a rule, but it's definitely like a huge thing for me. A big part of movement for me is it can include 2 things. It can include a stamina bar, and it can include fall damage. If a movement game has fall damage and a stamina bar, instantly it goes way down on my list. So I think Elden Ring suffers a bit for me in that.
That's fair enough. Again, it's why I wouldn't put it in my top. But
I agree to an extent. I think I hate giving like a pass because of the game and like it's challenging, but I think that's kind of the design of the game. Yeah, but I do agree as far as movement goes, it is like also kind of going in with like the whole platforming thing and segueing, unless we don't want to segue yet. But like, can't tell me Dark Souls isn't, or Elden Ring in general is not known for its platforming. Although Elden Ring was a lot better.
It was with the
Dark
horse
Souls.
and everything.
God,
it was
yeah.
much better.
Dark Souls was hot garbage. I fucking hated like platforming that, and the fact that they made you was dog shit.
All right. What about Mirror's Edge?
I thought about it.
It's interesting you brought up Mirror's Edge because I was going to say Mirror's Edge, and then suddenly a game popped in my head that did what Mirror's Edge did even better. And it's called Dying Light.
Yep.
I think Dying Light fucking nailed Mirror's Edge with the combat and the grappling hook. Your whole move set was fantastic in that game.
Dying Light 2 felt a little strange, but 1 did it really
Yeah,
well.
the first game did like Mirror's Edge zombie combat, basically. It was fantastic.
I think if Mirror's Edge 2, like I liked the open world system of Mirror's Edge 2. The fact that it was so split up into sections was the only thing that was weird to me. There were like very specific bridges you had to cross to get in and out of certain regions. Yeah, it was like very, very weird open world. But that being said, if that game had guns in it, like primary, like that was the point of the game, you had gunplay on top of Mirror's Edge movement, I would have loved the shit out of the game. And I know there's a game called Brink that did it and failed horribly, but
yeah.
If you want Brink, just play Titanfall 2.
Yeah, I was about to say, when I thought of Mirror's Edge, I immediately discounted it because of Titanfall 2.
Well, it's funny though because Brink had great movement. Like,
it was great.
If there's anything that you could fault about Brink, it is not the movement. The movement was awesome.
You can tell that's what they started the game with.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he was less saying that, more just saying it like failed in general.
Yeah.
It really, they came up with that idea first for sure.
Well, when I said failed, I mean, unfortunately, it's not like, no one really talks about Brink. No one knows about it. Yeah, it wasn't a game that people reference.
Yeah. And it's also the fact that I think, wasn't it like an Xbox exclusive in the beginning?
It was, I believe.
Yeah.
So that like
a lot of really bad choices involved with that one.
Also, to clarify one thing for chat, yes, Mirror's Edge original did have gunplay. However, you can't use guns if you're going for the Test of Faith achievement, which was the funnest part of Mirror's Edge. So
true.
Yeah, 100%.
Wait, didn't you have to use a gun? Didn't you have to use a sniper for one of the missions in Mirror's Edge?
That one didn't count.
A car?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It was like killing an enemy with a gun was what didn't work.
I will say y'all kind of touched on this, but I think it's actually almost like its own mechanic, but grappling hooks. I feel like there's so many games that use that like same mechanic just differently. Like if you think about like certain games that like there's like obviously stuff like Halo Infinite, which is like kind of introduced it. But then you have games like Just Cause that
Arbiter's
like
talking about
movement and also
Monster Hunter also had like grappling hooks in the form of like the insects that were around the level for specific grappling points.
Grappling hook. I as much as I love Monster Hunter, God, its movement's awful.
Yeah, I don't like Monster Hunter's movement.
It's so clunky.
Just Cause
was clunky.
It's just heavy. It's a little too heavy for me. Like I don't know. It was weird.
Everything's really slow, and I couldn't get into it. And like even the killing the boss, everything was just slow in that game. I guess
it made sense whenever it was like the first game I played on it was like. I think like the Wii, and I was like, oh, this is because of the stupid motion controls, and it's just supposed to feel more impactful. And then I played like, you know, what is it, Monster Hunter New World or whatever the fucking thing is, and I was like, oh no, it's just meant to be this way. I just don't like it, man.
Now that you said it, I've had a moment to think about it. I feel kind of guilty. I didn't even think of Just Cause for movement because the movement it's ridiculous and over the top and stupid. But like once you got pretty good with the wingsuit and everything, it was very fun and satisfying to just zip around everywhere.
I think it's as good as like I think Rocket League and Celeste.
I agree. I'm surprised I didn't even think of it. Is all I'm saying.
I was thinking about like the games from my childhood that I really loved, like that one Spider-Man game, that like the Dark Coming one, and then I was thinking about like Infamous. I was thinking about Prototype. And I was thinking about like all those early on games. And then I was thinking about Just Cause 3. I'm like, man, I love Just Cause 3 because I would grappling hook, then parachute, and then grappling hook, then parachute. And I was like, wait, that's the only movement mechanic in the game.
Yeah.
Grappling hook and parachute. That's not a fucking movement mechanic.
I liked the versatility of it because you could also use it to like grappling hook like a truck to the road, and it would just like flip like on its back.
Okay, that's just physics though. That's just
I'm just saying like the depth of it.
Physics would have been a great one to add, but I mean, I feel like Half-Life 2 would have destroyed
it. That's why I didn't even bother.
And that one
just
game that's like
engine.
You know the poly game, like the poly whatever, the one that's like a bunch of pixels, like you shoot a bunch of little polygons. The destruction game. Yeah, that's it's good. Tetris.
World of Warcraft.
Yeah, exactly. Have you guys ever heard of Cyberpunk?
Can I quickly answer a question in chat first?
Yeah, I was wanting to as well.
Sidorak says, how do you feel about Assassin's Creed climbing and stuff? There's a reason that I did not even get close to thinking about Assassin's Creed. How many times have you guys played that game and you've jumped from a building to try and grab onto a ledge, but you've kicked the sign, fallen off, and taken a bunch of damage, and then just got gutted by guards?
It was a good starting point. Assassin's Creed was a good starting point for allowing much more vertical movement in other games. I think everyone else copied off of them and did it better.
I think Assassin's Creed
and
is...
for some reason, they never started copying other people. They just stick to their own.
They just stick to the same thing.
It's like what Far Cry did.
They fucking... it's ironic that they're both Ubisoft games, isn't it?
Right. Go figure, right? They nailed it the first time, and they're just like, let's make millions off it, and it fucking keeps working.
Dude, I will say, I had
actually
climbing as its own mechanic as well.
I respect Chunk a lot. Because he loves Sonic and he doesn't.
He didn't bring it up for movement yet.
He loves Sonic and he didn't bring up Sonic as a movement game.
Because I'm realistic, and I like the style of it. I don't think it's like a win all for everyone. I don't think it's something you can pick up and be like, oh, this feels clean. I feel like it's something that is very like niche and specific to a lot of people, and I don't.
This is actually why I really respect you right now, because a lot of people that are Sonic fans hail it as like the greatest movement game, but it's not intuitive.
No, it's not
intuitive. You can't just get in and go fast.
Like maybe
that's why I put Warframe above Rocket League. Rocket League isn't intuitive at all. It's so overcomplicated.
I would actually disagree. I think Rocket League is intuitive. It's just that the skill ceiling is high. You
can
pick up that game and know how it works to it like a.
If you don't leave the ground,
if the ball doesn't bounce too high, everything works real well.
Here's my thing is, I don't know. As a gamer, I just did that stuff and went for aerials like from the get go in Rocket League. But I guess maybe that's not everyone's standard.
No, not everyone really does. A lot of people have a lot of trouble getting a hang out, and this is why I think that the simplicity of Celeste really gives it an edge. Anyone can jump into Celeste, beat one of the levels, and feel really good about it.
One more thing.
I did that shit so good I could be a speedrunner. Like anyone feels like a speedrunner playing that game.
Why people like Assassin's Creed so much? Because I think that they see the animations of the advanced kinematics, and that's what impresses them. Like they see like there's like something on a building and he climbs it very realistically, and the people go like, oh, this movement's really great. It's like that's just the animation team. That's literally just people being really good at advanced kinematics.
There is people. Look, okay, I have always said this, and Fox gives me shit for it. I say it's okay to like a shit thing. It's fine. If you like Assassin's Creed, I'm not going to jest on you. However, Assassin's Creed is objectively, and I seriously mean this, objectively, not the best game in any field it goes for.
Nope.
It's not the best at stealth. It is not the best at movement. It is not the best at combat.
Could it potentially be the best Ubisoft?
No, because
Ghost Recon's Wildlands. Ghost Recon's Wildlands is the best by far.
What about the best pirate game?
Far Cry 3 was really fucking good. It's also a pirate game.
Do you think Black Flag was better than Sea of Thieves?
Sea of Thieves destroy. Yeah, I was about to say.
All right, the one I really wanted to touch on before we move on from movement was Forks actually brought up a game that I forgot existed a long ass time ago. I haven't played Grow Up, but I played Grow Home. Have you guys heard of that?
No.
So it was like a very polygon game, like very, very basic, very simple. But if I remember correctly, the core mechanic is like essentially creating and growing your own platforms to platform with, and your goal.
Like a flower game.
Kind of.
Or like it was like kind of like rough looking, like low poly, and like you climbed like you could climb straight up and upside down and shit. Like
yeah, like really big like vines and stuff. Yeah.
Okay.
It was one of like the launch titles for the PS3, right? Or PS4?
I think it was pretty early around there. Yeah, it was a fun game. It was very charming. And the movement was pretty nice in it. I definitely think it did climbing better than Assassin's Creed.
You can do any game like is better than that. I fucking take Breath of the Wild. It has a stamina bar where I fall off the fucking mountain. Like goddamn.
There's one game that pretty much does exactly what Assassin's Creed does, but better. And that's Uncharted.
Yeah, I can see that. It's definitely the later games, not the first two.
Yeah.
No, not the first
3 and 4.
Games,
yeah, for sure.
Excellent.
I feel like Uncharted were a lot more. Maybe 4 changed this because I didn't play 4, but I feel like those were much more linear climbing and traversal sections. So I feel like I put that in a different category.
When you think about it, right, and I know that you can climb any building you want. When you think about it, you can really only climb those buildings the way the developer wanted you to climb those buildings.
That's fair.
Like they really are very similar. It's just I feel like Uncharted does a nicer job of just letting you know it's linear.
Yeah.
Because if you like really simplify it down, fucking Genji and Hanzo have the same climbing ability as Altair. Like at the end of the day, it's just a better animation on it. Assassin's Creed.
The animation's not great on Overwatch. I'll be honest on that one. I don't think.
It's just like.
Yeah, they palm a wall. Yeah.
Oh yeah, and Kiriko. You can't forget Kiriko. Yeah.
I will
Everyone
say,
raised by the Shimada mother, whatever.
because I didn't know, like, I broke movement down way more than like specifically just movement, because I thought there was a lot to it, like a lot more specific, like minor details than a lot of games did. One of the games that I thought for climbing was a Shadow of the Colossus, which I thought was interesting because it's like, while the movement's like not, I mean, you could argue it's just an animation, but I feel like the puzzle aspect to the climbing skill and like balancing the stamina actually made me not hate stamina bars.
I would give it bonus points for how early it did it. Because like compared to modern games right now, it doesn't hold up, but given the time period that game came out in, that was a masterpiece back then. So I definitely don't think that it would hold any title right now of like best climbing or best movement or anything like that, but it definitely
movement goes, but I think it stands the test of time in other regards, definitely.
Yeah, I didn't play enough of the Horizon games either, but that seems like a similar climbing system to Uncharted and Assassin's Creed, where it's like preset ledges to grab onto, and I think actually Airvan and I had a conversation about that last night on we played 10 hours of New World last night, and I was like, I still remember the first game where I started questioning, why is there bird shit on everything? Because it's just
off topic. How did you guys enjoy that?
I told Chunk this before we started the podcast, but I wanted to gauge that game by 3 categories. I wanted to gauge the new 1 to 25 experience, and then I wanted to test PvE and PvP. But all of the stuff we needed to do other than leveling together required 3 people. So Airvan and I as a duo, we only got to do levels 1 to 25. But that was way better. So I still need to.
Friends, guess you can get fucked.
Well, they have a queuing system and they have global chats, which is in an MMO. The social experience is a major part of it, and I will always say that you can't. It's hard to single player an MMO.
To the point where like we literally we spent like 5 minutes asking people like to if they want to join, and then we found someone. We played with them, and it was an extremely fun experience. And then we found out he was streaming as well, and then we rated him. So like, it was immediately in a fun little social experience, just because we had to go out.
That's like old school World of Warcraft.
Yeah,
man.
Exactly. Yeah. I had no complaints other than like 1 or 2 bugs. So I think if you liked the game originally, you should play it again.
Yeah.
Back in the day, before streaming was a wider thing that everyone could do, was you'd go into Ogrimmar and you'd go, oh wow, there's a lot of people here gathered around one guy. Wonder who the streamer is.
Yep.
It's like, it was very rare, but every now and then you'd see this huge collection of people around just one individual, and you're like, okay, that guy's a streamer, probably a big deal.
Yeah,
true. You could say that universally about like a lot of MMO type games. I know that it happened a lot in GTA 5. You'd see like one car surrounded by like 30. You see the little dots on the minimap just like surrounded.
I love that experience. I think
it happens in almost every MMO too. I watched Asmongold, after years of being begged to play OSRS, finally started playing RuneScape, and instant he got out of the tutorial island, it was like max server population was there spamming chat waiting for him, like crowding around him with all their big fancy effects going on and everything, and
made the game unplayable for him, but
made the game completely unplayable. But even he was like, is this what normally happens? And I'm sitting there like, no, what the fuck?
Yeah, what the
what do you mean? How detached can you be at this point? We could discuss MMO mechanics too at some point, but do we have any more for movement? Any more suggestions even from chat? Sunset Overdrive, I haven't played that either.
That's a really good game. The only problem I have with that game is a lot of its movement is, I don't know what to call it, other than slide based, bar based. Like a lot of its movement is like, you know, when you like grind on a skateboard on like a pole, you like, a lot of it's like that. Or like you know, in BioShock Infinite, the skyhook, like it's very rail based. So it's not always the best, but it is pretty fun movement. But the only game I was going to bring up is Cyberhook. Have you guys heard of that game? It's like a speed running grappling hook game.
Oh my god, no! I know what.
Wait, yes, I think I watched you play it. I think.
Yeah. I played it on Aravana actually.
Yeah.
Have you guys played Ghost Runner?
Oh, Ghost Runner is a good one for movement. Yeah.
I didn't even think about it.
That's like the gold standard for wall climb or like
wall running. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, 100%. That's like vertical movement in perfection.
So if you get the wall running of that game, the jumping and vaulting of Titanfall 2, and the grappling hook of Cyberhook, I think you just have like the perfect movement
No,
game.
the game already has a grappling hook, and it's great.
Yeah, it does
Oh,
already
really?
have a, yeah.
Yeah.
Is it like a
it's
solid
awesome.
ass grappling hook?
It's omnidirectional grapple hooking. So like once
Yep.
you grapple hooked, you can move in any direction and get like this little sick boost.
Okay, so yeah, Cyberhook's the same way, where you could like grapple the ground and then jump off the grapple. Like, you could like use it as like a
dude. Oh
what- pole
man.
vault.
I will say, and I'm probably gonna get roasted to this, but Nintendo fanboy here had to come to swing. Super Mario Odyssey, I feel like is still a solid like movie
I-
game.
I was
Okay,
really
now-
surprised no one brought up Mario.
This is a
Go ahead.
This is where we transition into platforming.
Yep. Yeah,
well,
I think
okay,
we
and that's the thing
naturally
is
transport.
We
Yeah.
kind of went back and forth, so it's like I didn't know if platform was.
Let's jump over to it.
No, I think platforming is now the time to talk. Because what
Yeah.
I wrote down for platforming was Mario, and
Yep.
I said I didn't put down a specific one because I think they're the master of all platforming.
Oh, absolutely. I think it's hard to like debate that, but I
And-
also think specifically Odyssey itself, like took
Is
everything that all the
awesome.
Mario games did and perfected it. All
Yeah,
the different jumps you had in 64, like everything, even adding the hat that you can bounce off of, added a lot of different routes and paths you can take. There's just
Yep.
so many options. It's
Now-
incredible.
I did
used to
put down
think
a
that.
special mention for Hat in Time.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
mine. My number one's
Yep.
Hat in Time because it's
Hat in
just
Time
better
is
Mario.
amazing.
Yeah, it's. Oh, I don't know about that. I
Oh. Okay.
disagree
I'm
about
sorry
that.
to pull us back for 1 second, but I wanted to say it while we were in mid-conversation. I forgot by the time it ended. The Marvel Spider-Man game and the Miles
Really
Morales
makes you
Spider-Man game for
feel
movement.
like Spider-Man.
Really makes you feel like
Really
those
makes you
games
feel
have
like Spider-Man.
ridiculously good movement.
Oh,
Okay,
and
that's
Batman.
yeah, I absolutely loved the movement in those games. But anyway, and the Batman ones, yeah. My platforming one though, sorry, I wanted to make sure I got that comment in though, was I put Hollow Knight and then in parentheses, but actually probably Celeste. Because I haven't played Celeste, but I loved Hollow Knight's platforming.
You should play
I
Celeste.
know,
You should
I
play Celeste.
know. I
No,
don't
no,
like
get me-
games
get me-
like
hear me out,
Hollow
hear me
Knight
out.
and Celeste. Hollow Knight was an exception.
It's
I know
free
Celeste
on
will be
Epic
too.
like every month, dude.
I can sell this to you as a creator
Okay.
because it's got a speed running category. It's great for viewership.
Okay.
That's true.
Yeah,
That is true.
it's
He's spitting.
awesome. It's awesome.
Especially
People
if you're a
love
VTuber.
watching first playthroughs of that because they get a re-experience. Because once you know,
Is it like an Outer Wilds type of re-experience type thing?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. Especially with the
Exactly.
ending.
Yep. It's once you know the levels, you can't experience it again for the first time. The only way to get that feeling is by watching somebody else do it.
It's been on my list for a while. It's just I have to be in a very specific mood for platformers.
This platformer, I think, almost beats that though. I can play Celeste in any mood. I love Celeste.
Well, I definitely hate to go into it feeling reluctant to play it, so I will play it. I promise you.
So it's funny because like almost all of the games in platforming were talked about in movement.
I know.
Because I have
Yeah,
a Hat in
well, I mean, they're
Time,
kind of-
Portal, Celeste, Hollow Knight, and I have two more we haven't mentioned. I wonder if you guys remember Limbo.
I do
Yep.
remember Limbo, yeah.
Remember Limbo?
Ancient, but that was a
liked
fun game.
And Inside.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Inside.
those
I don't really like Inside that much,
Those
but
are-
Limbo I
I-
really liked.
I liked both, but I think that like also it lended itself more to like puzzle than like actual like active platforming. So I didn't really think to
I
write down
agree.
this category.
I agree. I just kind of put it in because I did like the platforming aspect of it because like all of it, everything felt really weighty. But
Yep.
I have for my number one in platforming, it is actually not only my favorite platforming game, but it's my favorite co-op game. Period. And that's It Takes Two. I think that game is
true.
I
perfect.
still never finished it, man.
Bro,
I
that
don't
game's
know how-
incredible.
that game's
Well, but because
of the
the
best games
person I
of
was
all time.
playing with just it's fine.
that is truly a game. That is like when I say game, I mean it's a game. Like
It
is
definitely
something that
is a
can
game.
only
I
be
agree.
it can only be a game. It can't be anything else, but like you can't experience that It Takes Two in any other form than a two-player co-op game. It's
You-
so perfect.
You're not a fan,
Scott, we
Bobby?
do have. I was gonna bring up best horror a little bit later. We'll get to
Yeah.
that one.
Yeah.
So I was actually typing out a response to that right now. I was telling Sky that they've listed two things for us so far, and both of them were like genres instead of mechanics. So I was trying to pick and poke at like what sort of mechanic is commonplace, like hiding in lockers or whatever across
Now,
all
I
horror
was
games.
gonna
but-
say, I think the mechanic for horror. Now, we should get to this later.
Yeah,
when we
we'll get
say
to it
what
later.
We're talking about, but I think the mechanic for horror is actually how easily it can get you immersed.
Mhm.
Okay.
because I feel like
Immersion.
horror lives and dies on immersion. The moment your immersion is broken, it is no longer scary.
Also, Big Oof Pork says, "It Takes Two helped me realize my incompatibility with my girlfriend at the time." Oh
it's
no!
That is yeah.
It's very
That's a
true.
yikes to me,
Oh no!
It's absolutely true. Like it'll start to show the little problems you have with if
Yeah,
you're
it
playing
will
Take Two and
find
getting,
relationship problems for you. Yeah.
because if you're playing that game at all and you get frustrated in the slightest, there's a problem.
Mhm.
Because that's not a frustration game.
No.
Like at all. It is a chill game, and especially since like the whole game is about two people getting divorced.
Yeah, it's like made to be a relationship. I played through it with my girlfriend, and the only time I got upset was when I had to pilot an airplane and she got to play the 2D fighting game. I wanted to play the fighting game. Yeah.
I'm gonna out one of my best friends in the world here, Nick Tacular. Watching him play that with his girlfriend might be the funniest thing I ever watched. Not because they didn't they had arguments while they were playing it, but because he kept getting raided and she was getting pissed off because they had to keep pausing.
Oh no.
They were having such a fun time, but then a raid would come in and I'd stop playing for 30 minutes and Kirsty would just be sitting there. Nick, if you at all catch this, I love you, brother, but fuck, that was the funniest part about the stream. It was so funny.
Okay, I want to talk about this. Bella Rose, Overcooked 2 can suck my ass. That game fucking sucks. And I hate it.
I agree.
I hope it burns in hell.
Overcooked 2 doesn't exist anymore because we have Played Up now. Everyone move on.
Played Up is the better.
Played Up is
Can we
optimal.
play Played Up together next week?
Yeah.
On stream?
Yeah.
I'm down.
I'm literally down any
Alright.
day. Doesn't have to be podcast time. We just do whatever.
Tuesday, because we haven't got
We,
podcast next
we
week.
still need
Yep.
to play fucking Divinity, dude. I want to play that.
Well,
I'm like,
that's way down the line.
The thing is, I need to play Divinity for my list at some point. So
Yeah, true.
Also, I couldn't at you earlier, Oprah, but I wanted to compliment your name, but you hadn't typed in chat yet, so I couldn't at you in chat.
Oprah Wind Fury.
Oprah is one of my real life friends. Who is
I love
absolutely
their
amazing.
username so much. All right,
Don't
I'm
get
gonna
me
pull this
wrong.
back.
The coolest fucking
It's
names.
no Girth Brooks and it's no Rip Astley, but it's good.
I'm gonna pull us back
Rip
onto
Astley's
platforming.
awesome, dude.
I feel
Fuck
like
yeah.
platforming did again get kind of summed up in movement. I want to try
Yeah,
and find
synonymous.
a divide. Like where do we divide the line between this is good platforming and this is good movement?
I think
Level
when a
design.
game is designed around speedrunning. See, I don't think a platformer necessarily needs to be designed around speedrunning for it to be a great platformer. Like, you do not speedrun a Hat in Time. What you do is you enjoy its locales. Right? Same with Mario. You can speedrun Mario, of course.
Yeah.
But like
Yeah.
the beauty of Mario is just enjoying the fucking space that you're in.
I mean, I agree and disagree because it's hard to say that you can't speedrun Mario, or like you can speedrun Mario, but it's not that big a deal when Mario 64 is like one of the most popular speedruns.
I'm
of
not.
all
No,
time.
no. You didn't. No, that's not what I said though.
Mm.
I'm not saying you can't enjoy the speedrun of it. I'm saying
It's
that
not made for
it's-
that.
it's not
Gotcha.
made to be speedrun. What
Maybe-
it's made for is it's made for like just enjoyable like scenery, enjoyable challenges,
I think it's percentage of
enjoyable
gameplay.
puzzles.
Like bouncing off what you're saying, I think it's making me realize it's how much of the gameplay is like certain categories. Because like you'd never call Titanfall 2 a platformer, even if it would have the same amount of time, because the main point of the gameplay is the shooting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a shooter.
So I think it's like or Uncharted, you wouldn't call that a platformer because like the main part of it's like shooting, story, and puzzle. So I think it's like whatever if the majority of the game's percentage is just getting around, is just
Gotcha.
movement, I think that's when it's considered a platformer.
My
The other thing
follow-up
is-
to the question that I posed of how to detach the two was going to be, can you think of a platformer that is good but has bad movement?
That's a great question.
Because the
That's a
first thing
really
that comes to my mind, because of Jamie bringing it up earlier, I hate the movement in Super Meat Boy.
Yeah, actually,
It feels
yeah, I do
awful
too.
to me, and like every noise it makes,
Oh.
it just feels
Ultimate-
bad to me.
ultimate-
It's
chicken
so
horse.
floaty.
Speedrunners.
Yeah,
That's
actually,
a
I
good
don't like the
platformer
movement
game.
in
I don't like
speedrunners.
movement at all.
Fucking sick though.
It is really sick, but
it's
I
a
don't
great
like
game,
the
but
way
I
it
fucking
feels.
hate moving around it.
Yeah.
I don't know. I like the way it feels, but maybe that's just because it feels kind of like old school. Like
Sonic.
everything is a little bit. Well, no, it's not like.
But ironically, it is a little bit like
Like
Sonic.
a little bit, yeah.
It's that like you've got to move really fast and remember what's
Yeah.
coming off screen.
That's true. That's true. I don't disagree with that. But I think it was also more just like the old school of like the jumping feels like you go so high and then it feels so floaty coming back down as well. But that's to give you time for like the grappling hook. I think it lends it to itself very well, especially like including the grappling hook and the physics to like falling and stuff and like speed.
I was about to say, ladies and gentlemen, Skyfall 2 wins.
Yeah, Skyfall 2 just crushed
She's
it.
getting over it.
I just
Pogo
didn't
stuck.
acknowledge it.
Yeah,
Pogo
Pogo
stuck.
stuck. Oh,
even
Jump
worse.
King. Jump King.
Jump King. Oh, that's a perfect
Yeah.
game. That's a perfect
Literally,
game for
but
that
that,
game.
here's the thing: are those actually good games, or are they just good games because
Yeah,
everybody was like,
Jump
"This
King
is
is good.
challenging"?
No, Jump
No,
King is
it's a
good.
good game.
Okay.
Jump King is a very good game. It's just utterly frustrating.
I want it. I want Jump
See,
King. I
I
don't
would
have that
argue
one.
that getting over it's not a good game.
Yeah, it's not a very good game.
Like
It's like an
design,
asset
like
dump.
playability, like everything about it is not good. It's literally just because it's challenging and people saw that as a challenge that it became popularized. So
Yeah.
I really
The game Pogo Stuck 2 and Getting Over It are designed to be awful.
yeah.
Like they're mechanically fucking annoying. I think Pogo Stuck's a little bit better than Getting Over It. I think Getting Over It is the correct answer.
So I agree, unless you're playing the tethered multiplayer Pogo Stuck.
Oh my god.
That is
yeah.
torture.
Jimmy, that's the one you wanted to play with me, right?
Dude, I'll never
Maybe.
forget watching
I think I'd,
or
like-
seeing like Baldy fall from like some heights and just
See,
screaming.
I'm worried that I'd say something so bad playing that game that it'd get us both banned.
So for platforming in general, I feel like the majority of platformers we've played, the main point of the game is platform, maybe with like a bit of puzzling mixed in
Mhm.
between. What is a good example of platforming that is the least platformy game? Like it's like there's fantastic platforming in it, but it's not a platformer game whatsoever.
So I mean, this is gonna be a weird one, but because of the way I play Rocket League, if you play Rocket League on Steam, you may or may not know that that game has workshop support. And if you go to the Steam Workshop, it's just
okay.
hundreds of obstacle courses and platforming and things like that to help you mechanically get better. I'm not saying that's my official answer, but that is absolutely the first thing that came to mind because my last like 30 hours of Rocket League have been flipping from platform to platform and wall
'cause
driving.
I would then
and-
one up you with Halo Forge.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's a good
true.
one. So
I
this
actually
is- this is dating myself a bit, but do you guys remember the game Trials?
Yes. Yeah.
Trials Evolution?
Trials is a good one.
Mhm.
I fucking
Yeah, Trials is
love
good.
platforming in Trials, even though it's not a
God.
platformer game.
Oh, yo,
Wait, is-
Doritos Crash Course.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah,
Miss
dude. That
Explosion,
Xbox
man.
360 marketplace era was awesome.
It was golden.
So many like
Um,
fun little indie platformers.
Real quick for Arbiters, I don't know how many of you guys have played Human Fall Flat, but that is an interesting one to consider because it's one of those games that the movement is bad on purpose, and that's what makes it funny. Because it's
Yeah.
like absolute
Mhm.
garbage. You're weight based, so you'll just topple over sometimes. And
Yeah.
trying to like climb is awful.
What's that one Toast game? Remember the game where you were toast?
Oh,
Toast.
I am
Toast.
bread or whatever.
I am bread. I am bread. Yeah.
I Am Bread. I Am Bread is another one of those like rage games. where things are
They
supposed
made
to
another
be
game
bad.
called I Am Fish.
Oh, is it any
That
good?
one was better though.
Yeah, it's actually pretty good. Yeah, it's actually
Yeah.
pretty good.
Also, Bella Rose has a fun one. What was the best movement of the classic video game series, Sonic, Mario, Mega Man, games like that?
Mario.
I pick Mario. Yeah.
When you say platforming these days, everyone immediately just goes straight to
I think
Mario.
the reason, like, it's clear enough that Mario's like one of the mascots of gaming because it's nailed platforming every time consistently with like every single release.
Even their bad releases are great, which is like Sunshine.
Like I'm in game design now, and I'll spend like 2 days trying to get my movement okay, and it's not a tenth as good as the original Super Mario. Like just like
Yeah.
up,
Yeah.
down, left, right Super Mario.
Yeah. Like Super Mario 3 is like one of the like. You just look at Super Mario 3 or like Super Mario World. You just look at those games. You're like, that's movement. Like that's
Yeah.
just
It's like
that is platforming incarnate.
Mhm.
And dude, not to mention that's like pixel perfect as well. Like the smallest like pixel of your
Yep.
foot will be on the edge, and it'll be like you're on the edge.
Yep, you're there.
And to have that level of accuracy, even like back in the day, is like kind of insane.
It feels good. So
What
every
about-
for the LOL, I just want to talk to the LOL Mighty real quick.
Sure.
Every time someone brings up Rayman, I instantly think it's good, but Ori and the Blind Forest exists. And then I think of Ori and the Blind Forest, and I'm like, that's just the Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood of platforming games. Like, it's so good, you don't even you don't talk about it. Like, you don't think.
Yeah,
about
but no. But I have a thing. You know, every time someone brings up Rayman, right? You think Ori, but then every time someone brings up Ori, I just think Hollow Knight.
Yeah, Hollow Knight's just Dark Souls or in the Blind Forest.
And then everybody
Yeah,
brings
it
up
is.
Hollow Knight, and I think Crash Bandicoot. Like we get it. There's just
But
endless
it's like a
side quests.
Spyro.
It's like the Ouroboros of
Crash
platforming.
2 and 3 are really good, really good platforming games though. Like really good.
No, they are.
looking
They're
at,
very solid, especially like, the challenge of the way that they're designed. It's just like it's very good.
I'm looking at Sir Lance's question here about does Portal count as platforming that's not a platformer? And I think I could see that argued either way.
It just straight up is a platformer though. It's a platformer puzzle.
Yeah.
I don't
I
know,
could see someone
just feel
arguing
like-
against it though.
Really against
I
it?
can
How so?
see, yeah, because I'll be that guy, right? I
don't
don't think
jump
the
on-
platforming is the core focus of the game, which is
I think
why you
it's a
can't really
puzzler.
call it It's a puzzle. Yeah.
Yeah.
But a big part of platforming is movement based puzzles, and that's the entire
It's
game.
not really movement based. Like there are sections that are movement based, but it's not all movement based.
But like, I don't know. I feel like it almost exclusively is. I can't think of a single platformer where the objective is in getting from either the left side of the screen to the right or from the beginning to the end.
Yeah,
Okay,
like-
but then there's rooms where you just have to catch a box at the right time. Like that's not platforming.
Oh, I
There's
see what
also
you're saying, like
rooms
the
where you
tutorial
literally just
section.
there's timing things, there's
Yeah.
putting other
yeah.
things on a moving platform and moving mechanical things to make sure it gets to the right place, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like it's not just movement. I would say there's a chapter of both games that are dedicated to the movement.
To like straight movement.
Yeah. And then
Also,
after
it's-
that chapter, movement plays into a
Is it
majority of
weird
the
to
puzzles.
say, maybe we should look at it the way of like teleportation is its own set of movement as well as just like using the portals. Because like, how else would you describe that?
I mean, I again see that as just pure.
No, yeah, I think that's more physics puzzles than
Yeah.
anything else. You're talking more
Again, I
physics
can
there.
I could see it going both ways. That was all I was saying. Is I could see.
agree.
yeah.
I can argue against it, but then I also have trouble arguing
Mhm.
against it. So it's like yeah,
Devil's
50-50.
advocate.
It's like a puzzle platformer with an asterisk.
Yeah.
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 Okay. What's the next category we want to jump to?
Last question I'll touch on for Almighty before we move on. Let's do open world.
Yeah, I'm down.
Okay. Almighty's
Open
question
world's an
was,
interesting one.
if you take movement out of any section of Portal 1 or 2, what parts survive? The puzzler elements, the strategy elements, like everything but the physics-based, how
I
fast you
feel
fall through a
like-
portal indicates how fast
Yeah.
you come out. I think that's the
I feel
only
like the
movement
majority
thing.
of the game survives without the movement stuff.
I will say it wouldn't be as good because the physics-based
Agreed.
like acceleration and momentum preservation through the portals was like a huge
I
part
feel
that was
like-
really cool.
Yeah,
but
because that had made you more aware of like your surroundings and stuff.
Mhm.
Because then you're like, oh, everything could be a thing with enough momentum. I can get to these different places and stuff.
I
Mhm.
think I see what you
Basic-
guys are saying and what the Low Mighty is saying. I think that the difference between Portal being strictly a puzzle game and it being a puzzle platformer is that you're the object going through the portals. Because if you
Yeah.
always
Okay.
put something in the portals, then it would just be a puzzle game.
that's
but the
fair.
fact that you're going through the portals, I think that's what makes it a puzzle platform.
Well, that's kind of what I was saying. Is why it
Yeah.
like goes through like.
But
teleportation, like
I
how you
reckon I could
described it.
ask a million people what they think of when I say platformer, and not a single one would say Portal.
Out of a million, maybe one, maybe a couple.
I'm one in a million, and I said it.
Yeah, no. But is it the game that you would come up with first?
Oh, the
the first
game
one.
I
Yeah,
thought.
that's
Yeah,
fair.
no, I agree.
I'd say Hat in Time every time.
Yeah,
love
Portal
that
would not
game.
be the first thing.
I'd
to
say
I love
I'd say
Hat in
the
Time
latest
so much.
Mario
So
title,
good.
honestly. Even though I
If
don't.
you haven't played a Hat in Time, you are genuinely missing out on a
I
really
haven't.
fun
Agreed.
experience.
Agreed. If you like
That
Mario,
game is like
play a Hat in Time.
my favorite name for that came from Fox, which is Hat Over My Boner. Because it's just boner inducing. It's so good.
So good.
All right, onward to open worlds. I felt like the correct answer to this was just objectively way too easy,
NBA 2K.
and it wasn't
agree.
that.
Breath of the Wild.
Breath of the Wild, yeah.
Ooh, I've got something else written down.
Is it Elden Ring?
It is, but I also have something else. Because
Okay,
I was
all
like,
right.
these two games are tied.
All right, what's the other one?
World of Warcraft.
So, first I'm gonna.
No one's gonna say Skyrim
I love.
No one.
I absolutely love Zelda Breath of the Wild.
Mm.
Want to start off by saying that. But I do not think it is one of the best open world games. When I think open world, right, what I think of is density of things to do defined by the openness of its map. And Breath of the Wild is very big, but you can't find something to do all the time. It takes a lot of moving around. You're like, oh, look, there's something to do. There's something to do. And all the really interesting things to do are defined to these little like temples a lot of the time. Like there's like, I found a temple. Now it's going to take me to a segmented area where there's a little puzzle on there. And then I'm going to leave the temple and go back out. I want to point out, first off, Elden Ring is that when you're talking content per square mile,
It's insane.
it's fucking mental.
Mm.
And the only game that beats that is Fallout New Vegas.
Yeah, Fallout New Vegas, like, I
Ooh,
feel like,
that's
so it's interesting because I feel like they were limited by the map size because of when the game came out.
Mhm.
Because so they maxed out the square because the map's a perfect square.
It's
so
so
they-
perfect.
They maxed out a square, and then they were sort of like, all right, let's fill this with as much shit as possible. And they had no one over their shoulder. They had no one rushing them. They were just kind of working with what they had. So I feel like if that same game was made today, the map would have been twice as big, but they would have put the same amount of shit in it.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like
Skyrim.
like Skyrim. So I'm super happy the game came out when it did because the density could only exist because of the limitations of the technology.
Agreed. And this is why Elden Ring is such a fucking hit, right? Because Elden Ring's like, yo, we are going to make a map that size. And you're like, okay, is it going to be a perfect square? Nope, not a perfect square. Well,
Not at all.
that's fucking strange. Well, how much content is going to be? You literally can't walk for 5 minutes without finding something to do. It is amazing, dude. Holy shit.
I
It's
want to
fantastic.
make an early distinction because I've seen two suggestions in chat that I felt really weird about. One was Oprah Winfrey saying thoughts on when No Man's Sky came out as an open world game, and Forks also said Minecraft.
I
And
saw that too.
I
I
agree with Minecraft.
personally feel like procedurally generated games and open world games are very different things in my mind. Despite kind of
I agree with that.
it's like movement and platforming, I guess, in a way. Like a procedurally generated game is technically open world, but I feel like when we're discussing open world, we're like thinking about it from a I don't know. I guess I could see it being in the same category.
Can I tackle this from another
Yeah,
angle?
please do.
Minecraft has literally nothing to do.
That's what I was
That's
gonna
right.
say.
Yeah, true. Nothing at
Because you
all.
literally made the
There
argument that's
is-
like things. It comes down to the amount of content.
Well, they have
in that.
villages.
This comes back to the discussion that we had many weeks ago where Minecraft is a game engine.
Not a
over
game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So on that same point though, Terraria.
Terraria is better than Minecraft, agreed.
I mean,
Yeah.
for sure, but like, would that be considered open world?
Yeah, it's smaller. No, it is. You have
It
a
is
world.
there's a set size of a world. It is more constrained. It is also procedural, but it does also procedurally generate those like dungeons and things in it. But then again, so does Minecraft.
So how long would you think if someone started up
Minecraft
a
is
game of like
infinitely
Terraria would
procedural.
it take for someone to find
True.
that content to do? Because my thing is that if you have to start a game of Minecraft, you have, like you said, nothing to do other than make house. I guess there's no like
Make
clear
house.
objective.
Go kill a dragon in another world, but like
But like it takes you so
That's-
long to get to that content, right? Like you have to go find diamonds, you have to go find like obsidian, you have to find vomit.
Well,
there's a whole, like, things.
the
I don't know
layman,
how-
it takes a long time.
Yeah, so I'm not familiar as much with Terraria, so I don't know the amount of time it takes you to get into that stuff,
To
right?
kill the Moon Lord, it would take you probably like solidly like you're a professional speedrunner. Like,
The
8
Moon
hours.
Lord.
yeah, the Moon Lord,
That's the final boss of Terraria.
final boss of Terraria.
Dude, Bobby
Oh, I
Harris,
thought you were
didn't even
talking
know.
about. Okay, I thought you were talking about Minecraft. I was like,
He was
Bobby's
like,
I'm
what
having
the
to bring the
what
news, bro.
fucking
There
moon?
is a. I mean, there's a mod where you fly to the moon. There is like something. It's like a wither skeleton thing that like is like a moon lord thing. It's a whole thing, but
True. So on
Yeah,
the
no.
opposite of Fallout New Vegas, where there's always something to do every 5 meters, I have a game that is fantastic because it has these pockets of a lot of shit to do with literally nothing in between. It's called Outer Wilds.
I was gonna say
There's
Red Dead 2.
literally just empty space in between all these pockets of amazing, fantastically designed planets. And I think they do a great job on the open world, considering that it's the entire game. Like, you experience the entirety of the game the first time you start it up. Everything's available to you right away.
Yeah, you're right. And I was sitting there trying to find a thing. I was like, I would have argued a long time ago that it is impossible to go to the end of the game without knowing what to do, until me and Devi both watched Nick accidentally find the end of the game.
Yeah. It was like
happening to walk onto the fucking...
to say it without spoilers. Yeah.
To say it without
He
spoilers.
ended up...
Just say the sandsucker.
Okay, the sandsucker planet, right? There's a specific place that you can stand.
All right, we're already getting a little sketchy. Don't
so
play
hard
Outer
to
Wilds, chat.
He just accidentally
No.
walked into the end of the game. He just accidentally walked into the end of the game.
I don't know how. It took me 8 hours.
The funniest part about it was, because he was there before having done anything else, he had no idea what he just walked in on. And it was so funny, him going, what does this all mean? What is this?
Yeah, it was hilarious. Yeah, he just fucked off. He found like
That's
the
awesome.
most important part of the game completely by accident. I think was he like raided, or he had a sub and he wasn't even looking at his screen. And then he just like turned around and walked forward, and then just boom, he was in like the end of the game. It was like,
yeah,
what?
It was it was like, if you were to put odds of that happening, it would be in the millions.
It was ridiculous, yeah. And then it happened live on stream as well.
So I did want to say, because someone else brought it up, kind of, GTA 5.
Mm-hmm.
If that thing isn't like loaded to the bone with like absolute like content, like every 0.2 feet of something to do.
I'm
I don't
weird.
know what
I
I'm
don't like GTA 5. I don't see what's fun about it.
I like
I think that it is a really good. It's a really good open world. It's a really good representation of a lot of the parts of California and Los Angeles. Is it up there with the best? No.
No, yeah, you say it's loaded to the brim with content. I don't think so.
It is
Oh,
in like the city,
absolutely
kind
is.
of.
But here's my thing. Is like, I guess it depends on like what your limitations are. Are we talking about the game as the base self, or are we talking about all the online?
Yes, we're talking about the game as the base self.
Well, I mean, the
Because
online game is
otherwise-
still like the part of the base game, I would say, right? Or
Well, no, because otherwise, then
No.
Minecraft is back
Oh.
in this conversation.
Yeah, because then mods.
well,
and
that would be
Minecraft
mods.
is
But-
better.
We're
yeah,
not
but here's the thing,
discussing
I
like
disagree.
mods on GTA, right?
Yeah, no, this is just like, because then you just have like the online like map makers and creators and things that you have, the custom game modes that have been made through GTA without any mod packs. Like there's a ton of different things to do. And
Right,
so
well,
like
so
for me, I'm just
the-
thinking
the
like sheer amount
problem-
of content.
I think the difference between like the way GTA does it and the way like other games have done it open world is that each and every experience you have in like, let's say Fallout New Vegas, each and every vault you walk into, each and every like person you meet is going to be, even if it's a fetch quest, a different experience. For GTA 5, it's like you can own an apartment in these 30 apartments, but they're all the same. You can do
Yeah.
a job in these 30 places, but they're all the same. All these garages are the same.
All the
Okay, I
missions
see
have
your
to be
point.
done the exact same way
In the
as well.
it's like
In fact, this is my biggest critique of Grand Theft Auto and Red Dead Redemption, because I was going to say Red Dead Redemption when I first thought about this.
mhm.
However,
Way too much empty
when-
space.
there's way too
Agreed.
much empty space, and there's no creativity in the missions. You cannot do the missions the way you want to. There's a mission where you've got to get into an office, and this Nakey Jakey talks about this in his video about
Love Naked
Red
Jakey.
Dead Redemption 2. Me too. He's one of the
I
best
miss him.
YouTubers around.
Plus up.
Naked Jakey talks about this. There's a mission where you've got to break into an oil lord's office, right?
Oh yeah. I
Now,
love this.
there's multiple ways that it looks like you could take this, like take the routes. You can climb, you potentially could climb through the window, break through the roof, go in the front door shooting. There's only one way you're allowed to, otherwise the game tells you off. And I think that's why Grand Theft Auto is in the same boat. You
Yeah.
have to do the missions the way the game says you have to do the missions. That's because GTA cannot define whether it is a linear single player experience versus an open world sandbox. It doesn't know. It's multi-track drifting at this point. It doesn't know what it wants.
Multi-track, true.
That's fair though. I agree with that critique.
Whereas,
I think
with
Red Dead
Fallout
2 is
New
worse.
Vegas, you can do whatever the fuck
It's
you
a true
want.
RPG.
It is the close Divinity and Fallout New Vegas are the closest you'll get to tabletop gaming.
Yep.
Yeah.
Fallout New Vegas is correct.
Oh, so good.
I guess in the same capacity of I have to bring it up every stream, so that's just how it works. In the same capacity of Breath of the Wild, Genshin Impact does a fantastic job for the open world. It like
Genshin
both
Impact did
beauty-
feel very dense, the map. But my
it's
problem with it was
extremely
like
dense.
the same thing I have with not Overwatch, of Breath of the Wild. I can't get Overwatch off my brain. the same issue both of those games have is that like you comb through an area once and then the area feels kind of irrelevant other than like a drop you need later, or at least that was my problem I had when I first played it.
Absolutely, it's definitely one of those things where like if there's an area that's extremely dense with stuff, tons of enemies, tons of chests, tons of stuff to loot, tons of missions to do, and then once you do them the area is useless, like that kind of sucks. Granted, that's if the mentality of Genshin Impact was looked at as a campaign game or like as a single player experience, then that wouldn't be an issue because that's just how open world works. But the fact that it was looked at as a replayable area over and over again, that kind of takes away from it. But with how big Genshin Impact is now and how it's only about a third of the size it's going to be, it's pretty hype. And I'm excited about what they're going to consider.
I know we're on open worlds. This is where we're kind of talking about GTA and stuff. Do we want to bring up driving at any point in this?
Yes.
I think we could have kind of brought it up.
Driving is a
I'll say
a category.
The final thing that I have to say on open world is I started with Breath of the Wild and immediately changed my mind to Elden Ring because the things you find in Elden Ring are far more interesting and exciting than the things you stumble upon in Breath of the Wild.
That is my biggest complaint about Breath of the Wild is that it's just so fucking empty.
Yeah.
The movement is awesome. The things that you can actually do in the game are fun as shit, but it's just empty.
We'll do these really quick. We won't stay on these for too long, but 2 games that chat brought up for open world was one I know Jamie has some experience with, and I have very little. I don't know about the other 2, but Kingdom Come Deliverance.
That's a great game.
Yep.
I struggled to play it for more than like 6 hours, and every time I like take such a long break that I forgot everything I did and how to play, and then I can't get back into it.
So I didn't beat it either because I didn't realize how realistic it would be. I punched a couple of chickens and then killed some family members, and all of a sudden I was wanted across the land and couldn't travel anywhere without bounty hunters finding me.
Nice.
It got that bad that I stopped playing. I was like, there's repercussions for my actions? What the fuck?
The other one was 7 Days to Die. Which
I think it has the same issue as Minecraft.
That same issue as Minecraft.
Is it procedural?
It is procedural.
Oh, I've only played it once.
There's a specific one that you can play as like a default that is the same map over and over.
That might be the one I played.
But by default, if you go any other thing, you can like select seeds. Okay. And like all this other stuff is procedural.
I hate that game. That game's terrible.
I liked it, but it was fun.
I like that game. I like 7 Days.
People who like that game like Ark, so I don't respect it.
That's not true. I like 7 Days, but I don't like Ark. I think
it's a shitty game. I like 7 Days, but I don't like Ark.
I think it's a shitty game, but I have fun with it, and I like it.
Well, since driving is being brought up and we've already got some suggestions in chat, do we want to move on to driving?
Yep.
All right, cool.
This has a right answer, by the way.
Yeah, it's Rocket League.
It's Forza.
I know it's Forza.
I'm actually with you. I said Rocket League as well because I think that the amount of control that you have over your vehicle is like insane and so precise. Even if it's not realistic, I think it's like so good.
That's why I think when we're talking driving, we have to talk realistic driving. Yep.
I think that's why I had Rocket League in movement as well, because when it comes to like a realistic driving game or like even like a driving sim or even just racing games in general, there are games that feel similar in car control, not necessarily with the aerial control, but with the driving part of Rocket League is very basic. It's just a power slide, go and brake. So
yeah, it's true.
So if we're going off just pure realism
and boosting.
This is a lot
harder. Have you guys ever played Dirt 5?
Yes, Dirt is actually really good.
I think that Dirt is probably the most realistic experience you can get driving, period. Like racing, maybe
Forza,
not like
man.
Well, okay, like if you're on a track.
Forza's great. I loved Forza.
If you're on like a track, like you're driving on asphalt, then yes, I agree. But if you want like just what a car feels like to be in, I think Dirt 5.
Yes.
But here's the thing. Forza isn't just on a track anymore. Forza is an open world experience these days.
Yeah, Forza 5 is open world with dirt tracks, off-road tracks.
About Forza is it's just like every other arcade racing game. Like Need for Speed Heat is my #1 because I love arcade racers. And it's just like
Need for Speed, Hot Pursuit.
With Forza, you just go all out, max speed as fast as you can at all times. And I can't stand that about racing games. It's just like you go fast until you can't go fast because you have to take a corner, and then you go slower. And that's just how it is. And there's not like a variety.
That is so reductive of what that is, though, because it's not about just slowing down. It's about how you slow down and how good you are at slowing down.
And like where you take your turns, and I mean it's more complicated than that for sure.
Like
that is a way to dumb down the gameplay.
That's like saying Mario's a terrible game. All you do is jump.
Well,
So boring. It's about choosing where you jump, and
have you ever played Snow Truckers?
No.
So there's like an extremely fascinating way that you have to move a vehicle when it's not going at the fastest you can make it go. And I think that is really, really fun.
Are you talking about Snow Runner?
Sorry, yeah, Snow Runner.
Oh, okay, I have played that game. That was a weird
I think
game.
it's really exhilarating to be able to drive a vehicle as fast as you can in like the scenario you're going through, but not going all out. And I feel like every time I play Forza, I'm just trying to go all out at all times. Like I'm just trying to go really fast.
What was the last one you played? Did you play Forza 5?
Yeah, I played Forza 5.
Oh,
and
okay.
I feel like there wasn't many races where I was going like 20, 30 miles per hour in a really complicated like track like Dirt 5 offers me.
See, funny enough, I think Trackmania is a really good option, but is even worse about what Aravan is saying than Forza, because Forza has a lot more variety, in my opinion, than Trackmania does, even despite the fact that Trackmania has like player-created content. I feel like Forza 5 just had so much shit in it that Trackmania is, it's exclusively the same exact game, except am I on a plastic tile, a dirt tile, a grass tile, an ice tile, or a street tile? And I feel like just because you can place those tiles, it doesn't feel the same as it does in the open world of Forza. Maybe that's bias on my end.
No,
I don't think so, because I play both, and I agree.
Look,
Yeah,
I'm gonna be honest. This is not my like specialty because I think racing games are boring as fuck. So, I mean, honestly, y'all hash it out here. I'm fine
Okay,
with whatever
so I'm going to interject with then because we don't have the category. I actually added Battlefield 3 here because I think Battlefield 3 nailed helicopters and planes. I think they did a fantastic job. So do you have anything
God,
helicopters and planes wise?
Yeah. What's the fucking? Hang on, wait. Hang on, I've got this.
Because I think that driving in the air is just important.
Late Night Liam plays a game that I think absolutely dumpster shits on that. And I need to find what the name of the game is.
The game that comes to my mind is Arma 3. Jeez, I said it came to my mind and then it left. Arma 3 was the game where I played all of the flight sims and things.
There's a game called DCS World, which is a military like simulation game, and it has real world fucking like planes and tanks and all that kind of stuff. But it is hyper realistic. It is really cool. It is very, very cool. But it's also not so hyper realistic that anyone can't just jump in and have a go. Yeah, I don't know how they managed to find this perfect little balance, but it is very cool.
That's nice. I definitely like one or the other. I like when it's like really fucking ridiculously annoyingly realistic, or I like when it's an arcade racer like Need for Speed Heat. Like I don't like a mix of both of them, and that's why I think like GTA kind of pisses me off because it's like right in the middle. It's like everything's kind of slippery and slidey, but it's also like
drag drifting, baby.
Yeah.
I feel like
I like GTA for that reason because also like the physics of like how you stick to walls and wall riding and all that stuff kind of works. I feel like it feels pretty like it's a little hard to pick up intuitively, but once you get it, it feels very rewarding in that aspect.
I think that's why I play Trackmania, because when I play Trackmania, I'm like I want to go fast, but I kind of want it to be goofy as well. Like I want to drive on a sausage road and fly into the air.
I
and
agree.
Hit the final crosshairs or what's it called? Checkerboard, just like fucking flying over it.
Yeah. Realistic race like driving or racing games, just I don't know, man. It's just,
I mean, other than Rocket League, I don't play them. I played. I've tried a couple of racing games. Like Rocket League isn't really a racing game, but I've tried a couple of other games similar, and so far Forza 5 has been the only one that's captured my attention since like PS3 days. And I did play Forza 5 enough to where there was a mechanic in that game where it would track every single road you drive on and like color it different on the map, and I colored every fucking road on that map.
Okay, I want to ask a question.
Yeah.
What's your favorite Need for Speed?
Blacklist.
Heat.
Hot Pursuit.
Carbon.
Oh wow.
All right, we've all got guys at each other.
Completely different answers, yeah.
Nobody move!
My favorite. It's one of my favorite questions because everybody answers differently.
Yep.
Yeah, I believe it. I like Heat because of the customization. Like, there's just it's so deep.
Now,
It kind of feels like the same as the other games, like drive-wise. But I just like having a car looks goofy.
why do we not think of Need for Speed when it comes to best racing games?
I
I don't
they're
play
sorta
enough
like,
of them.
It's sort of like, yeah, because like my introduction to racing was Midnight Club Los Angeles Dub Edition. I don't know if you remember that game.
I do remember that
Yep.
game.
That
I
game
remember
was fantastic.
Just parking your car on the sidewalk and waiting 5 minutes, and a bunch of random NPCs would come up and just start doing really ridiculous, like,
Yeah, they just started doing that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love that. And like, so my introduction to racing at all was that. So that's why I got into Need for Speed, because it's like a very similar arcade racer. But because of that, because it's a very similar arcade racer, it just kind of always feels middle. Like, it always feels like just another okay arcade racer. So I think that might be it, because it's always been middle of the pack.
very mid.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Chunk's waiting for us to change the topic.
I gave you all as much input as I had on this. As soon as
Since
we
he's
said-
being so stealthy, let's move on to
I see, I
that
see.
category.
I have a really, really obscure one for this one, for stealth games. My favorite stealth game that I have ever played to this date, only narrowly takes the prize from Origami 2, is Mark of the Ninja.
Oh,
That is a 2D side-scrolling stealth game that you can probably pick up for like $5 now. Highly recommend. But in essence, it's a game where you are given a loadout screen at the beginning. You kind of pick a play style, you pick equipment you want to bring, you pick like abilities you want to bring, and you get stuff like abilities to teleport short distances. You can throw kunai to like make loud noises and distract stuff. You can throw smoke bombs and stuff. Very basic stealth. But the thing that I liked about it was that it didn't hide anything from you ever. It gave you 100% of the information all the time, and it was still challenging as fuck. It was like, good luck. And there were like 30 different ways to approach every situation. It was fun. I
dude,
love
that's
Mark
how
of the
you know
Ninja.
about this. Is gonna be a
Very-
throwback,
very-
and no one's gonna know what I'm talking about. But has anybody played Classroom? It was like an old like Flash game on like Stick Page or like any of those other like websites you could get on. And literally the only goal was like cheat off of somebody else's homework. But it had like the whole like the whole triangle vision that would like show you like
The
what the teacher's
cone.
looking and stuff.
Oh yeah,
And there was like
I
different
remember
pathways
this.
and they would rock, and it was like there was like a whole story to it and like everything. And so you were like trying to cheat off the nerd would be placed different places around the room. It was interesting, and it's like a boiled down stealth game. That's what I think of.
I remember this like
Yeah.
way back. I would play like Block Soars and
Yeah.
what the fuck, yeah. And do you guys
Oh, I
remember
do
that,
remember that. Holy shit, that's old.
a bit
Yeah,
off
right?
topic. Do you guys remember that one game where you had to like park? It was like a top-down view. You had to like park your car, and it was like the hardest fucking game of all time.
Those games are still being made.
Oh,
Oh, is it
There's
like the
one.
thing where,
There's one that like
parking on
just
the
came
bus
out
and
for
you just-
free on Game Pass. It's called like You Suck at Parking, and it's like 8-player
It's a
PvP.
multiplayer parking game.
Yeah, multiplayer parking game where you can like
Oh,
ram into
dude.
someone's ass and knock them out of the parking spot and take it from them.
What
and-
is this called? I'm actually interested.
It's called
I
You
hate that I'm
Suck at
interested, but
Parking.
I'm
You
interested.
Suck at Parking.
I'm gonna go
It's
wish list it
fun,
real
but
quick.
I uninstalled it after I played it for like a
Okay.
day.
I just think it's really brave that you and Chunk just went ahead and answered incorrectly because the correct answer is Hitman.
Nah,
No, I disagree.
Nah.
100% disagree.
nah.
If
I'm
you
gonna
get,
bring
no,
up
no, no, no,
one.
hear me out. I think because you have the option to just full blown go out and blast everything known to man and then like still win the thing, it doesn't matter. I don't think the stealth.
I
is where it's
disagree.
going.
I don't think that's winning. You do not get rewarded in any facet by going out and just murdering everyone. You don't unlock things. You don't get any points. You get nothing. The game tries to discourage you from doing that.
which Hitman,
Right.
by the way?
I
Hitman
think that-
1, 2, and 3, the new ones.
The new 1, 2, and 3.
Okay, I was saying,
Okay.
I'm pretty sure in Absolution you absolutely could like murder everyone. if
No,
you
no,
wanted
I'm
to.
talking about Hitman 1, 2, and 3, which began in 2018. Now, my argument for this is games are meant to be fun. Right? At the
Mhm.
very
That's stupid.
basis, we're meant to have a good time playing games. Of all of the stealth games that I can think of, including Mark of the Ninja, including Origami, the one that I can think back on and be like, that was the most fun I ever had doing stealth is Hitman 2. That game is amazing. Like the sheer sandbox ability. There is no way that there's no correct way to play that game. Now, I know that I said that the correct way to do it is stealthy, but the stealth, right, is not contained. You can do the stealth however you like. You can kill your mark with a fish. Just slap them with a fish. Walk up behind them and knock them the fuck out with a fish. Or you can do what I do, which is go to the level where there's like a suburban street, hide in a neighbor's yard that has a tree house that's next door to the people having a party, and throw things over the fence to knock people out over and over and over without ever getting seen.
Have you seen the
is fucking fun.
Have you seen people doing the bomb bounce?
I love it. It's so much fun.
There is currently for an example for chat, how ridiculous speedrunning at the very least in Hitman has gotten. There is now a strategy that people will use where they will start the mission with 2 bombs, and they will throw one on the ground and then carefully drop another and detonate the first one at just the right time to launch the second bomb over the map to land on a very specific spot on the roof, then detonate that bomb, which causes a chandelier under that to fall and land on the person and kill your target immediately. That's how ridiculous that game is now.
It is awesome. That game is just like... That is the best stealth game. I'm sorry. I will not shift on this fact.
I'll say it's really good, but I'm still on Mark of the Ninja. Yeah. I think because while Hitman provided a lot more goofy and silly moments, when I want to play a stealth game, I tend to take them... If I'm not streaming them, I'll say, before my chat yells at me, I take them very seriously and get like super immersed and real deep into it. And Mark of the Ninja provided that experience for me.
I actually agree.
Yeah.
So this was a bit of a meme answer, but my actual one is Dishonored 1.
You sit here and throw your fucking gloves into the ring talking about how we're wrong and provide a meme answer.
I knew he was joking the whole time because he never mentioned Metal Gear Solid Phantom Pain.
I haven't played Metal Gear Solid ever.
It's like Hitman 2.
The early ones suck. I hate
way
them.
more. Like way more big, like just huge. Like the flexibility of what you can do is massive. Cuz like it's great that those are the Hitman 2 and like all the Hitman levels are procured, but like they have no, like in Phantom Pain, they have no fucking clue what you're going to have unlocked. So it's like truly open. Like you can do whatever.
Yeah. No, I do really rate Hitman, and I still stand by the fact it is the most fun that you can have in a stealth game.
Mm-hmm.
But I really think Dishonored is just incredible. There's so many ways you can tackle every
I actually agree. I don't agree with necessarily that it's the best, but I agree that it's definitely up there because like you unlocking stuff like the rats to be able to eat like the bodies and stuff and dispose of them for you. Like there's so many of like the abilities that you can unlock over time to like help you with like being more stealthy or approaching situations.
And if you play New Game Plus, you can have all those abilities they're talking about at the end of the game, at the beginning, and then it's a whole other game again. It's like it's a different game. It's insane.
I want to point out that Lolmighty said Overwatch 2 Sombra main for stealth experience.
Absolutely not.
But also I want to say, if we're going to talk about Dishonored 1, have you played Deathloop? It doesn't have quite the same vibe to it.
I don't think it's very good.
I like Deathloop.
It's stealthy though?
You can play it stealthy, just like Dishonored. You don't have to play Dishonored stealthy.
You can play it stealthy. It's not as good as a stealth game, that's for sure.
In the stealth category, I'd probably agree. Dishonored did stealth better. So, but given that this one has the multiplayer component, which does have some stealth gameplay in it, that's a stressful fucking experience.
Dude, okay. Do you want to know every experience that I had with stealth games?
Sure.
The
multiplayer?
The multiplayer of Deathloop?
Yeah.
Some guy came in and just lagged and then killed me. And that was just annoying.
I have had lag once or twice.
Well, that's because you're American. These servers are set up to be American-sided. That game is awful for anyone that has to experience outside of America. But America tends to think that only America exists when it comes to these kind of games.
I tended to think I was only playing in my region. I didn't know that there just weren't other regions.
No, the Americans.
That's kind of shit.
Sounds like a region diff to me. Maybe
region diff. Imagine living on a prison island.
Hey, listen, I would have loved to have grown up in America. It would have been awesome to try and survive school.
I knew that was
And
coming.
it made me stronger.
Wait.
Yeah.
Do we dare? Do we dare use this as a
American
transition into
schools under the
shooting?
First-person shooter tag. Or...
All right, we're moving on to shooting
Wait,
games.
No, this is still in stealth. All right, we're still here.
Oh, how long do we have to wait before someone makes a stealth game about that?
Oh, there's actually a game called
yeah.
there's a game called Super Columbine Shooter.
Oh no.
There's also another game.
It's a real
I don't
thing.
remember what it was called. It was like Hatred or something, where you literally were just.
Oh, yeah,
Oh yeah.
Hatred's actually kind of a cool game though. It's fucked up, but no, seriously, mechanically wise and game development wise, it's actually
That's
it's
fair.
got some interesting stuff going on, but like it's
I can see
very
it.
fucked up.
Yeah.
America, the IRL
separate your
stealth game.
Sure.
I'm playing right. I've left my house like once every 5 months this year so far. So
I mean, I just do what every other American does. I wake up every morning. I shoot myself with a 22 pistol to make sure I can slightly raise my tolerance for bullets
Yep.
every day.
as we do.
Cool.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm still
Well,
bleeding
you
from
know,
mine this
By the
morning.
time
Yep.
I got to college, I was putting 9mm in myself. They said I was growing faster than the average guy.
Actually, it was funny. I was in here and Aravan was just showing off his ripped body. It's made of Kevlar now. It's crazy.
It's actually that leathery too. It's kind of.
Yeah. Every time I
Yeah,
bend over, I rip.
So anyway, why isn't Ultra Kill the best shooter?
No, we're not.
Wait.
We're on stealth still.
We're on
dude.
stealth.
Are we?
Okay, yes, because I had to mention 3 specific stealth games that
Oh.
also are in other genres. And that
Okay.
is my favorite co-op stealth game, which is GTFO. I think it's absolutely fantastic. I think they
Ooh,
nailed the stealth aspect of that game because it's super easy to understand. Well, except for distance, but for the most part, it's really easy to understand. My favorite platforming stealth game, which is Sly Cooper. I think they fucking nailed that whole series.
I miss Sly Cooper.
And my favorite story-based stealth game, which is Alien Isolation. I think those
You know-
three
I
games
think
are
that was
fucking
You know
ideal.
what fucks me off about Sly Cooper?
What's that?
The fact that of all the fucking games that the shitty PlayStation Sony motherfuckers decided to keep on, it was Crash Bandicoot and Spyro.
Yeah,
Yeah.
why not
I think
Sly?
Yeah,
Wait, there was
why
one
did
more.
Sly get fucking thrown?
It was Jack and Daxter, right?
Yeah, Jack and
Yeah,
Daxter's
Jack and
Jack and Daxter went on for a while.
Any motherfucker in chat that thinks Crash Bandicoot and Spyro is better than Jack and Daxter and Sly Cooper,
Yeah.
then go fucking to American school.
Dude, that. Oh my, dude, this is what I'm saying about Nintendo, like not bringing back Conker's Bad Fur Day. Like, where's
Word.
those?
Wait.
things, man?
Jack Daxter's right. We did just get Ratchet and Clank. That does mean that Sly Cooper and
But
Jack
no.
might not be off the table yet. Maybe.
That's true, but Ratchet and Clank was on every console prior to the PS4.
Okay, true. Also, the William Project said, "What
never
about
got
Metal Gear
forgotten.
Solid?" We did talk about Metal Gear Solid 5 for a little bit. I didn't say my wrong opinion, but Metal Gear Solid 4 was better. I
How'd you
liked
guys feel about-
the
Wasn't that game
constructed.
just like 80% cutscenes?
There were a lot of cutscenes, but I personally in a stealth game prefer the not like there's only one option linearity, but like where the linearness of the level design kind of forces you into making tougher decisions. I think is the better way to say it.
Okay.
It forces you to take risks and be more daring than a lot of open games do. Because from an open world game, you can just go in, take out one dude, fuck off, and then come all the way around and pick off another dude and repeat. And I feel like that is possible, but it's really boring.
I also think that, like, in comparison, like in Metal Gear Solid 5, I don't know if 4 had this or not, but I know in 5 you can literally just go and like extract people that you've taken out, and they just like tie a balloon to their waist, and they just fucking fly
The
off.
stratosphere.
That's a
Yeah,
major mechanic. Yeah.
It's so funny.
I'm like that. It's funny, but it's like.
funny.
Like,
It's
and then
Kojima,
it seems
like-
to make it so like easier because then you don't have to worry about like body placements or hiding the bodies.
Okay,
Granted, you have a
hear me out.
limited amount, I think.
Hear me
Please.
out. This is the same thing that Hitman is, right? Like you're like, oh, I don't think it's kind of reductive because like you can just grab your gun and shoot everybody. I think those games, the reason that they're great is because of the beauty is the self-imposed challenge. Are you gonna go for silent assassin suit only? Are
That's
you
fair.
just gonna shoot everyone? Are you gonna try and kill everyone with a single cocaine brick? Like the challenge is yours. They just give you the tools. The world is there. Just all they do is they go, you're here, there's a guy over there. Just fucking kill him, dude. Just get him out of here.
Figure it out, bro.
I
Work
do.
it out, dude. Have
I
fun.
Don't drown him in a sink or
I
something.
didn't really get to talk about it, but Splinter Cell Blacklist is actually a
Oh, yeah.
The Cell games are really, really good.
Blacklist was
They're
my
really,
favorite,
really
hands
good.
down.
They're just so crisp, and not to mention like the multiplayer back in the day was so like
Another
was
fucking
so
game that just got left behind.
I
Yep.
know.
don't get it.
I think I
don't
know
get it.
why. Because I went back and played Splinter Cell recently. I think it was like 3 or 4 months ago. I just like had a hankering for it. I beat the game in like 3 hours.
Yeah.
Like those games weren't long, and they had
Mm-mm.
no
No,
multiplayer.
they're meant to be replayed though. Like it's about being like, it's like Diablo,
Mm-hmm.
where it's like, yeah, you did it. Now, do you want to try and do it better?
Yeah, and like I think that's why it died, because it had no multiplayer, and the replayability most people didn't
They
know about.
did have
myself
multiplayer
included.
eventually.
Yeah, they had multiplayer, but that wasn't
Eventually,
the
yeah.
point of the game.
No.
Like I feel like if they did the multiplayer like they did the campaign, it would have been like hard. But if they pulled it off, it would have been fucking fantastic. It just felt like another shitty shooter. It felt like when what was it, The Last of Us? When The Last of Us had multiplayer, it was just sort of like that was
Tom in chat just gave.
No, absolutely not.
He actually didn't say that. He didn't say anything at all. We're just gonna move past it.
Maybe viciously angry.
I'm looking now. I'm looking.
Everyone in this room hated what you just wrote.
Yeah.
For those listening on Spotify or YouTube or wherever, Tom the Unseen said, "Dead by Daylight is stealth,"
No, it's not.
and
I'm
the
gonna tell you
entire
why.
chat's lighting him the fuck up.
If you look at the history of like the game and like where it came from and where it is now, they have reduced the amount of like shrubbery and like just like overall clutter on the maps. They made it brighter overall. They reduced some of the like add-ons you could do to make the map darker and have like fog come in. There's so many more things that they did intentionally to make it less stealth based and make it more about like the chase and like it's just so
blows my mind.
bad. I hate it.
When that game came out, it was about stealth. It was about
I know.
hiding from the. It fucks me off to no end. They're the fucking kind of cunt that gets into a racing game and goes the wrong way so it lasts longer. Fuck you.
So okay, on the topic of last longer, what do you guys stop? What do you guys?
Here we go.
What do you guys feel about walking sim stealth games like Stray, where it's just sort of like a lot of just kind of platforming, walking around for most of the stealth
I
aspects of it?
thought Stray was mid as fuck, and that's super controversial.
I thought it was cute and charming, but yeah, I also thought it was mid.
Yeah, it was cute and charming, and it had a nice world. I liked the world it built.
Yeah, the
but
world was great.
gameplay wise, it was mid as fuck, and I do not understand why I saw people saying it was a 10 out of 10.
Yeah, I liked it.
I feel like that is the most brainlet fucking answer to anything I've ever like said.
I thought that the game
I
was
feel-
good, like 8.5 maybe even for me, just because
give
it
it
was
a 7.
very unique for the time. Like there's not many games similar to it. But when people started it, when people in my chat were saying, "Do you think this will be game of the year?" I'm like, "Did you forget that Elden Ring came out?" Like,
Did you forget that like there's so many
Name
other
them
games?
and shame them.
I won't name or shame anyone. They're perfectly
Wow.
safe here. They're okay to ask dumb questions.
Please step forward to the stoning circle.
I'm waiting for those 5 gift subs, Poppy. I'm waiting for them.
You were so lucky you didn't say that in my chat.
But I will say, I think a majority of the reason that some people will enjoy the game a lot more than a lot of others is that there are some people who will just play the game and go through it and be done with it. And then there's the people that go, "Oh, I see this button prompt has appeared. Sharpens claws. Allow me." And spends the next fucking 4 minutes just like, let me just keep sharpening my claws a little. Oh, I can do it on the door too? Don't mind if I do.
Look, I will say this. I think that game is is like Annapurna are fantastic, by the way. I love Annapurna and
Absolutely.
everything that they produce. They're I've said this before, they're the A24 of game studios.
It's the most realistic thing. That's probably the hottest take you've ever had. Like the most realistic thing you've ever had. You can tweet that shit.
But that doesn't mean that some of the games they produce aren't just mid.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean they're not good.
Yeah.
That game is the definition of an IGN 7 out of 10.
Yeah,
It's
mid
just
is better than bad.
Damn, that's insulting
Damn.
actually. Dude, I'm just saying, as the cat, I didn't get to shit under anyone's bed, so I couldn't relate to it. So it's like,
yeah, I'm with you, Chunk. I didn't get to try and hump my neighbor and then scream at my other neighbor, so.
I'm confused that Stray was brought up in stealth walking sims instead of Death Stranding. Because I thought Death Stranding was
That's 'cause
way
Death
more
Stranding-
stealth than
Death
Stray.
Stranding's a racing game and a platformer though. So
I thought about jokingly bringing up Death Stranding in the movement category. Not gonna
The
lie.
movement category would have been really funny.
It would have been
though.
really funny.
There are
Yeah.
arguments. There are genuine arguments to it.
I
Some
like
of
the movement in that game,
checks
but everyone
in
else
that
fucking hates
game
it.
Are really no, I'm with you. I fuck.
Yeah, that game slapped. Yeah.
I'd rather fucking puppeteer myself through my own ass. All right.
yeah.
Yeah,
And the
look,
fact that
you play Sonic, okay?
Yeah.
Dude, is that the only like rebuttal you're ever gonna have?
Until
Rebuttal.
you wear the Sonic costume on stream, yes.
It's the one that gets a rise out of you, so I just lay it on.
You gotta-
That's right. That's right.
you know what Death
Yeah.
Stranding had a really bad thing of though? Like I guess it was realistic. Death Stranding's inventory. Speaking of which,
Oh boy.
Here it comes. It's time. I think it is time. I think it's time we
Yeah,
take it.
yeah. We'll move to inventory. We'll move to inventory.
yes, okay, perfect. Okay, I want to hear Poppy's opinion because he had
Okay.
something.
Oh, I thought you were
Sorry.
eager as fuck. I thought that's why you wanted to move.
No, I just-
think
I
it's
just
good
hate
to
the
open up.
fucking
I've
Boxes.
got something positive. I've got something positive.
Okay.
I think it would be good to open with positive before Aravan goes and
No, I-
literally smears shit on the wall. So, the game that I think, and we're talking about like inventory management as a mechanic in a game, and that happens a lot more than you'd actually like to admit. Something as simple as Zelda Breath of the Wild has an inventory mechanic.
Yep.
But you can only carry so much of so many things, and then you can upgrade that. The best game to do that of any game is Resident Evil 4.
Oh, actually,
fuck
that's actually
everyone.
that's actually what I was gonna say. I'm here for it.
Yeah, Resident Evil 4 has the best. That cache case gives you enough room to carry everything you need, but it doesn't let you carry everything. It lets you carry what you need.
But that's
exactly what you need.
That's what's good about it because it makes you think about what's coming up ahead and plan strategically for those
Yep.
events. And it's actually so integrated in the game that it's like it stresses you out, but you should be stressed in that situation. So it only adds to the environment that you're in as
Yeah,
well.
it
Like
does,
I just
it does.
everything
And-
about it's just
Without that, the game would be shitter. I'm serious about
I
this.
agree. Absolutely.
Without the cache case and how that inventory is managed, the game would it would genuinely be a worse game because the confined level of things that you can hold adds to the horror of the experience.
Absolutely.
What if I don't have enough ammo? Should I pick up this extra healing item over ammo? Should I keep my ammo over the extra healing item? What do I need to do here?
It's
That's-
so weird you guys both brought that up because my best inventory game took that idea and made it better, and that's Prey. Like it took the idea of that exact the exact same inventory system, except
haven't
now
played
you
Prey.
can. You haven't played Prey?
That's
Oh,
like
well,
Airman's
okay.
favorite game.
It's probably my favorite game of all time. Yeah.
Wow, okay.
And it took that inventory system. It's like nearly the exact same system, and you can deconstruct things, and then have materials in your inventory system in your inventory that you can decide to leave or keep and make other stuff to put in your inventory, like to craft it, like the equivalent of the Subnautica, like the crafting station. You it would just kind of like form stuff out of nothing. So like you can decide to hold the materials and use your inventory space for materials on this like space station, or you can hold other stuff and get rid of the materials depending on what you need. Because you could let's say there's 4 colors. Let's say there's like purple, red, green, blue, and you have 1,000 purples, and like you need the red, green, blue, so you can throw those purples away. And it's sort of like the same thing where it's like, oh, the horror aspect gets amplified
Yeah,
by the fact that you have to decide. It's the same exact way of like
and I
this
really
mission
do
I
feel
can't beat
like
without the purples.
I really do I feel like this is a horror genre argument.
Yeah, I think that inventory and horror go together so well. Why is
Yeah.
that the case?
Survival horror. Okay, the
Immersion.
entire idea. Yeah, the
Immersion,
entire
bro.
idea is like wondering like, shit, I'm running low on. I've been playing Resident Evil 1 at the moment, right?
Mm.
Do you know how fucked the inventory is on that?
It looks rough. It looks bad.
8 slots. You have 8 slots to carry things. That's it.
Mhm.
And you.
And isn't one of them like a save film too?
Mm-hmm.
Like, so you have to, if you want to save the game, you need to use
They're
inventory.
very
for it.
plentiful with that, to be fair.
Oh.
Very plentiful. I'm playing it at the moment, and I have like 12 films saved up.
Okay.
So
Um,
my answer
Okay, go.
is wrong.
needs an asterisk because I put Death Stranding.
Boo.
So the reason that I say that it needs an asterisk is I like the way that the inventory is a physical thing that is constantly changing and influencing how you play the game in every degree, but I hate the actual inventory management screen. I think that the UI and everything for it was like really, it was a lot. It was very overwhelming. Everyone just hits auto sort. But once you have auto sorted, then it just boils down to you making the, like you guys said, the tough decisions of which items to bring, how many of each thing to bring, and every single new item that you bring makes you feel a little bit more confident in your journey, but also dramatically slows or even could end your journey. So for that reason, because of the gameplay implications of each individual piece of things that you pick up, I said Death Stranding.
I think that's the best example of a non-horror game that does it.
Yeah.
Which
can we talk about?
It's kind of horror, a little bit.
It is. It's like existential horror.
Yeah. It's like existential horror. Yeah.
Before we go to awful inventory, I just want to say that for quality of life, inventory wise, I think Elden Ring fucking nailed it.
Yeah. I have Elden Ring on here too, but
so good.
Yeah. Because it's just a collection log. That's all it is.
It's a collection log, and then you can decide what you have on you.
Yeah.
And then that I love that for quality of life. That's fantastic. And before we go into bad stuff, I just want to. This is my weird bit. This is my it doesn't really fit the category. It didn't really fit anything, but it made me think of it. I need to bring it up. Do you guys remember how Black Ops 2 multiplayer worked with picking your guns and perks and everything?
Absolutely not.
That,
It was on a 10 block system. Meaning that you could have 10 things.
Shit.
I loved it. I fucking adored it. Because if you wanted to have just a knife and 8 perks, you could. No problem. If you wanted to have one assault rifle with 35 attachments and no fucking perks at all, you could. Dude. I loved that.
I will say I do like the flexibility of that, but
it was fantastic. Everyone hated it.
It feels like balance would be really hard.
Everyone and their mother fucking just maxed out on the custom games. They're just like, all right, you can do 18 of them, and I'm cool. I can actually pick one of each thing and how to sort that out.
The problem with it is it made a meta. And it made it very obvious.
I agree that it could have been done better. I think that if they mixed that with the Call of Duty Ghost system, where everything was worth a different amount of points, it would have been good.
The problem is, you mentioned Ghost. No one's gonna know what you're talking about because no one played it.
Okay, so
isn't that the one with the dog?
Yeah, it was the one with the dog and the fish that swim in it. Okay, as much as you can shit on that game, I agree. It had one good thing, and that's each of the perks in the games, depending on how strong they were worth between 1 and 5 points. I think that's genius.
I agree.
You could only have I think the max was 15 points. So you could have 3 fucking overpowered, amazing perks, or you could have 2 of these mediocre perks, 3 of these mediocre perks here. And I thought that was really cool. So if they mix that system of the pick 10 with the different perks being worth different points, I think it would be a perfect
what I actually really like about that system. This is the first time I've heard about it. It actually makes them very easy to nerf as well.
Exactly. Literally what they and the buff. If no one's using it, they just make it a point less. So literally, it was fantastic.
Very
and
clever.
No one talks about multiplayer inventory, like in Call of Duties and Battlefield and stuff like that.
The Last of Us had a fun inventory system for its multiplayer.
Well, that's cool.
Yeah, it was all you would craft on the fly, just like the single player game, and use your crafted items in the multiplayer. You had to scavenge for resources while you were running around fighting. It was a good time.
That multiplayer, dude.
I did too. It was really fun.
I get that the combat was very one-dimensional and not very entertaining, but the resource management around it and the
that was
flexibility to create mines and things to set up traps for other people was really cool. I will say, God, dude, I just want to talk about awful inventory because I saw someone in chat bring it up. Fallout, Skyrim, any of those fucking things where you're over encumbered, and I
any weight-based system, dog shit.
Fucking mug that was 0.5 pounds, and all of a sudden my legs don't work. I don't understand what you're talking about, and I'm gonna fucking eat the mug.
Any weight-based system is dog shit.
There's an example of this in Fallout New Vegas, which punctuates it to the point of I fucking hated it. There's a DLC where you go to a location that is an old casino town, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the reward that you get for finishing this DLC is you get access to the hidden vault, which is the whole point of everyone trying to get into this casino is like it's been abandoned, but there's an underground vault that everyone wants to get into because it's got untold treasures. You can carry 3 gold bricks. You know how many there are? Hundreds. And can you go back?
That's
You have
awful.
2 minutes to pick up what you want and leave, and all you can carry is 3 gold bricks.
And if you get over encumbered, you can't walk at all, right?
You can't walk, you can't fast travel.
So
you
let
can
me
do
say,
nothing.
that concept of like, you have entered the legendary vault, here is your time limit, grab what you can and leave. Love that for like D&D.
For Borderlands.
In a
that's
game
cool.
that your legs snap in half the moment you pick up that toothpick because it weighed 0.1 pounds, and that's how low you or how high you were or close you were to being
I
encumbered.
have yet to meet
Yeah,
a person
ugh.
who knows that DLC already. That when they get to that place, they don't console command infinite carry weight until they leave. Everyone is unanimously agreed, right, that you are allowed to turn on infinite carry weight when you enter that room, and then you can grab everything you want and then turn it off later. Everyone just agrees it's like you're allowed to, because that DLC is so hard and unforgiving, and the reward of 3 gold bricks is. Do you know how much it equates to? Is like 1,500 bottle caps.
Yeah.
Rough.
You can barely buy a gun for that.
And it's so funny, Bobby. When you mentioned Borderlands, I knew exactly what you're talking about. You're talking about the vault from the Crimson Enclave, right?
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Great
That
game.
that is a great way to do loot. Like, you get into a
Yeah.
room, you have 30 chests, 25 of them guaranteed to give purples, 5 of them guaranteed to give legendaries. Like, that's
Yep.
that's perfect. And it's
Awesome.
like a long, hard mission, and then
And everyone splits the loot afterwards.
Everyone's
You know,
happy.
you go back to the middle town. You go, all right, this is what I got. What did you guys get?
yeah.
It's awesome, man. That shit's fun as fuck. That's like, there's a reason that Borderlands was the looter shooter.
Yep.
Like, it's
Was
iconic.
Sag.
Yeah, these new games have been
Yeah.
average.
Also- Hot take: Minecraft's inventory system fucking blows.
It needs mods. It literally needs mods.
It
Yeah.
needs mods, and not even that, but also it's just like the sheer amount of like space and volume we have for all the useless shit and like dirt and like stone that you'll just randomly pick up and then have to just like toss away later is so frustrating.
And all
man.
these years later, they still have max stack 64.
I know, right?
Yeah.
Terraria literally was like, fuck it, everything's 999 now.
Yeah,
And everyone
yeah.
Yeah.
raised them for it, myself
Yeah.
included. And like, that is how you should do it. And they're still like, 64 because tradition. Cookies, 16. Too bad.
Yeah, like there's
A
no
full
rhyme or
bucket?
reason for
Fuck
like
you.
any of
Yeah,
there's no
literally.
rhyme or reason for these stats.
You can
like, how it works.
carry literally an entire inventory of full 64 stack gold blocks. Yeah,
Yeah.
sure. You're a god
I-
amongst men. You
Like
can't carry 2
obsidian.
buckets stacked. The
Yeah,
fuck?
okay, Devi, here's one that you're gonna agree with.
Okay.
Fuck the RuneScape carry limit, dude. 30 is not enough.
It's 28,
28. It
and
is
I
not
don't
enough.
agree.
I hate it.
It's
I
enough.
don't agree for
You
2
don't do
reasons.
skilling enough then. You
I
don't
did.
do
I
skilling
disagree.
enough.
Do you want to see my account? I
Fuck
disagree for
that.
2 reasons. Hear me out. Reason number 1: when you have a game that purposefully limits your inventory like that, it is usually. I'm excluding games like Minecraft here. It is usually for the sake of balance. In RuneScape's case, the only reason I give it a little bit of a pass is because a majority, not all of them, but a majority of the skills that you really want more inventory space in, you can go get a bag that carries like an additional
you can.
inventory
Yeah.
of that
I-
skills things. So the fact that they have a
Alright.
thing out there that you can go earn that fixes that
Alright,
problem, I
alright.
think that's gameplay. I don't think
But
that's a problem.
Back in the day, you didn't have that shit.
I'll agree. Back in the day, it was shit, but now they've
And
addressed the
these
shit.
Are new. These are new additions. These are like what everyone used to do when they made a new RuneScape account was they'd immediately go level up something so they had access to the yak.
Yep.
Because it was so annoying to do skilling or try and do any money making method with the 28 carry limit.
Mm-hmm.
It was fucking outrageous.
But yeah, with additions of things like, I think the worst situation for the inventory is like late game raiding in RuneScape, because you sometimes need 3 whole sets of equipment because you need to be able to fight things with melee, ranged, or magic, and all of your gear makes a difference. So like you need a whole new set of clothes for your magic gear and your weapons and the runes to cast your magic spells. You also need your whole set of ranged gear with your arrows or whatever ranged shit you're shooting, and that only leaves limited spots over for any potions that you might want to buff yourself, any healing items, things like that.
It gets worse than that as well, because you've got a set 28 carry limit, and RuneScape is a dice roll based hit mechanic game, which means you roll to hit and then you roll for damage, right? So the game will determine whether you hit based on your attack stat and your weapon, and then it'll roll for damage. You could come in with the perfect amount of items, right? The right amount of potions, the right amount of health, and then you just hit 0 over and over and over, and you use all your food and you can't beat the boss.
Yeah.
Not because of anything you did wrong, but because the game rolled poorly. Fuck you, RuneScape. Fuck you.
That's why
I love
currently
I love you, but fuck you.
the latest raid released a new shorthand sword called Osmondton's Fang, and that thing's special passive is that it actually rolls on your attack tree twice and takes the success if either one hits. So you roll to hit twice,
awesome.
and yeah, it's like broken right now. But we can linger on RuneScape forever. I like the inventory system, but I get why people would complain about it.
I wanna know, what do you guys think after this conversation? What do you think has the best inventory? 'Cause I'm standing pretty firm on Resident Evil 4.
Same.
Death Stranding still.
I think Prey is an interesting choice. I kind of see what you're talking about.
Yeah, I think if you guys saw
remember-
Prey, you'd see it's like the same system, but a little bit better. Like a little.
I've
cleaner.
seen Prey, but I don't remember the inventory management being as crucial of a thing at the time.
Okay, if you want to talk about the perfect balance of that Resident Evil 4 system and the balance, then without a doubt, my opinion's Dead Space. I think Dead Space fucking nails inventory.
I'm seeing what you're saying now, but here's my argument. I think the look of Resident Evil 4 is so nice compared to these. I really do. Resident Evil 4's looks really clean.
Oh, okay. So if you feel that way about it, then have you seen the Dead Space inventory system?
Yeah, I love Dead Space. I still think it looks cleaner on Resi 4.
Really? Okay, interesting. Like, I guess if the look of the inventory is that important to you, then I can understand.
I think it comes into it. Like, you know, we were talking before
Having
about
it being
why
thematic and well built into the game. So I think like most likely it's the fact that it's a cache, so it's like a little case, and it makes logical sense that you're carrying it with you. So every time you open your inventory, you have your little cache.
Yep.
I think having that implementation for the sake of immersion is great. So like Elden Rings gets like a point off because it's just completely separate from the game, makes no sense at all. It's just endless pockets of void space. But again, that is also why I think Death Stranding takes it for me, because it nails it on both fronts. The only issue is still the actual organizing UI is bad.
I'm just gonna post something in Joysticks and mouse clicks. I want you to show this to chat.
Sure.
This is the fucking most attractive thing I've ever seen. This is
it porn? I don't think I can show that on Twitch, Jamie.
This is
Dude,
pornography. This is straight pornography.
Dude, no, delete that picture of me. You can't show that to chat, guys. Come on, let's call it.
Wait, is it the shirtless chunk picture that you want me to show, or is it the?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, no, that's for me.
Okay.
Save for later.
I'll never forget
It's in
Poppy, the
Joysticks and mouse
fucking.
clicks.
Yeah, I'm
I'll
pulling it
never
up.
forget the picture you fucking sent me one night in the middle of the night.
Oh my god, that was so funny, dude. I was taking a shit and I saw
Dude,
Chuck message me today.
I woke up in the morning and I saw that and I laughed so fucking hard.
How attractive is that picture?
It pisses me off because of the 5th drink or whatever those are in the top right corner. You know, that one really offsets the pattern they had going there, since they have the.
It does. But mathematically, he probably couldn't get another one because you need 3 herbs to combine to make.
Yep.
I was just joking anyway.
Yeah, no, I get you. How fucking good does that look, though?
It does look. It looks pretty solid. I mean, it doesn't look like you're talking about, like where it looks like immersive, because there's no way those guns would fit in that little case. But I see.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
Well,
But I mean,
no,
like,
hear me out. It's a big case.
What I mean is, like, it stylistically fits the
Yeah.
world.
Yes.
Yeah.
I can see that.
I think as a representation of an inventory.
I feel the same way about the Dead Space inventory then, because like the way like everything, like you can see the health bar on the suit, you can
I
see
agree
like their
with that.
stasis unit on the suit, you like your inventory kind of pops out of a hologram on your suit, and like I love all that aspect. But this is really nice. It's definitely like a gold standard. And for Devi, since you like the Death Stranding inventory system so much, have you seen the inventory system in Astroneer?
Yes, it's actually fairly similar.
it's very
I
similar.
just don't have as much experience with it, so I can't really.
That's fair.
I played that game for maybe an hour and felt extremely confused and was like, maybe I'll watch like a YouTube tutorial of how to actually play this game and try again. But I was lost as fuck.
Mm-hmm.
That's fair.
We only have 4 categories left.
I have a bunch
Before
of,
we
like,
get into the
smaller
non
side
ones,
level
yeah, I
things.
mean the 4 main ones.
Yeah.
I kind of want to get into turn-based.
I want to say something real
I
quick.
feel
Just
like
as a
I
throwback
might be
to
our guy
something.
for that, and I've got a very interesting answer.
Also, mine's probably less interesting, but I think I have a good answer for that. But I do want to say before we like completely move on, because I forgot to mention this when we were talking about stealth. Worst stealth game ever, Wind Waker. That first level when they fucking take away your sword and you have to fucking hide in barrels throughout the entire thing, and if you fucking move your fucking pinky toe 1 inch, they throw you back in the goddamn jail cell.
You're
And you have to
close.
do that. Oh.
You're close.
Ugh.
You're close, but you're too specific. The correct answer is any game that wasn't built for stealth that has any mission in it where you instantly
That's
game
fair.
over if you aren't stealthy.
Yep.
Any game where they were like, this would be a fun sneaky mission, but they didn't actually put mechanics in for it.
But they're like,
That's
we'll punish you for it.
all of those games are the worst stuff.
Call of Duty.
That's fair. That's fair.
Yo, no,
God.
actually, I have an argument against for Call of Duty.
The sniper
One
missions, because
mission.
those are fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Call of Duty 4, Modern Warfare 1, the mission where you're crawling through the grass.
That doesn't
dude,
fucking count. That's a
it's
masterpiece.
So
That's a
That is-
cinematic.
good.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's a cinematic
Oh.
masterpiece. Just having the tanks roll by you, like
So good.
Perfection.
Dude, I actually have
So
a go at
memorable.
people when they say that because Call of Duty's got has got single player back again, right?
Mhm.
I have a go at people when they say that the single player of Call of Duty is not worth it. I'm like, you fucking shit.
I always enjoyed the single player way more than I did the multiplayer.
Way more, dude. The single player games of Call of Duty are masterpieces.
that's what I'll be doing after the stream today. I'll be playing Modern Warfare 2 campaign, the new one.
Yeah,
I'll probably
let's
watch.
go, dude. I hope you enjoy it, man.
I'll probably play
I hope I
RuneScape
do.
and watch.
If you're down, yeah. love
So,
Call of Duty
do we have
campaign.
any more stealth games to shit on? Chat, do you guys have any stealth games that you absolutely despise? Other than Dead by Daylight?
Fuck out of here with that.
I don't
Also,
play
hi,
stealth games, it's
Tiny.
weird. I do, but I don't.
Good old-fashioned Call of Duty. It's amazing what happens when Activision has their hands on their work instead of their coworkers.
Oh
my
Ubisoft still hasn't worked that one out, but they're getting there one day.
Shit, dude.
Dude, we played fucking New
tweet
World
that.
for one day, and we met some of the funniest people in chat because
Bob will
That's
fucking
actually a
tweet that
fucking-
shit right now.
that's
If you don't
actually
tweet that, I'm
an iconic
stealing it. Like, it's so good.
Dead by.
Anyway.
Oh, okay, yeah, there we go.
Alright. Let's go. Turn-based.
Turn-based.
let's
Airman and
go
I have
with
the same
Poppy.
answer.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Actually, I have the same answer plus. I realized that
Okay.
another.
I really want to hear your guys' answers first because I don't think you guys play as many.
All right, then I'll be the
we
one
do
to say
not.
it, Airman. You can say your plus. I
Okay.
think it's Divinity
You're gonna
Original
say
Sin
Divinity.
2.
Yeah, I knew
Yeah.
you were gonna
Yeah,
say.
I
100%.
assumed you were gonna say
It is the only.
There's two. Sorry, just quickly. There's two like categories here that I knew Devi's answer to before he even opened his mouth. The other one's time manipulation. I know exactly what you're gonna fucking say for that.
Tell me. I won't
Life
change
is
it.
Strange.
Tell me. Okay, yeah, you did know, yeah.
Yeah, I fucking knew it. Like, I know what this cunt's up to.
I know this guy. I know the games he plays.
Well, here's my thing is I know he likes Divinity, and I know he literally has told me every time he gets the chance to mention it, I hate all turn-based
I hate
games.
turn-based
I
games.
hate
So it's
turn-based.
like,
But that game
That's
was
why
like.
I wanted to hear from you two first because me
I
and
thought
Chuck,
that
we
was the
like this
only
shit.
game that I liked until I remembered I played XCOM and enjoyed the fuck out of that.
That's my answer.
hey, XCOM's a good
Yeah,
choice.
That's my answer. XCOM 2. I
Yeah,
am a
XCOM 2.
JRPG
Enemy Unknown.
fanatic.
So hear me
I
out.
love JRPGs. XCOM 2 is sick. It's
I would agree with
unbeatable.
you 100%, hands down, no questions asked, if it also had multiplayer co-op.
I'm pretty
It-
cool.
Okay, it doesn't have co-op, but it does have PvP, which is
Yeah,
also
I'd rather.
really
I
fun.
would want to play through the campaign with my friends, like each of us controlling a hero or something like that.
Isn't that a thing? That'd be
That would be
awesome.
cool.
They should,
Yeah.
they should have
Actually,
that
would be
XCOM
sick.
3.
That
Yeah, we
was
should-
the only reason I didn't like XCOM because I just didn't want to play it alone.
XCOM 3.
better. They fucking better.
Otherworld, like set up for
It would-
XCOM, where it's like whoever survives to the end, whoever dies, you're out
It's
completely.
like a tournament.
Oh my
Yeah,
god,
exactly.
That would be fun as shit.
that would be fun.
Yeah, dude, if they don't make an XCOM 3 after XCOM 2 and how good XCOM 2 was,
Yep.
I swear, who made
They
it? Who
will.
made it?
They
It was,
will. That game went really well. They'll make another one.
It's a 2K game, right?
Yeah, we live in a capitalistic
yes.
society, though. People bought the second one. People will buy the third one.
You have my word. You have my word on this. If they do not make an XCOM 3 within the next 10 years, I will fly to 2K's headquarters and beat the ever-loving shit out of that president. I mean it, with a baseball bat.
Someone clip it. Someone clip
With
it.
love.
Clip it.
With love.
With love.
No video
Interesting.
game.
Yeah, it's
Interesting,
published by 2K and
for-
made by Fire Access Games.
Firaxis actually developed the game, and then they were taken by Take-Two, and then bought again by 2K.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's crazy.
Wow, that is weird. They just kind of shuffled
2K is
around.
owned.
Yeah.
2K is owned by Take-Two.
Yeah.
Yeah, they also made Civilization.
Yep.
Oh, anyway.
Firaxis are great devs, man. They're really good at you know, there's developers, and you're just like, I can tell you play video games because of the choices you made in this game.
Mhm.
Yep.
Like, you're a gamer. Like, you actually play video games. You're not someone who got into game dev because they had like a cute idea.
Mhm.
You are a guy that played games all through college, through your adult life. You play games even right now, and you know what we want.
Yep.
Like the opposite of Ubisoft.
Yeah, exactly. Most of their
um,
developers just got into got into the game development because they heard how you can treat women.
Yeah. They're like,
They're
do you
like,
know
"This is
HTML and love groping breasts? You're gonna love it here.
This is
Yeah,
mostly a
we
joke
have the
for
environment for you.
Jamie.
Chunk, no.
Oh, sorry.
This is
I mean, I
mostly a
don't like
joke
it.
for Jamie, but I thought about for turn-based putting Guilty Gear Strive. Because one person takes their turn, and their turn ends when the game ends, and then the next
Yeah.
round,
Yep,
the other
and then the
person
next
hits
round-
first, and they take their
And it's
turn
rock-
until the
it's
round
rock,
ends.
paper, scissors. It's rock, paper, scissors to see who gets to go first.
Yeah. But obviously, that's not a serious answer. It's just a joke.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. So
No, I think XCOM 2 is mine as well.
my answer was a toss-up between I actually put XCOM 2, but I also put an older game, Advanced Wars. I don't know if like a lot of y'all played Advanced Wars Tactics, which
I
was
know
for,
what
like the
you're
Game
talking
Boy, for the Game Boy Advance. It was like a Fire Emblem-esque like turn-based strategy game, but it had a lot more of like the economics built into it, to where it's like you could actually build and produce units in certain areas and like taking over certain cities and stuff. It had like there was amount of turns you needed to do that kind of thing and the amount of manpower you needed. There were so many things going on, and eventually later in the levels you would have so many like moving parts and things that it was like 5D chess at that point, because you had like so many different units, so many things that you had to like calculate for. It was so fun, and you needed like all the time that you could. Granted, it's simplistic and it's very much like the standstill, like turn-based genre, but I think it adds a lot to have like not just the straight up unit that you're messing with, like in Fire Emblem. It's always just that guy and that's it. Whenever you can add more throughout the game as you're playing, it seems to like change the pace.
And that's
of
the problem with turn-based, right? It's just not enough shit going on. So,
Yeah,
like,
but that's the thing, is they keep
yeah, it's
throwing
shit
more
going
stuff
on.
at you.
yeah.
And so whenever
Yeah.
there's like more things and things that's constantly evolving on it, it's like if you took a chessboard, added like started the game, halfway through you just started adding pieces back
Yeah.
onto the board.
That's how I feel about Divinity Original Sin 2. Like, I feel like you may be 5D chessing your next move in your head, but you also have to take in consideration everything the enemy's doing and everything your own team is doing to help. So it's like fuck, my teammate just threw a pile of acid at his body, so I can't use my flaming arrows anymore. Or like, oh shit, my teammate's undead, so I can throw a pile of acid at that dude.
Yeah.
So it's like shit like that I really enjoy
My
about that aspect of turn-based.
My favorite part about XCOM 2, right, was the random chance for the Chosen to rock up. So you would go into a mission.
Dude.
You would go into a mission.
Oh no, the
And
Chosen.
you'd be like, okay, I'm gonna bring this guy, because these guys are gonna be good for this mission, right? And you know everything's going as planned, everything's going well. Then one of the Chosen shows up, and it all just goes to shit.
Lost a
You
lot
have
of
to
good men that
change your
day.
game plan on the fly. You have to learn to adapt on the spot, and you have to learn to be as efficient as possible. I love XCOM 2. I really do believe it is the perfect turn-based game. It is iconic, man.
I mean, I think you're right. I just didn't like it because it was only single player for the campaign.
I get you. So my first ever experience with XCOM 2 is really interesting as well. So I was doing my subathon, and I randomly picked up XCOM 2 because I was like, I've always wanted to try it out. It might be fun. Now it has a difficulty option, and I slapped it on the hardest difficulty right away, which means it when you start losing characters, it's a downhill spiral.
Yeah,
like it's very hard to come back from. And so over the course of like what was essentially a month, I hopped onto my PC every day, and we would just like from the ground up, I learned to play XCOM 2 on the hardest difficulty, and just when I beat that game, I went from snipers suck, why does anyone use these, to holy fuck, they are amazing.
Dude, they're so
Put a
good.
sniper on the high ground and they'll kill everything.
Yep.
It like the whole way that I played that game changed from beginning to end, and multiple times during the middle as well. Every time. And then not only just that, there's the city building aspect of it on the ship. It's like my priorities would change as I died throughout the game. Like, okay, we got to restart. Let's go. This time I'm going to rush to get these upgrades. This time I'm going to rush to get these upgrades. It was like this never-ending, these changing of tactics. And I think that's what makes it better than any other fucking turn-based game that I've ever experienced. Is that all the turn-based games are so they're so formulaic.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
They all play the same. They all have the same tactics. Whereas XCOM's like, all right, we're gonna give you this mission. All right, I'll get ready for this mission. Okay, it's no longer that mission. Everything's gone to shit. All your characters are dying on the ground. Deal with it. And you're like, what's going on? Help!
I wanted to throw in really quick that I'm gonna start a poll. Anyone who plays Final Fantasy in chat, I would really like your input. Go ahead, Chunk.
Oh, beautiful. Hold on.
Turn-based every day of the fucking
absolutely. Like, dude. So this is actually one of my things for the worst games ever was Final Fantasy 15, and that was because it did turn-based combat without being turn-based combat, because it can action-based combat. But it still had the menus and stuff you had to navigate through while you were in active combat, and it fucking blew. And then they kind of wised up when they remade the 7th one, and they made like bullet time, and they kind of slowed things down.
Yeah,
as it
was
happened.
a little bit better. You know where they took that from? They took that from Final Fantasy 12.
Oh, interesting. I've never played 12.
Yeah, Final Fantasy 12 did a slow down mechanic when you open the menus.
Interesting. Okay.
We lost a brave Giz today to RuneScape.
It's funny, right? Because there's something very interesting going on with fantasy games and RPGs at the moment. So every other RPG is stuck in their ways, right? So you've got Dragon Quest, which is forever going to be turn-based. You've got Fire Emblem, which is forever going to be turn-based but strategy-based. Final Fantasy seems so desperate to get out of the turn-based battle system, which is the worst game that they made starts at 13, right?
God,
and anything onwards is just shit. Well, ironically, that's when they got rid of the turn-based strategy. And then so someone in their development team was like, yo, we got to get away from turn-based strategy because we're sick of making money, I guess. But then you look at Yakuza, who is another interesting JRPG. They're a JRPG beat 'em up. But then Yakuza was like, hey, rather than being action combat, how about we just randomly go to turn-based? And that's their most popular game yet. So why does Final Fantasy feel like turn-based combat does not work for JRPGs? Why are they so desperate to get away from that?
For me, I didn't like the Final Fantasies until I still hated 13. I still think that one's dog shit, but I liked 15. I 15 was the first Final Fantasy other than 9 that I actually
So-
finished.
Am I crazy
God,
or is
Eddie.
Final Fantasy
I'm the
14
Black
an
Horse.
MMO?
Final Fantasy 14 is an MMO.
So
That
Are
one's
you
not
telling me that-
turn-based at all.
are you telling me they went from turn-based to the next game being action to the next game being an
it's
MMO
so fucking
to the next game being?
wonky.
Are
Yeah,
you telling me the 14th game in a series
is
was
it MMO? Yeah.
It
Yeah.
wasn't their first MMO either. 11 was an MMO as well.
Yep.
It
What?
was really
Bro,
bad.
listen, I have respect for people who
understand.
like
I thought
Final
it was a
Fantasy, but
random
I
number.
don't get it.
I legit thought it was just called Final
You
Fantasy 14 because it was a random
are
number.
so in the minority. It's not even.
I
funny to
know.
think that you think that 15 was a good
I know. I know. It was the only one that
I
I.
cannot
Dude.
believe those words coming to your mouth. Why
If
don't you
I
go
hear
play
another
a
guy
better-
say,
go
I found
play
another recipe, I'm
Bayonetta.
gonna choke myself.
Literally, go play Bayonetta. Why are you playing 15? It's a better game.
I didn't have
Actually, I
Bayonetta
can
as an
flash.
option when I played 15. My roommate bought 15. And I was like, you know what? I haven't played a Final
know-
Fantasy in a while. And I played it. And I was like, oh, this one's actually
you
like a
think-
game.
If you think that 15 is good, you should go play Dante's Inferno, God of War.
So I should say
Bayonetta,
I
Devil
liked
May
it.
Cry.
I enjoyed the combat system because it wasn't turn-based. I'm not going to say it's a good game. I'm not going to recommend people go play 15 for sure.
Right.
It was just, I've only finished 2 Final Fantasy
No, but
games.
those
That one
games
just
are
because
cool.
I enjoyed playing it more. And the other ones don't
Yeah.
feel like I'm playing a video game.
So what I'm saying is though, if you like that, there is a plethora of games that you would love.
Oh, surely. Yeah.
Don't nobody in chat go and play 15. It's just not
I
worth
want
it.
you guys in chat, go play 13 so you can tell me you fucking hate it. Because goddamn,
13 was
okay,
so bad.
I'm gonna vent. I'm gonna vent for a second. I literally played that game. I got because I had rented it. This was back whenever I was still renting games at a certain point. So I like rented it from a place. I came home, was playing it and stuff. I couldn't beat the fucking tutorial because it did that. The way that game works was that it will like calculate whether or not you hit or like miss or whatever. I got unlucky rolls, but when you die and restart, it doesn't recalculate the rolls. It goes with the same attack or whatever thing you do has the same chances and the same outcome.
No, it
Because
doesn't.
my thing,
Wait, what?
okay, if not, then I have the worst goddamn luck I've ever
You,
had
have
in my
you
life.
either suck at that game or you have the worst luck.
Maybe.
I've beat
I
that game
wouldn't.
multitudes of times and I was working on a speed run for it. It's not how that game works.
Okay, maybe not, but I'm just saying, I fucking hated it. I had bad time with it. That's all I know.
I'm gonna say
If not, it's
I'm gonna-
fucking bullshit.
It is the hardest game of the entire series. It's not even close. It's not even close. Final Fantasy 13 is stupidly hard. And that's why a lot of people got turned off of it. Here's what I don't like about Final Fantasy 13. I don't like the linearity of the world, and I do not like its story.
Well, first of all,
Like,
it's
its
not linear.
characters are cool.
It splits into forks and then comes back around sometimes.
It's very linear until you get off Cocoon.
I
and then
mean,
it opens up. But
So while they talk about Final Fantasy, how were your wings earlier, man? Was that?
Delicious. They're like slightly sweet.
Yeah, mine were
buffalo
great.
mild.
Yeah.
They're fantastic. Nice and
do you
crispy.
guys have wings?
Yeah, we had wings today. Yesterday,
Fucking
we both had
wings.
Popeyes. And today, without talking about it, we both had wings.
Fuck, you guys are cute, man.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy. We talking
Why
about
would I
Final
have-
Fantasy in here? Oh, God, we got to move on.
No.
Wait.
Yes, I didn't
Final
know.
Fantasy 13 has one of the best battle systems in any Final Fantasy. I'm just gonna say that.
Slide. Oh, okay.
I think Final Fantasy.
I'm actually not kidding. I think the Paradigm system was sick.
I think the
I
Final
think
Fantasy
objectively
series
it's a bad game and it's really hard, but 13 is sick.
are for people who play Final Fantasy.
Yeah.
I don't think.
I mean, if you don't like turn-based combat, you're just not gonna like it.
Yeah.
Like I kind of.
I'm just saying in general, I feel like Final Fantasy are played by people who, it's like Pokemon. Like I feel like it's played by people who have always played Final Fantasy, and occasionally you get like someone new every now and again, but like everyone I know who has played Final Fantasy is like yeah, back when I played on the PS1, I'm just fucking like, okay, sure.
Yeah, because that's the platform it
Yeah.
came out on.
Yeah, but like they've been playing it
No,
since
I think
like,
what everyone's
one
saying
came
is
out.
that they
Yeah,
have a
it is.
hard time pulling in new audiences, and a majority of their audience has been the same audience.
This is the thing where it's because we surround ourselves in echo chambers of like I hang out with people who like the same thing as me, right? And Aravan, you hang out with people that like the same thing as you. That's just a natural human habit, right?
Which-
I wish, okay, for the most part.
You're probably
But,
the
like-
most similar person I've ever met to me, honestly, and you're very different than me.
Really?
Yes,
Aw.
literally. I don't know anyone like me. I'm
Um,
alone.
So okay, what I mean is people that like shooters and stuff like that.
Oh yeah,
right?
I have friends who like shooters. Yeah.
Yeah. But people who like shooters, I'm an anomaly. I came from an FPS background, and my first game that I played that was single player was Final Fantasy, right? That crossover is not very common. However, there are definitely games that have a better crossover than that. So
Yeah, I mean, you have some
probably
weird.
don't hang out in groups that like Captain Condiment, right? He recently picked up the Final Fantasy games and went and played them all, and he's definitely a new fan. So like, it's not uncommon. There are people that go and play the old games.
That's what I'm saying. Like every now and again, like you're even a Pokemon weirdo, where like most people who play Pokemon have been playing it for fucking ever. You started like last year, or the year before that?
Yeah, 2020.
And that, so like you're an exception among exceptions of like you just randomly jump in on shit. That's like super not common. And
I've
like
got a very
everyone,
open mind.
every single person I've ever met who's ever played Final Fantasy has either only ever played Final Fantasy 14 or has played fucking all of them. Like they just like have played since 7 and never gone back.
That's true, Drake. You don't like
I'm
Tennessee.
actually not like that. I've like picked and choose randomly, like kind of the Final Fantasies I've played. Like I've played 3, I haven't played like 4 or 5. I played 7, but I haven't finished 8 yet. Jazz is probably gonna fucking roast me because he's in here and he's been trying to get me to finish that game forever.
I remember almost nothing.
Get him, Jazz.
I remember almost nothing of
13's better than 8.
I remember almost nothing from it now because of how long it was, but the only Final Fantasies that I've finished are, from my understanding, the hated ones, which are 9 and 15.
Whoa, pull the fuck back. Do not say that 9 is...
Okay, I was told that 9 is like it's like the cult favorite one. Like, it's not a mainstream, everyone loves 9. I was told that it's like the Majora's Mask of Final Fantasy.
That's fair.
Sorry, I should have said hated.
It's very political. So the game has a very political overtone, and all of its like major storytelling is done through character development. So a lot of people don't. I'm gonna be honest. Stupid people don't pick up on those kind of subtleties. No, it is. It's like
I understand what you mean.
Dumb morons don't pick up on that
yeah.
shit. A lot of people don't understand like the subtlety of storytelling and how they go about it. Storytelling is not just done through exposition. Storytelling is done through character motivations, right? Decisions they make and the way they act. Final Fantasy IX is in the Final Fantasy group looked at as not the best game, but the perfect game. That's how most people describe Final Fantasy IX. It is not the best Final Fantasy, but it is perfect in everything it does.
Yeah, I there was no shot I would have been able to like quantify why I liked that one over all the others when I was younger, but that is the one I stuck to. I tried like 4 or 5 different Final Fantasies and I give up a couple hours in, but 9 is like the one that I kept to.
I would say it speaks to you probably because of the things that you like in games. Like we've talked a lot about it. You like character development, you like character motivations, you like stories with shifting sides and movements. That's probably why it spoke to you, because it on a personal level, those are the things that you enjoy in a story.
Yep. I just wouldn't have been able to say that as like a 9-year-old.
Dude,
No, you can't articulate that back then. Yeah.
that's why I don't understand the disdain for Persona, man. I'll never understand it.
Don't get it. Well, except for 1 and 2. Fuck those games.
Well, yeah, no, those games suck. But, you know, the newer ones. the ones
I
that
am
everyone knows.
sad I don't like Persona 5. I'll say that. I am sad that I didn't enjoy that game.
I'm really sad as well, because that game deals with mental health issues better than pretty much any other game I've ever played.
I liked everything about that game except for playing it.
Yeah, Persona 5 is the adult version of Psychonauts, by the way.
I like looking at it, I like
too.
listening to it, but once it came down to me pushing buttons, I was like, I don't feel like I'm playing a video game.
Enjoy it. Psychonauts 2 is
I
like the
enjoyed
adult version of
Psychonauts 1.
Psychonauts.
I love Psychonauts
Dude,
1.
y'all said
That's-
Psychonauts and my dumbass brain went to Scribble Knots on the DS.
Big cat.
Yeah.
that
You know,
game-
I feel like we're
I
thinking.
love Scribble Knots. You can type in like the developer's name, so they just show up and you just be a dude, just be like,
So, hey, what's up?
Started.
We've been talking a lot about you know, games that we played a while back. Why don't we talk about some time manipulation now?
ooh.
So next game mechanic we're gonna discuss, chat. time manipulation as a mechanic in video games. Jamie already guessed my answer, so I'll just throw that out there first. I know a lot of people don't like it because a lot of people don't enjoy some of the characters. They feel like most of the characters are a little stiff, or they didn't like the fact that it's only 2 endings, because a lot of people feel like decision-based games are, you know...
They do need more endings.
I disagree in the case of Life is Strange, because I feel like Life is Strange was not a decision-based game with the goal of reaching a certain thing. It felt more like all the decisions you made constructed the journey to the end. So it was more about the decisions you made impacted how the story unfolded until the end, and then the end is still the same regardless. So I think multiple endings would have been cool too, but I like that
endings
idea.
Are the easiest thing to write. Like, you know, they're like the simplest thing to go to.
Outer Wilds, you do not manipulate time in it. That's why I didn't put that on there. Time isn't a mechanic other than the fact that it loops on its own without you.
I've got a good one.
Okay.
Dishonored.
Dishonored 2?
Dishonored 2 with the...
Crack in the slab?
Yep.
Crack in the slab is fantastic. That came out a month after my favorite time manipulation mission. It's in Titanfall Effects and Cause. I don't know if you ever played Titanfall 2. No. Okay. It's like basically the same mechanic. It's like a very similar mechanic.
2 coexisting spaces on top of one another, essentially, one in the future, one in the past, and then swapping back and forth between them.
Yeah. And enemies consistently keeping like position between each of the spaces, and like you being able to fight the enemies while manipulating spaces and like do platforming while manipulating spaces. I think it's like such a fascinating concept, and it's extremely resource intensive, which is why it's not as common. And it's also a pretty novel feature because it hasn't been like possible on most of the hardware until about like 8 years ago.
But yeah, so Dishonored 2 did it. Titanfall 2 did it with that DLC. As Advi said in chat, Portal Reloaded did it. Those are the only games I was able to think of. We talked about that last night after stream, actually, and I was trying to think of more, but I couldn't.
Yeah, I think time manipulation, there's just not many games that have tried it because it's hard.
It's hard to get it right, for sure.
I've got one more that I think does it amazingly, and this is from a story aspect, which is BioShock Infinite.
Yeah, they do it really, really well.
BioShock
I love the BioShock series, and they did it well.
Like the story mechanics used for talking about time travel is awesome. So cool. I like the little things like the missing pinky that all kind of make sense, like right at the end of the game.
Yeah, and Devi, when I was doing some research last night, I was looking up like my favorite like shooters, and I came across one that manipulates time really well. That's Super Hot.
Yeah, I was actually about to point that out. I didn't even think about Super Hot, but that is a really good answer, actually.
Super Hot made me remember Time Break. And
didn't play that one.
I love that. And then Time Break made me remember Cluster Truck.
So I think Cluster Trucks made me remember Max Payne 3.
Yeah, and like
holy shit,
all of those games.
Rabbit hole.
And then Max Payne 3, you just said that, made me remember fucking Franklin's ability in GTA 5.
Yeah, true.
And that's a really good use of time manipulation as well.
And then Franklin's ability in GTA 5 made me think of Franklin, that little turtle guy, like, you know,
from Hey Author or whatever.
Yeah.
So I haven't played any Prince of Persia games, but Prince of Persia Sands of Time was brought up in chat. I don't know how much experience any of us have with that.
I don't, but I've heard rumors, you know, distant lands.
I played a little bit of
Persia.
it when I was
It's not that distant.
younger,
It's Persia.
I don't remember it that much, honestly.
I feel like Persia's pretty far from Australia.
I will say, I think my choice for like best time manipulation is probably one that none of y'all have heard of, which is called Ghost Trick.
Yep, never heard of that.
And that was a DS like exclusive game from like Nintendo by the people that made Ace Attorney. And basically the whole concept of the game was that like you were a ghost that could like manipulate objects, but you could only bounce from each one individually, and you saw these scenes of certain things happening and playing out, and you had to basically get around the map. There was like limiting factors about what you could do, and you had to rewind time to make objects appear in certain places so that way you could travel around. And it was a very interesting and weird mechanic, but because of the way that the story like played out, it was very cool and interesting to watch.
I've got one final one.
Okay.
I've never played it, but I know it exists. 4D chess.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You mean 4D chess with time travel and
I watched
multiverses.
Wiggy and Biscuit play that. That was
No,
nuts.
40 chess genuinely. Have you seen it, Debbie?
Oh,
insane.
no, I thought you were... Oh, I'm thinking of 5D
I'm
chess.
actually being dead set serious.
Yeah, I know. I'm being serious, too. I thought you were talking about 5D chess.
Oh, actually, it
It's
might be 5D
non-linear.
chess. Yeah.
Yeah.
The one where it
you
like,
can
splits
like
off into
go
different
back multiple
timelines.
moves,
Yeah.
and change your move, and
Yeah, that game is
you have to be,
ridiculous.
like, you actually have to have like a genuine 3000 IQ to play that game at any proficient level.
I wanted to say, I personally think Ocarina of Time does count because there are major elements and you do manually go make the decision to change what time period you're playing in. I don't think I would consider Majora's Mask, despite that one also kind of being very time focused, and you have a song to play to reset you back to the original day or speed up time or slow down time. But even despite that, I'd feel weird calling it like a time manipulation game for some reason.
I actually agree that it's a time manipulation because it was like finding like the grave walker or grave digger like guy who was like walking certain paths. You had to like make sure that he lined up in a certain time period or whatever.
Yeah,
so there were some things that like lined up in that.
That's
way.
true. That's true. That's
it
true.
wasn't
Yeah,
as
this is what we were talking about. If we, this is what we were talking about with Portal, where it's like,
Yeah, it could go either way.
Yeah.
yeah.
What about Skyrim?
That game
Well, that's- Skyrim's not
didn't
the best
move in
one,
time at
I'll
all.
take
It's
that.
been re-released 12 times, but it's still stuck in
But,
2011. I don't...
You could wait. You could sit and wait for like 8 hours if you want. That's like
Everything you do in Skyrim is so boring that you may as well sit and wait for 8 hours.
What do you mean?
Insane.
What are you talking
makes
about?
people
It's not
so
like everyone's
angry.
favorite hobby is just going and collecting all the sweet rolls and stuffing them into your house.
I seem to make people angry whenever I talk about this.
I do too.
About my hatred for Skyrim.
'Cause
Really?
people fucking love that game. They literally they get Skyrim and they're like oh cheese wheels like they fucking suck Skyrim cock every
Fucking
chance they
sucking the
get.
cock out of it, dude.
To be
Yeah.
fair, I think it's the modding that made people like it. I also think that imagine like well, most of ours is probably Morrowind, Oblivion. Imagine if those games had the modding community of Skyrim, we'd be losing our fucking minds.
Oh, dude, I'm getting stiff. Holy fuck.
Imagine if
Yeah,
Oblivion
Mark,
had
come over here,
mods
homie.
instead of horse armor.
Here's my thing. I
Oh my
think
god,
that
that was like the first microtransaction.
It was, yeah.
there was, yeah, we talked about that.
Yeah, we talked about that on the podcast before.
I think that Sky legitimately, and this could like be some like psychotherapy bullshit, but I think people like Skyrim because it genuinely, it's like Pokemon. It reminds them of a time when they were happier. I don't think it's actually a good game. I think people attach to the time period when they played the game for the first time, and because that was like 25 fucking years ago, they fucking like they're just like, oh yeah, I fucking love that game.
I don't know.
Right.
I don't know if I agree with that because there's definitely been things where like I'm like, man, I remember really enjoying this when I was younger, and then playing it and being like, ooh. I was definitely a kid when I was enjoying this. This kind of sucks. And
Yeah.
Skyrim, it's not like it's like, whoa, it's shit. Like it's always been
No.
kind of shit. So it's like they're going back to it.
I
and
really
maybe getting
liked
that nostalgia,
when I
but-
came out of the cave and I saw the big gray and white mountaintops contrasting the gray and white sky with the gray and green trees and the gray
Yeah.
and brown houses, and
Mhm.
it was a very
Also,
pretty
like,
gray
how we
game.
were talking about earlier about like Fallout New Vegas. Now it's filled to the brim with content.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Skyrim's like the same cave like 80 times over. It's like
Mhm.
literally the same cave over and over and over.
Also, we were asking if Twitch plays ads at the same time. Those definitely lined up for Raced and Forks.
Yeah.
Yeah, yesterday we were discussing if like everyone in chat gets the ads at the same time or if it's just
Yeah, they do.
interspersed.
Yeah, they do.
So it is like, so if you're watching for 5 minutes, if it's on that 20-minute timer, you'll still get
Mhm.
the. Oh, okay. I see.
Oh,
Yeah, because the ad runs client side.
how do I?
Oh.
There's like an alert thing I can get for that. I need to figure out how to get that set up so I
Yeah,
can see when
I think
ads
you
are
can
coming.
set up like in the manager.
Yeah.
I'll get it to where like 10 seconds before every ad, alarms start blaring and lights start flashing everywhere, and it's like, get the
Ad
fuck
alert,
down, the
ad
ads are
alert."
coming.
Everyone shut the fuck up. Yo, and you know how they've like we have like Patreon exclusive content. You know, it's like a meme. It's like, yo, check if it's like something lewd, you like check it out on the Patreon. You can have like, if you're a sub and you're not watching ads right now, we're about to do the ad-free exclusive content for the next 30 seconds.
There'll be pictures of my ass on the Patreon. Make sure you join. We don't have.
Hey, what the fuck? Both my streams are Debbie now. I was lurking on Nomad. He was playing the game that defined him.
More Cyberpunk? I wonder how that game's
He
coming.
was playing Cyberpunk.
I need to try Cyberpunk again.
He was having a good time. He was setting people on fire from far away.
So we have 2 main topics left. Time manipulation does feel very specific compared to most of the subjects. I feel like we've kind of covered almost every game already that I can think of, at least.
As far as like mechanically it goes,
Yeah.
I think so. But, like, I mean, there's lots of things that are like story based that you could like. Chrono Trigger is incredible, and like, but actually, I think Chrono Trigger may be a good one to like talk about because like the story like diverts and changes so much that you like going back and
It
replay
does. I did not feel comfortable talking about it. I have not played it yet.
Okay,
Is why I didn't.
I have played it once, but after like going back and looking at like walkthroughs and stuff to see what like the stuff that I missed, I remember vividly being like, oh my god, I only got one of like what 8 endings or something like that. Like they're so different as far as like what you can do and what you can get that I never thought of. Like, you know how whenever you're playing a game, sometimes you're scared to like go a certain way because you're like, this looks like the correct path.
Yes.
I want to explore things. And so like you try to go off the beaten path, but then sometimes it just ends up being the right way. And you're like, oh damn, now I can't go back for that other stuff. That's how Chrono Trigger was for me the first time I played it. It was like I accidentally like soft locked myself at certain points, and I didn't even realize it.
I did see one other game that I have been interested in and almost didn't want to bring it up just because I was worried about getting it spoiled. But I don't know if any of you guys have heard of The Return of Obra Dinn.
Oh, I love that fucking
That game looks incredible.
I've heard. Yeah.
I didn't even know it had time manipulation things in it. It got brought up during this subject, so I wanted to kind of stay away from it because I do want to play that game, but
you shouldn't look at it at all.
Yeah, I don't want to.
Even them telling you that is a bit much. Like,
I don't want to spoil too much for
really
myself.
like that game for sure.
I bet I will.
It's the same vibe as like Edith Finch and like all that shit.
Mm-hmm.
An A24 production.
Then I'm going to get us into what I would consider the last one that I don't think we'd ramble on for 10 years before we do shooting, because I feel like that one will go on for 10 years because of all the subgenres. Yeah. So I think before we get to shooting games, we do catch up and comeback mechanics.
Okay, yeah. I've got to go over this.
I have 4 things to say about this.
Oh god, okay. Who's going first?
Okay. You want me to go first?
Yeah,
I can open up. I got 2 of them. Need for Speed and Need for Speed and League of Legends.
I was gonna say League. I was like,
League is great for catch-up mechanics. He offers so many ways for players to come back if like, this is why it annoys the shit out of me when people have bad starts to the game and they're like, all right, that's it, FF20. I'm like,
yeah, right.
We can work together and get that tower down bottom and get some team gold, or I guess, I guess we'll surrender, whatever. But
I was about to say, my memory of League of Legends comeback mechanics is /FF.
Yeah, no, the comeback mechanics come from working together to kill the player that's got a lot of kills because they have a lot of gold attached to them as a bounty.
Yep.
And there's also attached they've attached bounties to objectives as well. So like if you're really behind, you can go get a tower that they've marked as like a high value tower. Or there's like, sure, we've been getting smacked in team fights, but how about we get some dragons and then we'll have buffs for the rest of the game that'll give us a lead. So many good ways. But the other one is Need for Speed, which is just, it has such a simple comeback mechanic. It has slipstreaming.
Yep.
Yeah, that was actually one of the things I was going to talk about, is like how powerful so many games that have slipstream. Like, cause like Need for Speed definitely like invented slipstream, but other game like GTA 5 has it, like, and they do a really fucking good job with it. Not only do they have it for cars, they have it for planes too. Like the slipstream
really cool
system, like I think it's fantastic. I think it works really well. I think it makes it so you have to drive a bit more hectically, which makes you slower, makes things more dangerous, and it makes being in first place just that much more difficult. And I think it's great. But my favorite game, I'm gonna say, like my favorite game, who I think does it the best, I'm gonna say last. But the next game I was gonna say is just Elden Ring or the Dark Souls in general. Like the being able to collect the souls after you die thing, I think is absolutely fucking fantastic. I think it's an industry standard. I think everyone who does it well, because it's so simple. It's you died, you go pick up your shit. If you don't pick up your shit, you lose it forever. Like you get that one chance, you have the chance to come back from maybe making a stupid mistake like falling off like a cliff or something. Because if they didn't have that, like there would be some deaths that are so infuriating you wouldn't want to play the game ever again.
Yeah,
for sure.
There's some moments like that where like legit you're like controllers slamming rage. Yeah, it keeps you in. I think that's fantastic. Specifically to this group, actually, everyone here will understand this. The ultimate chicken horse underdog thing, where like if you haven't won in like 3 rounds,
the only way that I won a game.
The comeback mechanic for the underdog, and like other arcade games who have done that. I think that's a really cool mechanic of like maybe you're just having a bad few rounds. So here's averaging out to pretending how you usually do,
Or
however you
there's
justify it.
the true comeback mechanic that only Chunk took advantage of, which is
Killing
grabbing
people.
every single pendulum saw
Yeah.
and placing them everywhere Aravan wants to go.
I'm putting them on the fucking corner and blowing them up.
Dude, I fucking loved it. But dude, you were
You
so
were
goddamn
such a
salty.
troll in that game, dude.
Yeah, no, it was so fun.
Unplayable.
man.
Here's the thing, I was a
that's why
troll, but chat was the bigger troll because they kept feeding it to me. They fed my
They did.
addiction.
It's true.
You know,
Dude, this is why
I'm just
I want to
I'm just a disgusting little fat lab rat. And they keep giving me the treats.
He's the rat, bro.
He's like, dude, look, they're Ratatouille and you're no, what's his
Remy.
fucking name?
Remy.
Rat toot toot.
Oh no. Linguini. His name is fucking
Linguini,
Linguini,
yeah,
bro.
Chunk's Linguini and Chad's Remy.
Sure.
Aren't we all? Aren't we all?
Aren't we? That's a great-
Come on, chat, fist me.
Wait, what?
Someone clip that soundbite.
I'm writing a twit longer.
Oh, right,
um,
and the
About
last,
me?
wait, what did you say, Debbie?
Oh no, I was gonna go into mine. You do your last one.
Okay, my last one. Have you guys ever played Battlefield 1?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Have you played the multiplayer?
I don't remember, to be honest.
A
I
little
don't
bit.
remember
Okay,
which Battlefields
so
I
the
played now that I
multiplayer in
think about it.
Battlefield 1
They all
has
feel the same to
something
me.
called the behemoth mechanic, and I thought it was fucking genius. And that's basically so, those for domination, you have to capture certain points. Each of the points you capture, every I think it's 5 seconds, they give you 1 point. So if you captured, let's say 3 to 5 points, you get 5 points every 5 seconds or something like that. And then you get 1 point for every kill you do. So it's a combination of kills and the objective. The behemoth mechanic is if one of the teams were too far apart. Let's say the first team has 550 and the second team has 200. That's way too big of a gap. So what they'll do is to the losing team, they'll throw in a behemoth, which is depending on the map, it would be like a blimp in the sky with huge guns on it that the entire lobby has to get together to destroy it. Or like a train with mortars on it that would come through. Or like a battleship off the side of the coast of the map that can shoot into the map for free until you destroy it. And literally that single mechanic alone could turn the entire game away. It could sometimes make it harder for the team to win depending on how effectively they're using the behemoth. And I thought it was such an absolutely genius way to deal with a situation where if you're losing by too much, because if let's say both teams get to 500 at the same time, it's fine. It's they're this isn't even enough match, there's no behemoth. But if you were getting crushed, they would give you a nuke basically to help bring yourself back for a little bit, because it wouldn't last the rest of the match. You can destroy it, you can destroy the behemoths.
Mhm.
But I think that it's the best
What's
example of comeback.
realistically, how difficult is one of those to destroy?
Let's say
is it gonna require the whole team to work together?
You need to put your attention to it if you want to destroy it for sure. So essentially, let's say a match lasts 20 minutes long, or let's make it simple. Let's say a match lasts 10 minutes. If 5 minutes in, the teams are too unbalanced and they give you behemoth, it'll take you a good 2 minutes of focus firing down this thing. Not by yourself, but everyone working together using tanks and
teamwork as
planes.
well.
Mhm.
It promotes teamwork and teamwork on both sides, because it's not one dude gets the behemoth. The behemoth will have 10 seats in it, and one dude's piloting it. Some people are using guns, some people are on top repairing it, and it's just such a really cool mechanic.
That is interesting.
That's only been done in that game, and I'm kind of sad about it.
Interesting.
Can I mention one before you get into yours, Devi? The worst comeback mechanic in any game that infuriates everybody and everybody hates? Mario Party. The end game stars.
Yeah,
Fuck 'em.
true.
Fuck 'em.
No, unpopular opinion. I like those.
No.
that's
I
why
would
you
like
lose
them
games.
if
That's
it was
'cause you lose
clearly
games.
indicated at the beginning
Bobby, look
which
at me.
bonus stars there were.
I don't lose, all right. Especially and stuff like Nintendo based. I fucking win that shit, all right. If there's anything that's in my wheelhouse, it's that.
Dude,
shit.
can we play a Mario Party game as a group?
Oh,
I'd
do
be
we
down.
have to?
Yes,
Yes.
dude, that'd be so
Nah,
much
I'm good.
fun.
I actually
I'm
don't
good,
know
I'm
that I
sure.
have the physical ability to do that.
No, we could play Pummel Party. which
Oh
is
yeah,
way
I'm down.
better.
Yeah, I'm down for that. Never mind. I thought you meant
Yeah, Pummel
Mario
Party.
Party.
even has FPS sections.
Yeah, I'm down for Pummel
Party.
Party.
Pummel Party's rad, dude.
Well, what I'm gonna say for mine, for comeback mechanics, is unironically, as much as I don't play the game, Mario Kart. Because when I thought of comeback mechanics, I had a really hard time thinking of comeback mechanics in games that I like, and found out that there's not really many games that have like distinctive comeback mechanics that I like. Guilty Gear Strive does, but I don't like their comeback mechanic. So when I think of Mario Kart, I think of the type of people that are going to be playing Mario Kart as like the 8-year-old child, their 4-year-old brother, the 16-year-old gamer, and then maybe their parents. Like that's where my brain goes for like a Nintendo household, which is not always true, clearly. But the point I'm making is that generally Nintendo games, from my experience, have like a really diverse skill level whenever you're playing multiplayer with a big group of people. So I think in a game that's not hyper competitive and has such diverse skill levels in all of its player base, the way that the item drops kind of change what pool you get items from based on your positioning to help those in the back with something more aggressive, but also give the people up front something more like a shell to defend themselves from oncoming attacks from behind. I think it's you get enough options if you're already killing it in first to stay in first if you're good. But outside of like a blue shell, I don't like a blue shell, but that's my opinion. It's not a good one because I don't tend to like games with comeback mechanics in them, but
I actually agree. I think that Mario Kart's well done, especially because like a lot of those, even in first, you can still outplay them. Even the blue shell, if you get a mushroom and you know how the timing works, you can actually dodge it.
Oh, I didn't know that. I thought it was undodgeable.
Yeah. No, if you have like the frame perfect, basically like as it starts spinning and goes to do the drop animation, it basically is stuck at that speed that you are going at that time. Whereas if you boost too early, it actually travels with you. So if you wait for that drop animation, you can boost past it.
Well, then my biggest complaint was removed right then.
Yeah.
Not that I care about Mario Kart, but
that being said, there are people that get like lightning bolts, which I think is the biggest problem, which just like deletes all the items you have. Everyone becomes small, and the further ahead you are, the smaller you are for a longer period of time.
I forgot that lightning bolt existed.
Yeah.
That wasn't in the Mario Karts that I liked.
If you have the
I love Mario Kart. I'm a fucking beast at Mario Kart.
Yeah, does the star protect you from like a lightning bolt?
Yep, it does.
Okay.
But the amount of the odds that you're gonna get a star in first is like, I think it's actually almost impossible.
Yeah, I don't think you can.
Unless you have a star whenever you pass people and get into first, it won't happen. Yeah. And even then, it's not like a thing that's like you get a notification on your screen that's like, oh, lightning's about to hit, you can time it. It's just, it happens. So it's like,
despise Mario Kart. Because
I don't know. Chat seems pretty excited about you playing it tonight after your podcast. That's kind of wacky.
I hate Mario Kart so much.
To be clear, I don't like it either. I just think given its target audience, the comeback mechanic is good.
I'm the kind of guy that comes first, and I hate how much you get targeted by the AI when you're in first place. Yep. Just chain crowd control the entire race because you're doing good. Fuck you.
On that note, just want to say, sorry, ladies, Jamie comes first.
Sounds like a skill issue to me. I'm just gonna say it. Sounds like a skill issue.
When it comes to the bedroom, all right, first person to finish goes and gets pizza. The other person has to finish himself off. All right.
I don't know why I thought you were gonna say that the second person has to fuck the pizza.
Well, dude, that's just me. That's just me, man.
That's a different kink. We're not getting into that. Maybe next week we'll talk about kinks instead of game mechanics, and then we can get into pizza fucking. I guess.
Image of Chunk laying on a pizza, and I'm just loving it.
Stop reading my DMs.
That's merch coming soon. Body pillow of me just laying on a pizza. I got you.
Anyway. I'm not too sure that I have much else to say on comeback mechanics other than I think the major distinction of when they are good and when they're bad is dependent on how competitive the game is. If a game is really competitive from the ground up, clearly meant to be a competitive experience, comeback mechanics would ruin that. However, in a game like anything made by Nintendo, I think comeback mechanics are perfectly fine.
This man doesn't understand the competitiveness of Nintendo.
I think that comeback, I think I disagree because I think that comeback mechanics are good if they can be gamed. Because like you can game slipstreaming. Yeah, like outplayed. Like you can outplay slipstreaming, like for Battlefield 1, there's a strategy around not spawning a behemoth. Like, especially if you're if you're smashing a team, you just slow down killing for a little bit. Then if it gets closer enough during the half of the match, then you like speed up again. For like the ultimate chicken horse underdog thing, like be better. Like there's ways to like game all those systems, and like the blue shell, the lightning bolts, those are bullshit. There's no way to game those. Well, except for you said there's like a
consistently a majority of the things that I've recently started noticing that I find like overtuned or imbalanced in a game, Erevan will be the guy that's like, that's not imbalanced, you're just bad.
I mean if you do the recalls in Valorant, it's a little too rough.
I just think that like Moira has way too much survivability, and you're like, nah, Moira's perfect. I'm like,
I think Moira's in a really good place.
As a Moira main, Moira's perfect.
Moira's perfect.
Maybe a little bit of bias there.
For everyone listening out there, any devs or anything, please leave Moira alone.
Do you know who I do think is overtuned? Kimiko, or Kiriko, whatever her fucking name is.
You think so?
I fucking hate that character. The amount of damage she puts out as a healer.
Less than Moira?
You have to aim well. Dude, she's not hard to aim with.
Less than Zenyatta?
Yeah, less than like half the supports.
I literally got one-tapped by Zenyatta because my Reinhardt dropped a shield for a split second. Like, I don't know why you're complaining about Kiriko.
Zenyatta can 2-tap Mei.
What's that?
Zenyatta can 2-tap Mei.
Zenyatta is just a better Kiriko with worse healing.
Well, but like, he has worse healing and doesn't have a teleport.
Yeah, the teleport. The fact that all the new supports have so much movement makes me pissed, and my boy Zenyatta's got nothing. He literally floats in the air, but has no mobility.
The thing is, right, they need that mobility at the moment, because with it only being a one-tank system, the only way to deal with a tank is to get rid of the healers.
I agree. Right? Zenyatta does need more movement.
Zenyatta does need more movement. This is the thing, and this is why I think that I think she's unbalanced. I think that she's just she's like hyper Zenyatta. Her attacks are easier to hit. Straight up, I seriously mean that.
If she had Zenyatta's right click, I'd agree.
You wait.
But since she can only left click one at a time.
I'll get to the highest rank on that character.
That is like the highest skill cap character in the game. I would be really impressed to see that happen.
Kiriko is
if you're good at
the weakest healer in the game right now. Like, for sure, she's the weakest.
As a healer, maybe. No, Zenyatta would be.
As a master ranked healer, I can strongly say Kiriko is currently the weakest.
I gotta listen to you because you have the credentials, but I'm gonna catch up to you and I'm gonna have the credentials.
Yeah, please, like literally, please join me and explain.
Shut the fuck up.
Like, get to masters.
I stand by this fact. I'm actually gonna be playing a lot more Overwatch 2 on stream because dude, I'm in. By the way, Arvan, I'm in. I love it.
It's fun, right? It's a good time.
I am having so much more fun on Overwatch than I've had on any other shooter.
It's really fun.
Time.
Yep.
They found gold. Like,
I keep telling people
they made a good combination.
As much as I hate Blizzard, you're not hurting them by not playing it. That's like the best argument I've heard.
2 years ago, I told a friend of mine that they're a moron for playing Overwatch because it's a dead game. And now I'm in. I completely admit I was wrong.
Yeah,
Blizzard, you are so shit at everything but game design.
True.
I don't know how you do it. Your game is great. All of your marketing, go fuck yourself. But your game is great.
I recently went back and watched a clip of like 6v6 Overwatch, and I'm like, this game's awful. Like, what the fuck? Game's terrible.
That's why I said, wait, it was too much. It was too much.
And you know what would be wild is if this was our segue into shooting games.
Speaking of shooting game,
I love League. Anyway. I'll throw it out there.
We already talked about League for comeback mechanics.
Who's the black man with 2 guns?
Lucian.
In League?
Lucian.
Yeah, Lucian. I thought you were talking about Overwatch. I was like Reaper? Like, he's in black.
He's wearing black, yeah.
Lucian in League was my main. I really liked that character. I thought he was really fun.
Yeah, Lucian's awesome.
Very mechanically.
They nerfed the fuck out of him, so he's not too viable anymore.
I played fucking Udyr.
You should play new Udyr. You should play new Udyr.
I have.
You know who's good? Who's the chick that does the healing, the ADC support? Chunk. Who's the ADC support?
ADC support Senna.
She is fucking overpowered, dude. She's so good.
She's actually really bad right now.
When I was playing, dude, when I was playing, I was not losing on that character.
So the reason that she's good if you know how to play her like hyper aggressively and you have the lane to do so, and a jungler that like accommodates that. But the problem is it takes way too long for her to like scale up, and even though she scales infinitely, the meta right now is pretty pushed towards like quick and aggressive gameplay.
It is,
and hyper snowballing.
Destroyed by assassins.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. She gets despite her having pretty good mobility. The thing is, her mobility is countered by any character that can just get on top of her immediately.
Yep.
You can't get, once they're on you, you can't get away.
But
And
sadly,
I can see why that character got nerfed into the ground.
Yep.
As much as you want to argue about Senna, League of Legends is a garbage shooter compared to Ultra Kill.
True.
Absolute dog shit shooter. I don't even know why you brought it up.
Best isometric shooter there is.
Isometric shooter. What an awful combination.
Am I wrong?
You're right, but I hate those combinations of words.
Thank you.
Anyway, Ultra Kill is my answer. Moving on. I don't feel like I need to defend that game.
I don't think Ultra Kill is as good as Doom Eternal.
An interesting take.
I think they're the same game.
That is a fucking take.
Yeah.
That I agree with, I think.
I can't because I've played Ultra Kill but not Doom Eternal.
I know. I yelled at you. I literally, Jamie, I yelled at him. I was like, how the fuck have you played Ultra Kill and not played Doom Eternal yet? Like that's like the worst. That's like.
You know what? You know why? No, I know why. Devi's a hipster.
True. Contrarian at heart.
Actually, proto hipster. You will play a game that's exactly like Doom, but because it's indie.
It's also a third of the price.
I have Doom Eternal.
Okay, shut up with your logical fucking answers, okay? You're a hipster.
Fuck that game.
Yeah, it's definitely like I got that game for like $15 and Doom is currently $40, and that is another reason that I don't own it because I'm poor as fuck.
Doom Eternal has been described as, and I agree with this. And this is coming from someone who hasn't played it, but I've watched a lot of it. I watch a lot of it. I want to play it. I'm really excited to. That game is the not penultimate. It is the ultimate in shooter, like FPS shooter gameplay. Like it is perfect. Like its movements, its mechanics, it's just everything is just delicious to watch. Which is
I'm gonna go ahead and say I'm not going to dispute that at all, and I will probably agree with you the moment I play the game, once I get the game. However, I am very excited to engage in the conversation that was just brought up in chat, revolving around the Gundam Evolution Overwatch clone that existed as I predicted. It survived for 2 weeks, and then Overwatch came out. I do not get why I've had so many people asking me for my opinion on Gundam Evolution. Because why are people even looking at it anymore?
The only people that play that are Gundam fans.
Yeah, I guess so.
That's it. Like, it's the same people that go, yeah, Overwatch is good, but have you played Paladins? Yeah, what, the Wish version?
Yeah, I activated something in Airman right there. Something.
Yeah.
God, you just brought up like 35 people I want to kill in my friend like that are just
in a game.
Sure. There's the argument of Paladins being free compared to Overwatch being money. But that argument's gone.
Yeah.
So truly the only reason you'd play Paladins now, which is the
Sunken
one
costs.
thing it has above Overwatch,
is if you can't tie your shoes by yourself.
and that's the card system. I think the card system in in Paladins is fucking amazing. Because I like it's, as an Overwatch semi-professional, I can strongly say Paladins is a fantastic game. I really like Paladins. And the card system makes that game. Have anyone here played Paladins?
I remember so little of it.
So
it was so forgettable.
The main point of the card system is that you can build your character however you want before the game even starts. It's a bit iffy because sometimes you need to change the way a character works mid-game, and you can't really do that. But you can like make your character an extreme movement god that like is really good at close range, or like have 2E abilities instead. And like I think that's fantastic. I think Paladins has that down over Overwatch, but I still think Overwatch is a far better game.
The other thing that I think Paladins has is they got devs that actually add new characters Overwatch, in my opinion, is missing the mark when it comes to adding new characters.
Well, I used to feel that way about Overwatch, but the more I've watched League of Legends, the more I despise seeing the character count go up every day.
There is a middle ground. There is.
I think the
Between
current
Overwatch 2 doing one every fucking maybe a year, if you're lucky.
well, have you seen the new system they're doing?
No, I haven't. I will say I haven't seen it.
They're
Are they
releasing a
planning
new
on adding more?
character. They're releasing it. They have the next 8 characters are already completed. They have they have a new character being introduced in the game every other season. Seasons last 2 months, so every 4 months is a new character guaranteed for a year.
Yep. Do you know what I love?
Wait, hold on.
League of Legends?
I'm so confused about what Krusky said. I'm having trouble working out why you guys hate Gundam so much. Like, aside from comparing it to Overwatch, which is unfair because Gundam seems to be more of an FPS. I feel like Gundam is way less of an FPS because half the roster is melee characters.
Yeah.
Also,
the viable
I
characters.
want to state something. This is for everyone in chat. There is nothing wrong with liking Gundam. If that's the game that you choose to play, have the fucking time of your life. What we're saying is a direct comparison to Overwatch and Gundam, and that's what people are bringing to us. We're not saying that you can't like Gundam. I think if you like Gundam and you want to play that, go for it. Have the time of your life. But if you come to talk objectively about a comparison between Overwatch and Gundam,
which they are very similar games, like crazy similar games.
Then what you're asking us is to be like, if you're comparing those two, we're gonna say play Overwatch 2.
Yeah. If you enjoy Gundam, feel free. I will say that while I won't shame you for liking it, I will not understand why you prefer it to Overwatch 2.
Yeah, legitimately, Gundam is for sure. Gundam is the least balanced first-person shooter I've ever played in my entire life. Like it is terrible. As a developer, as a gamer, it is so terribly balanced. From the ability timers to what they do to the guns. You want to know how terrible the fucking balancing is in that game? Recently, Devi told me that across the board, every single hit scan weapon in the game got an increase in how many bullets are in the magazine.
Yep. Every single character in the game, except for one, got an increased clip size in the last patch.
Except for Pale Rider.
Yeah.
Do you know how bad your game has to be balanced to change all of your guns at once? All of them at once?
Once again, I'm gonna be the voice of reason here. Once again, when we're talking about how terrible its game design is, we're not talking about a casual player base.
Oh no.
Yeah.
We're talking from me and Aravan, and I'm talking specifically me and Aravan. Devi, maybe you've probably got a little bit more. Chunk, I don't think you play too many shooters at all, do you?
I played a bit.
I play quite a bit of shooters.
I'm definitely not the shooter guy.
I used to be an ex-pro, and Aravan is probably one of the few people I would say is like a voice that I would highly listen to when it comes to shooters. We're talking about a professional level, the upper echelon. If
I think we have a good spread.
The people that we're playing against, you have to know the.
I'd be silver in Valorant.
Yeah, we've got Chunk the silver player. I'm high diamond, low master. We have 2 pros.
During the subathon at Devi, you can actually you probably remember this a bit.
The way chat I got
Valorant, I just downloaded it on a whim because I think a lot of people.
I do remember your Valorant streams.
That I was insanely good at Counter-Strike. I was Legendary Eagle, which is 1 away from Global Elite, and the only way to get to Global Elite was by being a hacker. Back when I played, that is. I hopped onto Valorant. It was the first time I'd played that kind of shooter in years, and I was just 40 bombing every game. When we're talking about knowing the mechanics of just the finest details, the smallest little differences. That's what we're talking about when we're talking about imbalances.
Also, 2 things I want to say really quick. Thing number 1, because of the difference in skill levels amongst players, even just on our podcast and the amount of people in chat, the game feels dramatically different at every skill level of play. I have visibly seen it in Overwatch. In Overwatch, Moira, top tier, good character. In Bronze, where people can't shoot the Moira because they're bad at aiming, she's a god tier character that cannot be stopped.
Yep.
So the game feels dramatically different at every rank, and you have a different experience based on how good you are. The second thing I wanted to say is that we're four gamers. We may have a lot of experience in some genres over others, but we are definitely not authorities by any measure of the word.
Well said.
So I wanted to clarify very, very hard out. Yeah, we just have strong opinions. We like talking about them, but by no means are we just objectively correct.
Right.
Valorant sucks
Duke
though.
says, you know, you all mess up when Jamie is.
I know, I read that.
Yeah, that's fucking. It's.
Fuck
I
you.
mean, like literally, like so as Debbie was saying, like different levels require you to have different levels of balance.
Yeah.
And the worst possible thing a game can do is try to make everyone happy.
Mhm.
Do not do that. Balance
Fuck
it for the
fans,
casuals.
They don't know shit.
Either balance it for the casuals and fuck the pros, or balance it for the pros and fuck the fans. Because either way, that'll win. That'll
There's
get you
one
success.
game that's
That'll
done it
get your
right.
Valorants.
There's one game that's done both, baby.
What?
Rocket League.
Oh my god. They haven't changed shit. In
They
that
don't
game.
even balance the game. It's perfect.
You know the balance they do that game? They take the ledges off that one Tokyo map. That's about it. That's the only
Well, I was
fucking
saying,
balance
didn't they have like a thing where it's like one of the hitboxes on like the vehicle they had to like actually change or like nerf or something? Like, a
They
while back?
consolidated them. So because it was a learning curve for people to learn the intricacies of every model of car, they consolidated them down to about like 3 or 4 different types. So now there's just like categories of
hate
car.
that. I actually wish that they kept it the way that it was. I feel like the small intricacies are what made that game more interesting, but that's fair. You know,
I feel like they were
each
so
one, I
small that you never noticed them and probably would never, no matter how long you played Rocket League.
guess. No, but I just want my I want my cool car, damn it. Now I've got a fucking ice cream truck. And it's just too on brand.
But yeah, like you're 100% right, Aravan. Another case point of that, which is Apex. They
Yeah,
don't know whether to balance that game for professionals or casuals.
They have no fucking clue.
Yeah, so they built that game on, I think it was Unity. I can't remember. They built that game on a pretty common engine. I think it's Unity.
If
They built
Rizmak's
it on
still
the
awake,
same
he'll
one.
probably know.
They built it on the same engine that Titanfall 2's on.
Yes, and so what's interesting about that is there's a bunch of very interesting movement techs that you can do that if you're good enough, really give you an edge. There's stuff like tap strafing, which will give you pinpoint turns in the air based on your speed that you're moving. So you can peak octane, run really fast, jump on your platform, then spin 180 and go the other direction to make yourself really hard to like judge and move and stuff around. Now, for the layman player, that you'll never see that shit because your lobbies, the players aren't good enough. But then you get to the upper echelon where you're talking about like, you know, the really high tier pro players. You have to know how to do that or you won't get there. But for some reason, they were like, oh, we decided we don't like that anymore. We're going to remove the movement text. And all the pros like, it's not even impacting the baby players because they don't know how to do it. Why would you remove it?
It's like,
Their
I
argument
know a
of
lot of Halo
consistency.
2 players got pissed because in Halo 3, they had like taken out a bunch of those and they tried to patch out a bunch of the like fun bugs, like the reload canceled, or what was it, BXB, is that what it was called? Shit
Something
like
like
that.
that.
Everyone loved that stuff in Halo 2. And when they tried to take it out, everyone got pissed.
Yeah, because look,
BXB,
whether you
BXR,
intended
there's
it or
Riz.
not, whether you intended it or not, those are a part of your game. It's okay. They like just list them as a mechanic and move the fuck on.
Like, just say it's tech and don't talk about it again. Like, everyone is perfectly happy with that.
Yeah.
And like, and it makes me think again. It makes me think of Overwatch. It's like Debbie's saying, where like Moira is a big problem at the low range. You know what isn't a big problem with the low range? Widowmaker. Never hear anyone complain about Widowmaker at the low range. And it's like, I wonder why.
Oh,
like,
I do. Oh, I do. Me and Giz do. Fucking God.
you're
one
probably
good Widowmaker and you're just miserable.
you're probably going against someone on the way up because that was definitely me.
Right now,
Well,
there's
so
a lot
I
of growing pains in the ranked ladder in Overwatch 2.
There are, but on top of that, like I would say that the group that me and Giz play with, we're in an interesting space where I would say we're like mid gold to maybe up platinum. And our entire fun of the game is dictated by the random that we get given to us. And it's very fucking frustrating.
It's a
like,
team-based game. It's annoying as shit, but
it is.
That's
It's
how
like
it
when we
works.
have 5, we do great. When we have 4, Why is Reinhardt in spawn?
Yeah. So there's actually like a double balancing.
Where's
right?
our Moira? And you look up and she's on the next map. You guys are still
Yes.
fighting over this point. She's on Well. You're on Temple.
I got told off. I got told off by Giz for being way too aggressive as Moira. They're like, you gotta heal more, and I'm like, yeah, but it's really fun just chasing the Genji.
Yeah.
And it's funny because there's so much growing pain at this area. You never know if someone's actually where they belong.
I was saying that to them. I was like, don't get disheartened when we randomly get stomped, because that guy was probably master.
You never know.
Overwatch, but he hasn't played the new one.
I would try ranked in Overwatch. I haven't done it yet.
You should do it.
I'll play with
It's
you.
a good time.
I am currently in bronze because everyone I'm playing with is bronze, and I'm having a blast. So let's play.
I have a friend
I'm really
account.
sad
Sean.
because I can't play with you guys.
Oh
Yeah, that
right, because you're an
sucks.
AU. True.
I
whatever.
Baldy messaged me. He's like, I want to add you. I'm like, we can do it, but I don't really want to play on NA.
It's unlucky.
Big F.
Hey, Riz will play with us too, Chunk.
Hey.
Yeah,
Down.
Giz,
Fucking love
lock
it.
me in.
Yeah, Ace immediately pops out of fucking lurking. Just immediately as soon as we mention
I
Overwatch.
always want to play Overwatch.
Yeah.
It is actually like jaw dropping how much better the
Dude,
game is. It's wild.
He
Yeah, it's fantastic.
dude, it was so funny watching Ace stream the other day because he was sitting there and he was playing Overwatch. I came into the stream and was like, "Hey, how are the games?" He's like having a midlife crisis. He looks like depressed, like he's about to sell his car and his house and like take the kids and like move into a small apartment in New York City and just like drink his life away. But dude, and then he's like, "I'm never touching this game again." And then like the next day, I like look at my phone. It's just like the notification says Ace Angel like playing Overwatch. I'm like, apparently that didn't last long.
That's awesome.
Calling him out on fucking street.
Dude,
So-
it was
Right,
just
it's
so funny how
fun.
quickly he recovered it from it. It was so funny.
Giz writes, okay, it's fun, but when you're in balls deep, Jamie, and they're sucking their Genji's dick off alone. If I don't deal with a Genji, no one will.
So I feel like when it comes to shooters as a genre and as a mechanic, there's a lot of other things that you have to take into account.
Yeah.
I think as far as it comes to hero shooters, I'm gonna claim Overwatch is easy king right now.
Without
Right
a
now.
doubt.
Yeah.
Dude, I don't know. I haven't played enough Overwatch to like make a firm like
I
definition. And
cannot believe.
Have you
I'm
played Overwatch
sitting
2
here
at all?
agreeing with his sentence.
Overwatch?
what was it? Was
Have-
it
yeah.
Aaron?
I know, right?
Have you played Overwatch 2 at all, Chunk?
Yeah, I played a little bit. I haven't
Oh, you
played
did?
too many much. I played like maybe an hour.
Have you
So-
played with a tank who knows at all what he's doing in the slightest?
I play with me, so no.
So no, okay, I got you. I'll play with you. I'll be tank, and then the game will actually make sense.
Dude, well, the last time I'm trying to remember who I was playing with, but I played Overwatch and I was with a Reinhardt, and I was like, Soldier is up on a point. And I was like, all right, so I got like my behind cover, whatever. The Reinhardt goes, drops shield, looks at me, and Zenyatta full charges, hits me in the head,
Yep.
and I just die. I'm like, all right, well that was great. I'm glad I fucking came over here.
I had a game
That
literally
happens.
like 2 days ago where we had a Reinhardt, or we had, I think they were something else, and then someone else on our team was being toxic, and I asked him to change to Reinhardt because they wanted a Reinhardt on our team. So this guy changes to Reinhardt. Next 3 consecutive team fights, he's at their spawn door, fly swatting them back into the spawn, and we're getting picked off by the people that have made it out the other spawn doors and came to kill us off the point. And then we all wipe up and like lose a big fight, and he goes, "Why'd you ask me to switch to Ryan if you're never gonna stand behind my shield?" And all 4 of us were like,
my
"What the
God.
fuck do you mean?"
No, that's classic.
Oh man,
A
that's so
classic.
annoying.
An absolute fucking classic.
As a tank player, I relate.
I'm just glad Overwatch is relevant again because I have like textbooks of fucking Overwatch knowledge just sitting in my head that I felt like were gonna go to waste. And now that it's relevant again, I'm like, oh, people ask me questions. I know the answers.
My
Fucking hell.
biggest worry is I really want to stream it a lot more.
You can't.
I want to stream
Overwatch.
it less.
Don't do that. Don't
No.
stream Overwatch. As a fellow streamer, don't do it.
Funnily enough, I was having a night the other week where it was quiet. They happen. Quiet nights happen.
Yeah.
I switched to Overwatch. Right up. Like viewership went up, chat interactivity went up. It
Then
was great.
again, you were probably playing quick play, right?
Yes.
Oh, so it doesn't matter then. Yeah, so do that. That's fine.
But I used to play like competitive league when I was streaming, and like
How?
I don't have an
What's the
some
mentality
good-
when you're doing that?
you
Brain
like,
off.
you pick quiet moments. You pick quiet moments, and then I've got a vertical monitor here, so chat stays there for a while,
Right?
so I can just pick comments that are like further up on the list. I'll go, Okay, that one's probably an older comment and it's relative. I'll answer that. Then I'll just go down. There's probably a few people that are talking amongst themselves, and I'll pick this comment. When you've streamed for as long as I have, you just get good at it. It's just you do.
Yeah.
You just know. You know what to answer. You know who's talking to who.
Yeah, I will say, as someone who is not that used to like streaming League and talking to people at the same time, because the longest time when I first started streaming, I streamed to no one and I just played League. I didn't care that I was streaming to no one. I just turned on stream and I was like, I'm playing League anyway. I might as well stream it, and I just did. And then like now it's really hard to get used to, because there's a lot of moments where it's like you can't take like a second to look off of the screen, because otherwise
you
the
just
mini
say
gap.
that. What you'll do is you'll be like, oh, 1 second, chat. We're going really hard to the point.
Yep. Yeah.
They understand. They get it. They're enjoying it.
Getting more used to it, but I will say I probably gonna get shit on for this, but I actually, even though I fucking hate the game, I think the best shooting, at least in my experience so far, and I haven't played a lot of Overwatch yet, but Valorant. And the reason I say that is specifically because I think that after finding out that every single gun has a specific recoil pattern and everything is like more fixated, it feels like a thing that like there's not like bloom on like the effects, right? Like you're not gonna like just randomly spray.
Always
everything is
guaranteed
very
the same spray.
precise.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly. So because of that, it feels, even though I don't like that style of gameplay, I respect the precision it takes and the knowledge that it takes to like master every gun at that level.
It also sounds a
think it's
lot
very
worse than it is, because we're used to games like Call of Duty. There's like 12 guns in that game.
Yeah.
And half of them are single select fire.
Yeah.
So like they're semi-automatic. So you don't even have to learn a recoil pattern. Plus, if you're using more than one bullet to kill people with the guns that do have rough recoil patterns, like,
I need to speak up here because this is the moment where I'm Aravan now. So, like, though that style of game, I don't really know what to call it. I don't know what to call it, but it's like that and Counter-Strike. Counter-Strike is the most balanced shooter that has ever been made. There is no argument there. Every gun does the same amount of damage, right? Now there are CT guns and there are T guns, which are counter-terrorists and terrorists. They have some different guns. You get a turn as both players. So you're gonna be counter-terrorist and then you're gonna be terrorists, right? And all the maps are really well designed. There are some that are a little bit more balanced towards other sides. The thing is,
most of the CSGO maps are fire.
Yeah, CSGO, this is where the difference between Valorant and CSGO is. CSGO's map designers are gods. They know map design. I can link you guys a video to watch on,
Valve,
there's basically Valorant is like, they're getting maps made by people who are essentially babies in this area. They've just finished a university crash course on how to design a level.
and they're doing pretty well so far.
They are doing well. But look at a game, look at a map like Castle from CSGO.
Very true.
Which is a multi-level CT and T-sided, it's got multiple levels and hallways and turning corners. It is a masterclass in level design, and that's where the difference is between these games. You want the most balanced shooter of all time, that's your game. But it's not the most fun.
I will also chime in and say,
no, I fucking hate it.
I am the type of person who, I don't enjoy the hold W and left click playstyle of the old Call of Duty games. I was much more of a Halo player. I like slow time to kills. So a game where, if I get shot, I have time to react to it and outplay my opponent.
Apex.
Versus a game like Counter-Strike, Valorant, or Rainbow Six Siege, where it's a game of hide and seek, and they shot my head first, and now I don't get to play for 5 minutes. So I don't care how good Valorant or Counter-Strike is. I hate them because it's just not my type of game.
All of those they're in the category of either static shooters or S&D. So it's like those are just the categories of what those are. Yeah. And they're tactical shooters, which is weird because the time you're talking about, the time to kill you're talking about, where you usually get a second to react, I guess all of that is front loaded and you hate that. All that time you have to react is timed instead to prepare.
It's timed in, you have to sit there and prepare and look down a sight line and play a sight line for the whole game. And that's not as fun.
Counter-Strike sometimes comes down to a game of rock, paper, scissors. So Dust, which is most that's the one that everyone knows, Dust 2. Everyone knows Dust 2. Right, it is looked at as probably the most balanced map in history. right? It is very
It's like
balanced.
the default shooter map at this point.
Yeah, that game is rock, paper, scissors, right? Are they gonna go B short? Are they gonna go B long? Are they gonna go A short? Are they gonna go A long? Or are they gonna suicide rush down mid? Like,
Obviously, the doors
you
are up, and I'm going down mid.
You have to
P90
use
rush mid, baby.
genuine psychological tactics to decide what their IGL is going to say that they have to do.
In game
Like,
leader.
oh, geez, they're not having much success on A. I doubt they keep pushing it. This round, let's stack an extra person on B because we know that we're handling A well. Like that kind of shit.
Yeah, okay, so Jamie, have you ever played a game and your IGL told you to gamble? Because like you
Yes,
enter a
all the
room,
time.
you enter a room and literally it is a perfect 50% chance he's in that corner or that one, and you only have so much time to, and there's like gamble. You're like, well, I guess it's just like CS:GO cases. Like I'm walking into this room fully accepting the fact that if I'm looking the wrong way, I die, and that is it. That's all I can do.
Yep, 100%.
It's such a weird feeling that some games are just like that. Like you just have to.
Yeah, and it's like, well, I never really got put in that situation often because I was good. You usually give that to your worst player.
Oh,
Like,
damn!
Justin, you suck. So like, if we're gonna make
Gamble.
this gamble, it's gotta be on you, dude.
Yeah.
You have any aloe vera for that burn laying nearby here, man?
Bro, I was the IGL. I had to tell people to gamble.
Yeah, I was the IGL as well. I was
Yeah.
like, when it came to that shit. I love CS:GO, man. I fucking love that game so much.
I wish I liked shooters like that more because my ADHD squirrel brain needs Overwatch. It needs overstimulation, otherwise I start losing my mind.
Yeah, I feel you. I'm like that now as well.
Because I'll stare at a corner and I'll be like, I've been staring at this corner for 15 fucking years. I'll look back at my VOD, it was like 10 seconds.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, I used to be able to handle that. Not anymore. I can't do it. But back in the day, like the ADHD hyper focus I had was to be the best. Now it's to have the most fun, and that's where the paradigm shift has occurred.
So what do y'all think are the worst shooters?
Gundam Evolution.
Well, definitely League of Legends.
Fortnite.
Fortnite,
No,
really?
we've already agreed it's the best in this field, dude.
I'd say Fortnite's pretty
Fortnite's
trash.
a really cool game. I think it's a very neat game. I don't think a game that
It's the worst
competitive
shooter.
and that big should have Bloom, or voice crack
Yeah.
Bloom,
Yeah.
and it shouldn't be like that egregiously okay with being bad at shooting. Like,
Yeah.
have you ever actually shot things in that game, Debbie? In Fortnite?
I shot at things, mostly bots.
Me and Debbie played it. That was
Yeah,
fun,
Jamie
dude.
convinced me to play it with him on stream.
That was the night before I got partnered, by the way.
Yeah,
Like, there's a reason why all the pros
I'll consider
use-
myself personally responsible for that.
You're
was all
the
your
entire
fault.
reason I got it.
There's a reason why all the pros use shotguns and SMGs and really close range shit or snipers because like you need precision to win shooters, and the guns in that game don't really offer it.
No.
No, not at all.
So I think it's a pretty good example of like a big.
That
shooter
explains why I
isn't
really
very good.
liked all the like the weapons I found myself gravitating towards were like pistols in
Yeah,
that.
those
I
are
didn't even
actually
realize why.
accurate.
Yeah.
And SMGs, like the SMG and shotguns in that game are the pro gun. They're the pro
Mm.
guns.
Yeah, you got to be close up because otherwise you're not hitting shit. Like a gold
Yeah.
scar at more than
I'm
20
gonna-
meters.
I'm gonna say this. I used to have a different opinion on Fortnite when we first played it, Debbie. I wasn't a fan. I fucking love it now.
It's a cool game. Like I like the game. I just
It's
don't like
fun.
the shooting.
The thing is, this is what we're
God,
talking
Jamie,
about.
what
like,
happened to you?
played
You're
it in a
playing
while, so I
Fortnite
can't-
now?
I
You're
can't
playing
watch it.
Overwatch now?
Dude, once they removed building, that game got 100 times better.
100%, yeah.
Crazy. Yeah, there's a difference between casual game. That is a game. We were talking about the split, whether you focus on the pros or you focus on the casual gameplay. They barreled down casual gameplay. That's why
Which
they've
was
been
genius,
successful.
by the way. Like absolutely the best call they could have made there.
Yeah.
Anyone can pick up Fortnite and have a good time.
People think they're
Anyone.
pros though. So like even though it's like hard focused on the casual game, there's still a shit ton of people out there that I mean they have a pro scene.
Anyone can feel like a pro in that game because of the way they're doing their matchmaking system.
It's true.
It literally, that game is designed from the ground up to
Oh.
deliver you serotonin.
I have an actual answer for you, Chunk. Like truly a game that is bad in every capacity and was released with the intention of being good. And that's Battlefield 2042. That game is bad. It's like a really bad shooter. Like there's Bloom, and like all the maps are designed horribly. All the new character classes ruined Battlefield. I think it's
I
the right
can't
call.
believe how bad that game is.
And especially since they just released Battlefront 2, which is a fantastic. I mean, all the shit aside, all the
Aside
drama
from-
aside, it's a great shooter. Like it's a really crisp game. And then
Is Baldy awake right now?
Battlefield sucks.
My favorite thing that I think I ever saw was when 2040 was it 2042? It's 2042, right?
I think
Yeah.
so.
Yeah, 2042.
Yeah, so some of the buildings didn't have proper collision detection, so you can just bounce planes off of them.
Yeah, I remember that.
How do you fuck that up?
That's like map design 101.
First thing you do as
You
a map
literally
designer.
make the objects, give them collision, and then do the small things. Like,
Yeah.
What?
I was hoping Baldy was on so I could jokingly say enter the gungeon to make him mad. But since I can't do that, I'm gonna say all the Borderlands games to make Erevan mad.
I do agree with you. A lot of the time, like looking back at why I like Borderlands so much, I just like the looting aspect of the game.
Yeah.
However, I
yeah.
do think the gunplay in Borderlands 3 is pretty solid. Like I think it feels good
They
to shoot the guns
definitely
in that
went.
game.
I think that funny enough, I think that's why it sucks more now.
Yeah, I agree. It went
I
less
think they
goofy and
focused
more
too
like
much on
Call of
making it
Duty.
a shooter. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not. It wasn't Borderlands at its soul anymore.
Okay, I want to take this down a different path because I knew that this would be the longest thing we talk about.
I have one more game I want to
Pretty
talk
much-
about.
Okay,
I just want to say the name, and then I think everyone will probably agree if you've played it, which is Angerfoot. I fucking love the shooting in that game. Jesus Christ, everything about that game feels 10 out of 10 incredible. Free
Well,
demo
that's
on
like-
Steam. Go play it.
That's like another one of those games like Super High, right? Where it's like the shooting isn't the actual point of the game.
I've been describing it as first-person Hotline Miami.
Yep.
Yeah.
It very much.
And the
feels that way.
shooting in shooting in Hotline Miami
seen
sucks
this
too.
game.
It's so fun. Oh my god, I can't believe how fun that game is.
That's good to
I
hear.
have 100% of the demo like 3 times.
Do you know what it reminds me of? Bulletstorm.
Yeah, I could see
True.
that.
Really, I loved Bulletstorm.
I miss that game.
I love Bulletstorm
Dude,
so
Bulletstorm's
much.
so
It
good.
makes
There
me
was
so
nothing
angry we
like
never got another
hunting
one.
someone into space and then whipping them back into you. It was so fun.
Yo, fuck
Something
it. In
about
November,
having-
I'm playing Bulletstorm. I haven't played it in so long. That game is so much fun.
There's a speedrun category for that game, right, Jamie?
Really?
There is.
But I was gonna say there's a category specifically for doing it the fastest and getting the highest score, and the
Yep.
ratio of that. You need to go for that one. You need to go for
That
like
would be
trying to get the highest score in the shortest amount of time
Wait,
possible.
what if we could both do it? We would make a contest.
Have like a competition.
Ooh,
I'm down.
Yeah.
I'm down.
That's a pretty fun
That sounds
idea.
fun as fuck. Because
I
there's
need
something
to
about a
choose a- I need to
skateboard
choose
How,
a
how do I
for me,
host
though.
this? How do I get both of your perspectives and do another Elden Ring thing?
Just use this
that would be
website, right?
fun.
Video.it, because you can share your screen on this, right?
Yeah.
Dude, and then I'll be there playing it, but I'll just be casually just kind of.
Chunk is going to be exactly what the Olympics needs, which is
Yeah.
the control.
The control, yeah.
Yeah.
So he's like, hey,
It's
look at
not
this guy over
impressive
here
to
in the
watch the
corner. We're like,
Olympics because
dude,
they're
dude.
all fast. We
No,
need
that
someone
game
who's
is
just like a normal
so-
guy running out there too.
Dude, it'll be so
much
good when
fun, dude.
Yeah,
just
sounds
edit
nice.
it over with like a bunch of action music when you see Erevan and Poppy's presented. They just like
Now,
light piano playing as I'm like walking up to people, just like.
I'm going to bring up something because pretty much every game that we mentioned was one type of game and not the other.
Sure.
And that's because I think objectively, this second type of shooter is not as good, but I think it needs to have its own mention because there's many games under this title that are really great and they do different things right. And we've only been talking about first-person shooters.
Right.
So what about third persons? What is? I mean, I think we can all agree
Saints
that in
Row
the
3.
competitive.
No.
What?
You can go third
No.
person as Reinhardt.
True.
It's a matter of fact that
How you
I
just say
think on a
deny me Saints Row
competitive
3 and
level-
then say true to that? Never mind.
On a competitive level, I think first-person shooters are the ultimate shooters.
Mhm.
But I think it is important to note that I think third-person shooters give a better single-player experience.
Yeah. Hard agree.
My favorite third person shooter that I've ever played, as weird as it feels to say it, is the Division 2. I would never go around saying like people need to go get that game and play it. It's a good game. I wouldn't even say that, but I will say out of just third person shooters that come to my mind that I've had a hell of a lot of fun with, I enjoyed the
think
shit
there's
out of Division
I think
2.
there's a right answer to this, but I want to hear what each of you think and if any of you get what I got.
No, you're right. Division 2 is really like if you want a good, I guess it's single player
It's
and
like
co-op.
nearly perfected
It's a
cover
good looter
system.
shooter.
There's a game that's better than that. There's a game that's better.
I'm
Okay.
gonna say Gears of War.
Gears of War is pretty good.
You did it. Yeah.
I didn't like Gears of War as much.
It's funny because I was thinking of that era
That's the
because
one.
most of the third person, other than like Rogue Company, which is a really good game. Other than Rogue Company, the last third person shooter I like really played and enjoyed was actually Army of Two.
That's what I was about to say.
Oh,
Army of Two
yes.
That game was really good.
Army of Two was
God,
really
I
good.
forgot about Army of
But I
Two.
think like, Gears of War like pioneered like cover like shooting that
It
type of
absolutely did.
gameplay and
And
stuff.
not only that, it's the only third-person shooter game that I can think of right now that had a genuinely alive and thriving online multiplayer.
True, it really did have. It was like very consistent. Like Capture the Flag was big. A few
Yep.
game modes were invented with the Gears of War community.
Mhm.
Correct, and the co-op was great.
Yep.
Yeah,
Mhm.
playing
They
as
were very
Dom and
creative
whatnot.
with the
rest-
puzzles
rest in
where you
peace,
had someone who controlled the lights so you didn't get attacked by the swarm.
Yeah, actually,
Yeah,
I will say the Division's PvP always disappointed me. Was never a big fan of the PvP in the Division,
True.
so I
Right.
do think Gears has that over the Division for sure.
Gears, I think Gears of War is genuinely the best third-person shooter.
I think I agree with that.
You know, that's actually
I've been thinking about it a lot, though.
insane. Coming like I was like nearly 100% sure you and Debbie were both gonna say Last of Us. So that's kind
Oh
of crazy. that you
no,
guys would say that.
no, God no!
No.
The Last of
I
Us
love
shooting
that
is
game.
awful.
Yeah, it's pretty not great. Like, and that's not what that game's known for anymore.
Yeah,
right?
it's not
Like,
meant to be a
not-
shooter. Yeah,
It's like and most of the
It's
shooting that
known
you
for
do is
Abby
like
being the best character, right?
yeah. She is the correct
Everyone loves her.
protagonist.
I really like the
convinced.
Lost
I
Pinky.
almost convinced Chunk in our very first podcast. Of that.
you convinced me that she is a more likable character, but I don't hate her as much. I still don't necessarily like her. Anyway,
I was just gonna let you dig that hole out of.
Riznak also pointed out Max Payne 3, which is a great
Actually, he
third-person shooter.
just said
ooh,
Max
I've never
Payne.
thought about that.
Just the original
Yep.
Max Payne.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I
That-
do agree, and that also had a great online gameplay.
I like Max Payne. Yeah, it was good.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun. The bullet time was surprisingly good, considering that it shouldn't have worked in an online multiplayer, but it did, and it was
Also,
fun.
so weird. Have you guys have not played Titanfall 2 multiplayer, right?
I have.
Sadly, no.
I
yeah,
have
a
played a
little
little bit.
So it's not third person, but there's some kind of third person things you can do in the mechs.
That was the
Yeah.
Max, I guess.
That feels really good. Like in that engine in that game. Wait, no. Wasn't Titanfall 2 and Apex originally done in Source Engine? Am I remembering that correctly?
Maybe.
Well,
Not
yeah.
me, homie.
What I will say while we're googling this is, I know one game that we won't bring up for best third-person shooter, and that is Uncharted.
True. Uncharted-
Especially the first two games. Those
God,
were
I
like
couldn't-
some of the worst cover and
I
shooting
hate
elements I've
aiming on
ever
controllers
experienced.
so much, and that made it even worse.
Yeah.
I
fuck,
will
it was made
say,
on
I
Source
saw
Engine.
someone
It was made on
bring it
modified
up,
Source Engine.
but Resident Evil is pretty bad. I will say Resident Evil 4, I don't know as much because I've never played it, so I can't speak to that one specifically.
You haven't
but,
played the
like,
good one?
No, apparently, well,
That's
that's
what
like
everyone else
everyone's
says.
go-to. Yeah. I mean, the first few like Resident Evils are also good. They're just good in a different way.
I just can't
They're
stand
very,
a
very, very
horror
different
game
games.
about running away and evading enemies that won't let you shoot while you're running away and evading enemies. That was just
Right.
from the moment I picked up the game, when I realized I literally had to stand perfectly still and rotate in place to even aim my gun. I was like, I'm not playing this.
Here's my thing: is that I appreciate what Resident Evil is. I don't like it. It's my same thing with like Valorant and why I have a bunch of issues with it and like with the way it plays. I think that also Resident Evil is just like a lot of like the puzzles and stuff aren't explained like ever, and like it was like very confusing and a mess. Like it's just not intuitive for like a game like that. Not a fan.
So you guys both decided down, I guess, on the left side of the stream. You guys both decided Gears of War, right?
Yep.
And
Yep.
and Debbie's was Warframe.
No, mine was Division 2.
Oh my bad, yeah, Division 2.
I
But,
don't think that Warframe really has like a thriving multiplayer community or anything like that. So I don't know. I think of shooters as Warframe
Oh,
2
so it
feels
has
like
to be multiplayer.
a skill based or a skill focused MMO as opposed to a shooting focused MMO for me in my brain. So I didn't even think of that, but it is a pretty good third person shooter.
Also,
True.
let's hold on until we get whatever like Gun Pal or whatever the fuck that Pokemon with guns game
Gun-
that's gonna come out.
Yeah,
Pal
we didn't put a fuck
World.
about it. Pal World,
Pal
dude.
World.
I'm actually
I-
going to very quickly pop up to use the restroom, but I wanted to say once we're done with this discussion, we should do the Q&A because I've got like 6 questions lined up from chat. So I'll be right back.
Can you
Sounds
talk
good.
about horror really quickly before that?
That is one of the Q&As from chat.
Just speaking of horror, it is actually horror. I have a perfect segue for it. My favorite third-person shooter, single player wise, is Dead Space. So
True.
that's kind of perfect for one of the best horror shooters, if not the best horror shooter I've ever played.
No.
What
League of Legends isn't the best isometric shooter.
is it? Is it Hades?
Silent Hill 2.
Oh, true. That
Big
works.
camera angles.
True. And wait, is Risk of Rain 2 considered a third-person shooter?
I would,
Yeah.
I'd say so.
It would be one, right?
Yeah,
I
it
would
would
say
be.
so.
Yeah. No,
That's
no,
kind of weird to think
yeah.
about, but yeah, that game's great. That's an option. That's fantastic. But yeah, so what do you think is the best horror shooter you guys have played? Because that's a hard combo to like make still feel scary.
Resident Evil 8.
8? There's 8 of
Yeah,
them
it's
now.
the best one. It's the best
Yeah.
one as a shooter.
Village, I haven't played it at all, and I haven't really seen a whole lot of it actually. Like,
Village, yeah, true.
it came out,
Yeah.
and everyone's talking about Lady Demon's Rescue, and I just didn't. I don't
And
know.
then maybe behind that Resident Evil 4.
This game is a 10 out of 10 on Steam. Holy shit.
Yeah,
Is
it's super good,
Holy
dude.
fuck.
I absolutely loved hearing. There's 8 of those now?
And do you know what's crazy? Like 2 are bad. Like 2 of them are considered bad. How nutty is that to have a series? And I want to point this out. There's 8 mainline titles. Look at how many actual Resident Evil games there are. Because
Don't
I
talk
think
about
they're in the
movie, though.
20s at least.
So do they have what are the off-brand? Are they like for different consoles or?
Hey, let me read them out.
Oh, boy.
I'll pull it up. Resident Evil titles. Here we go.
I really want to play
So,
the 2
this
remake.
is game, the Resident Evil games in, I believe, in release order, maybe. Resident Evil 1, Resident Evil 2, Resident Evil 3, Resident Evil Code Veronica, Resident Evil 0, Resident Evil 4, Resident Evil 5, Resident Evil Revelations, Resident Evil 6, Resident Evil Revelations 2, Resident Evil 7 Biohazard, Resident Evil 2 Remake, Resident Evil 3 Remake, Resident Evil 4 Remake, Resident Evil 7, and then Resident Evil 8, and then we're getting
Resident
the Resident
Evil Code Red Mountain Dew.
Code Red Mountain Dew, and that doesn't even have all of them. That's missing some of the DS ones and shit like that.
True.
I will say at
There's
least
a
they're good at
Game-
naming their
there's a
games.
Game Boy RPG version.
Because all I could think of while you were listening off games was my vote for the worst video game title of all time. I'll pull it up on
Which is?
stream. Here we
By the way,
go.
have you guys seen the
If
Resident
anyone
Evil
wants to
Netflix
argue
show?
this one, I'm open to hearing it, but I don't think that anything will ever beat. Let me scroll in real close here.
Oh,
Kingdom
yeah,
Hearts HD 2.8 Final Chapter Prologue.
That's terrible.
Series.
Dude, I fucking hate
Fuck that
Kingdom Hearts,
series.
and more importantly, I fucking okay. Maybe I won't say this. I have some disagreements with the fans and how much they love it so blindly. That's what I'll say.
2 was
Yes.
good. That's all I have to say. 2 was good.
No. Hear me out. Okay, this is because of the guy who makes these games. Right? The guy who made these games, by the way, Debbie, is the guy who made Final Fantasy 15.
Oh.
And he was behind Final Fantasy 7 Remake as well, and that's a whole lot of fucking
God,
can of worms I want to talk about. Fuck that game. Fuck that game. Fuck it.
I was so excited, man. I pre-ordered it and
yeah.
everything. Took the day off work. and-
Nomura, right? His name is Nomura, and he is very good at designing a game's battle system. He's actually quite talented at that. But fuck me, the only stories he writes is his own fan fiction, and I think he like imagines himself as the main character where he gets to have sex with all the girls. It's so weird. He is such a weird dude.
I mean, it's kind of like the guy
He's-
who makes all the Dark Souls games having a very obvious foot fetish.
Oh, dude,
No,
that's
that's
so
the
funny.
dude who
In
writes
Elden Ring, he
Nickelodeon.
was
We don't
told
talk
to
about
tone it down because the Western audiences were laughing at him.
Yep. They actually had to they had to nerf the amount of bare feet in Elden Ring before the launch. Yeah.
Yeah, because they were worried that the Western audience would laugh at him too much.
Also, I have to say, just because of Airman's comment in chat, I'm changing my opinion from Division 2. Because I forgot that World War Z was third person, and I fucking love that game.
That game was fantastic.
Yeah.
Really, really good.
I played it once, but I don't remember liking it.
Play with the full group, and it's hella fun.
It's
Wait,
so
what's
much fun.
this?
World War Z.
It's like a Left 4 Dead
Ah.
clone, more or less. And
Oh,
even
yeah.
even like nearly a decade later, Back 4 Blood coming out, is still nowhere close to
Not even
being as good
close.
as World War
So
Z.
good.
Like
Back 4 Blood
laughably
sucked.
bad. Yeah.
Back 4 Blood sucked, but the thing is, no game will ever do what Left 4 Dead did, right? Because they can't, because Left 4 Dead, they copyrighted the mechanic where you can play the story mode, but other players are playing the
Really? They
enemies.
copyrighted that?
They copyrighted that, so no other game can do it. That's why Back 4 Blood didn't have it, because they weren't legally allowed to.
You want something that pisses me off?
And that's the best fucking mode.
Back in the PS2 generation, Konami, or it was either Konami or Bandai,
It was Konami.
What do you think I'm gonna say?
The mini games in the loading scene.
Yes! Holy shit! People remember them. There used to be PlayStation 2 games used to have loaded like mini games on the loading screen. You'd be able to play a little
Yep.
video game while the game is loading, and then fucking Konami purchased the rights to that so no one else could do it, and now they don't even do it. God, it pisses me off. I miss those fun little mini
the
games.
biggest shitters in history. They're the Japanese EA. They're fucking awful, man.
They're the that is
Sheesh, that is
rough.
true.
That's like the game design N word, bro. You can't just throw that around. Like,
I just
Jesus.
love the shit out of it. Like
Oh, dude, that
they seriously are. They ruined Yu-Gi-Oh. They ruined Yu-Gi-Oh. It's not even funny. I know the Master Jewels come out, but like try and earn gems in that fucking game, right? They ruined Yu-Gi-Oh with their like destroying of just reprinting like old classic cards that are no longer collectible. They absolutely fucked the ever-loving shit out of Silent Hill with a razor blade dildo.
Jesus.
Like,
Didn't
then
they just announce,
fired
like,
the guy
4
who they brought back in?
Silent Hill
They
games?
fired the cunt who they brought back in to fix their series, and then they fired him mid Metal Gear Solid 5, so that game was nowhere near as good as it should have been. Fuck Konami, man.
Fuck
Yeah, they
Konami
did what
with
they
their
could do
razor
wrong.
blade dildo.
Yeah, dude. Wait,
Oh my
were they
God.
behind the PT bullshit as
Yeah.
well?
Yeah, yeah.
No
That was
way,
them.
Yeah.
really?
They
yeah,
sacked
Kojima-
They sacked Kojima.
No fucking way. I wanted PT so bad. It
Yep.
looked like the only horror game I would have ever liked.
I saw you were playing that the
is
other night.
Single greatest what if
Yep.
in
Yeah.
history.
In
Yep.
gaming history, yeah.
Yep.
Hard
Yeah.
I will never
watched
forget
Poppy
that
play it the
trailer,
other night for
or that
like
teaser.
30 minutes before I went to sleep. It was very fun. I was enjoying it.
But yeah, I think, to be fair, out of all the bullshit dumb stuff that Konami has done, that is probably the most valid thing that they've done, because I don't think the way Kojima approached announcing that game was very... I think it was intelligent, but I think he probably should have gotten approval first. Because I think that was the issue, if I remember correctly, is that...
No, it wasn't. No.
Oh.
It was yeah,
It's not
so they didn't
personal-
like how much money he was
personal
spending.
views.
So he's a perfectionist.
Mhm.
So here's the thing that fucks me off about these two. They don't realize how much they need each other. Kojima is a mad scientist who wants to do everything and anything that could be looked at as a game mechanic. But the thing is, his ideas are so big and broad that when he makes games, he makes Death Stranding, which is not a game that like appeals to mass audience,
Mhm.
right? There is a select group of people who get Death Stranding and they like it, then there are people that don't. Kojima needs to be confined to a box. He needs to be told, stay within these boundaries. In those boundaries, go as crazy as you want, but you need to stay within these boundaries. Konami was just not the team to work with him,
Mhm.
because their box was too tight. So evidently the final straw was he wanted a piece of music to sound absolutely perfect, and he made the musicians stay overtime. Konami's heads got like stupidly angry over it because it went over budget, and so they just fired him on the spot. After he was like, no, the music needs to be perfect. This is the major climax of the game. This is important. It needs to be. They just sacked him. They just were like, yeah, get
Do
the
you
fuck out.
think that if they get rich enough, if they get the funding, Annapurna could let that man do what he wants?
He already
Sony
has his
would
own
probably do it.
studio.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, Sony's now working with him officially, and so is
Oh,
Xbox.
like
he went
permanently?
and made his. Yeah, no, he's got his own studio now, and they just went and bought like this beautiful big like place where all of his employees can work. He's like the Google of game devs right now. You should see it. His
That's
like
awesome.
studio is gorgeous.
Yeah.
And then they're licensing out the products they make to like consoles. So he's currently making a game for Microsoft at the moment. So, yeah, I think. But the problem is, I think he does need the box still. I think Kojima needs the box.
I mean, I kind of.
But that's also because I didn't like the Death Stranding thing, so that's why I.
That's
think
fair.
The box.
I get why people didn't like that game.
Yeah.
All right, I'm
see why.
officially taking the after discussion part off of the Q&A segment after discussion. It is time.
All right.
Let's go.
All of the questions that you guys have submitted that we didn't answer in the moment, I have written down here. If you have more questions to submit, feel free. We've got about 25 minutes to go through them all. The first one was rocket jumping. What game do you think tackled rocket jumping the best? I'm going to say, once again, Ultra Kill, because you can literally jump on the rocket and ride it into the sky and control it and drive it around and shit, and then jump off it, let it hit people, and fly through the air. And that game's wild.
And you can rocket jump with a
You can do that
shotgun.
in Halo, right?
You could
You can
rocket
ride
jump in Halo,
rockets in
yes.
Halo.
Yeah. Ride rockets in Halo? I don't remember that one.
Yes, no, Halo 3, I think you can ride a rocket in Halo
you
3,
may be
ride
right.
a rocket.
If Riznak is
I
awake,
will say you
he'll
could
know.
do that. In
Riznak is here, he'll
Fortnite
know.
as well.
Yep.
I
Fortnite
will
and rocket
never
jumping.
forget. I'll never forget
Fortnite,
the kid
no,
who
it was Fortnite I'm thinking of.
Yeah.
Fuck, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, it was Fortnite.
Fortnite, Halo. Close enough.
Yeah, same game, really.
You'll only
Yeah,
piss off a lot of people.
No, it's fine. If you close your eyes, it's basically the
No,
same.
I was
You were
I was
dead.
trying to think. I knew
Yeah,
that
it's-
though because I'd seen it in like a compilation thing at some point.
Well, I definitely know you could rocket jump in Halo 3. I don't know about riding the rockets in Halo 3, but
Worldwide, Halo 3.
The soldier in TF2 also needs a mention because
yeah, I think that was the inspiration for this
the
topic.
boots. What were those boots called? There was like the boots you could wear that made it so
No,
rocket
they're made
jumping.
for walking.
Yeah, they were made for rocket jumping, and those were fantastic. And there was like I think it was a weapon too that made it so rocket jumping was like way better. And it was basically just like you would build your entire class around rocket jumping, and then just have a secondary that actually did damage.
So I'd say realistically that's probably the best rocket jumping that's been done, because they actually, like, instead of where most games or some games would look at rocket jumping and be like, hey yo bro, we didn't intend on that, let's patch that shit out. Fucking TF2 was like, let's give him some fancy boots, let's make the rocket bounce some higher. So I think they embraced
from memory,
it.
Fortnite didn't patch it out either.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, actually, Overwatch recently, the dev team, I think it was like 8 months ago, they released a thing about how Zarya lacked movement as one of the most stationary tanks in the game. So they made it so when she shoots her right click on the ground, it actually bounces her higher now.
Oh,
So you can get to higher places than you could before in Overwatch 2 than Overwatch 1. So I
Yeah.
think that's a pretty cool way to say, like, we know people like to jump with Zarya's right click, so now she's a little more movement.
and I know Soldier can kind of right click jump too. It's like
It's pretty
weak,
bad.
but yeah.
Yeah. The
Pretty
only
bad, it
reason
just does more damage to yourself.
it's not for vertical movement, it's mostly for horizontal.
What do
Like,
we
if you wanna get just a
consider
little further.
Farah's E? Farah's little, like, bounce ability, I feel like that is like rocket jumping without the damaging explosion. Like that feels like what its purpose is, and then people
does
can use it
damage
for
now?
booping as well. Oh, it does do damage now?
Undirected is 30 damage now, yeah.
Oh, okay, that's cool. Only directed though, no like AoE.
I believe it's a cone or a gradient, sorry.
Okay.
So like the further away you are, yeah.
Interesting.
But yeah, so I guess that's kind of a rocket jump, but she has rockets that also help her gain, like if you're on a wall, you can use it to get a little bit, but she doesn't really need it because she has her shift.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I can't really.
I
think of too
usually
many other
use
games
it
that
like
do
out of spawn. I'll turn around and blast my E at the ground and then get forward momentum with it and then press shift, and then I've
You
got
don't need
forward
to,
and
you-
up.
You can just look straight down and it'll do the same effect.
Oh, okay.
I
That's
keep
good
teaching you tech. I keep forgetting. I
Teach
know,
me
like,
more tech.
like it's so obvious. I keep forgetting it's not obvious. I need to make a book.
Yeah, you need to make a book. Any other rocket jumping games we can think of?
I can't think of one. Maybe Rocket League.
I mean, Doom.
Doom.
Yeah,
Doom,
I mean,
like a lot of the speedrunning
Actually,
takes.
Yeah.
in Sonic the
Very true.
Hedgehog.
All right, so the next up.
Sonic.
Wait, why
When
we
did
not
Sonic have
mention
a rocket
Shadow the Hedgehog
launcher?
for shooters?
what is Shadow the Hedgehog?
Oh,
Shadow the
dude, you don't
Hedgehog.
know, dude.
Yeah, it's this
Shadow
is
the
one that I
Hedgehog
know of.
Dude,
a
Shadow the
shooting
Hedgehog.
Sonic?
It not only that it had shooting like multiplayer PvP, and
Yeah.
if there, it was very bad and it wasn't balanced at all, because basically the way that game worked would you basically like break crates open, find weapons, and it had to select like amounts of ammo. And so there'd be like assault rifles,
Uzis and shit, by the
yeah,
way.
there'd be like rocket launchers, and
Like
then
that.
there was you can literally just pick a robot thing that just had infinite ammo, which it was just cheating, and you just won. but it was a very fun game. And I remember being like really young and like going and like turning the volume all the way down whenever I died because he said "damn." I had to be careful. Couldn't be
Oh
caught with
man, you
that.
gotta be
Sonic
careful with that
character
one.
Is that
said the D
because
word?
of Bible Belt area? Or-
Yeah, that's what it was.
There's Fox. There's Fox. Came in for the Sonic comment. What about the game mechanic in Sonic where you would go fast, but the game forces you to slow down to do platforming at a snail pace to enjoy the game?
Sounds like a skill issue.
All right, so our next one, it looks like it pertains to roguelikes. This was from Arbiter, who I know has gone to bed by now, but it says, more for roguelikes than most other categories. What about synergies and intentional anti-synergies with upgrades? I struggle with this one. I don't play enough roguelikes to really be that deep into them to fully understand that, but
I can say confidently it's like a really good game design decision, because I'm thinking of a specific scenario in Gunfire Reborn where you have like an entire build that's based, like a perfect example is I run a sniper character with like the tiger, so my entire build is reliant on critting. It's like hitting crits. Like I'll have like nine different pickups that all make it so I do more crit damage. I have a higher crit multiplier, like a higher crit chance, everything like that. And then every now and again I'll get to a thing and it's like, take a risk to get a cursed scroll, and you'll be like, okay, this will give me something really good. So you click on it, and then it'll be like, can no longer crit. It's like, fuck. Like I decided to take that decision there. But sometimes the same exact thing will happen. I'll have the perfect crit like thing, and I'll take it, and it'll be like crit multiplier times 10 now. And like that's the fun of roguelites. It's like truly having that completely random experience every time that is like make or break D&D style, where it's like I am either gonna roll a D1 or a D20 here, and I need it to matter. And like I really enjoy that in roguelikes or roguelites, or both, I guess.
I agree. I think it's also not prevalent in every like kind of roguelike, because you have things like Rogue Legacy where it's like it's just upgrades. Like everything you do is like health, armor, mana, like different classes get unlocked. Like none of the upgrades that, at least as far as I remember, like give you anything. But I will say there is like, it's less about like your upgrades and your builds as much as it is whenever you like die and you come back. There's always like the three, or they'll give you a select few like characters to select from for like the next generation or the next heir, which is how the game works. Is basically that you're a knight, and then when you die, your son or daughter or whatever goes and tries to take it on. And so it's like, but they'll have like default things like gigantism or whatever, which may make you like a bigger hitbox and makes it harder to get through the dungeon. But also in select areas, you can actually reach like certain like bad guys that you wouldn't be able to, and you have to kill those to unlock a certain chest. And so it's like there are upsides and downsides in that way.
Right.
So I think as far as like specifically upgrades, I guess I don't necessarily see that in every like roguelike. But just like the contrast of the two in general, I get it. I think it's good.
Yeah, I definitely like the both, because like there's also the intelligence aspect of it. Like if you just pick up every scroll you want, like another example in Gunfire, there's a scroll that makes it so it turns all your health into shields, and a scroll that makes it so it turns all your shields into health. So if you pick them both up, you got one shield and one health.
I did that, and I kept dying. And I was like, why am I dying? I got so confused.
So it's also like the intelligence aspect of like learning what doesn't work together. That's really fascinating.
I think I
like that.
Actually a major part of roguelikes in general. Is just that whole game of finding out what works together, what doesn't. If such complex things exist, because I've definitely played roguelikes where the only upgrades are like plus 5% movement speed, plus 5 bullet.
Yeah, I hate that nonsense.
Yeah, it's not like quite as fun. But Gunfire killed it. Gunfire knocked it out of the park.
Yeah, I think that it is the best roguelite, like, period. And it sucks that people keep calling it like, what do they call it? They call it like Furry Risk of Rain 2 or something like that. That's always what they call it.
Yeah, they call it Furry Risk of Rain.
I think it should be like the industry standard for what a shooting roguelite should be. It's so balanced in every capacity.
I think the reason I like Risk of Rain and Gunfire more than I like most others, like even Hades, is because they're multiplayer. I can play with my friends. I get that fun. Even if I have a shit run, my friend might have a good one, and we still push through it. We have a good time. But like in a game like Hades, I just feel like I'm playing the same game over and over and over and over and over again. And while the gameplay is incredible, I don't know. It's too repetitive for me.
Another reason that the multiplayer aspect is good in both of those games, especially in games where you can drop stuff, like if like everything you pick up, or like you can like share stuff, is like you can have, which is what I usually do, is you strategize with someone who plays completely different than you. Like I have a friend, you know, everyone here knows Swa. I think you've all seen Swa Electric
I've
around.
seen Swa. Yeah.
You've seen Swa. Yeah, like he plays like a hardcore, super tanky melee character, and I play a glass cannon long range sniper. So like all the shit that's bad for him is great for me, and vice versa. So that's also like a really cool aspect of like anti synergy and synergy of like being able to build with someone else alongside yourself.
That's why in that game I always just do a support build and throw grenades everywhere and use my ability on the cooldown.
True.
The next topic that was suggested was from Section 0W. I don't know how I'm supposed to read that out loud, to be honest. But it was, can we talk about how the skate games having horrible mechanics is what makes it so fun? My brain immediately thinks of...
Right.
I would say horrible mechanics. I mean, it has glitches and stuff that makes it like really fun. And stuff like where it like breaks down and like bugs and like launches your body and stuff like that.
I feel like
I don't think it's mechanically it's bad.
I thought skate had great mechanics.
Yeah, I thought that the flicking of the stick was very natural feeling, and every other game since then that skating
feels off.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Skate Bird was
I
bad,
think
even though I was looking forward to it.
People were too used to like Tony Hawk Pro Skater at the time, where it was just like press hold button. Like, you know, like
skate was way harder than the Tony Hawk games.
Yeah, and so it's like there was a little bit more finesse, but it felt like more of an actual like thing.
How rewarding did it feel though when you made like a really good run?
It felt good.
Like there was like, you remember the tunnels that went down to the they were like the sewer tunnels, and then you came out of like the big like open pool area that had like yeah, I'd always set up the top of that, and I'd like try to make the coolest chain that I could, and then I'd record it, and I'd send it to my friends and be like, yo, check out what I just did, and then I'd try and emulate it.
Yeah, I remember me and my cousin literally sitting down there for like in like our grandparents' basement for like 6 hours, literally just doing that on repeat and like trying to like one up each other.
Do you guys remember the motion controller?
Oh yeah,
it was like a skateboard. Yeah.
Oh, are you talking about Tony Hawk Ride? We talked about that during the controller episode.
Yeah, we did.
I thought it was Skate 3 that had that controller.
No.
Tony Hawk did it.
Project 8 or something like that. Right?
It was called Project 8 at first. I think when it came out, they named it Ride. It was like Tony Hawk's Ride. Yeah.
Yeah.
What I was going to say is, Zero has since come back and said, I don't feel like any of you played Skate 2 if you think that they had good mechs. I'll say I definitely played it in like 12 years ago.
Yeah,
I think so. I could just have fond memories of a shit game. I don't know.
Also, we'll say I played Skate 1, not Skate 2. I
played them both.
Drastically.
Never played Skate 1 or Skate 2. In my mind, I for some reason in my head I was just like, was there wasn't a Skate 1 and Skate 2. It just came out of Skate 3.
Apparently, Project 8 was its own game. So there was Project 8 and Project Ride, or just Ride. Sorry.
Okay, so I'm just getting my wires crossed.
Also, last thing I want to say on that particular topic about horrible mechanics making it so fun. Only game I can think of that I would say fit that category is Human Fall Flat. Intentionally bad. That's what makes it funny. You just walk up to your friend, hug them, and jump off a cliff together. You laugh, and then you just keep playing. Yeah, Gang Beasts is the same exact game.
Gang Beasts is just Super Smash Brothers, but like Human Fall Flat. It's just reskin.
God, that game is fun.
We're not talking about mount your friends on stream, Kresky. Anyway, moving on.
Hey, I used to play that game.
Genital jousting.
For some reason.
I think it's super immature that genital jousting is banned on Twitch.
Same.
They hardly even look like dicks, and it's just a bit of fun. Get off your high horse.
The next one was also submitted. Oh, sorry. Did you want to talk about dicks some more? I'll let you. Okay.
We can just make an entire
How dare you interrupt Chunk on his dick talk?
Arbiter N also suggested if you guys discuss environments or destructive environments, then Teardown is great. Hard agree.
That's what I was talking about earlier.
Yeah.
Or Battlefield Bad Company 2.
Bad Company 2 is still the last Battlefield game I enjoyed. I can't think of any game with destructive environments that did it better than Teardown, like from a mechanical standpoint. However,
I can. For the time, I can.
Oh,
Red Faction Gorilla.
Oh,
that's what I was about to say.
true.
That's the game that Jake had me play that I walked in, accidentally activated thing, and destroyed the entire building.
I remember editing that video, yeah.
Yeah, that was a good clip.
Yeah, Red Faction Gorilla was definitely goated for its time. It feels really
What game has the
dated
best
now,
penis
sadly,
mechanic,
but
though?
What game was this? Penis mechanic? Did you say?
Yeah, what has the best penis mechanic in a game?
Death Strand. No.
Scorn.
What's that? Corn?
Oh yeah, isn't the first weapon you get just like a dick?
No, you know the one part where like sucks your cock?
No.
No.
I haven't
I
played
didn't
that
go far
game
enough
yet.
through the game, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I hadn't launched
Maybe
it up. I
that's why-
planned on
maybe that's
playing
why
it,
that
and then
game
I like
wasn't a 10 out of
died.
10 because nobody got far enough to really get to the great part. Really have your dick sucked.
Well, since we moved back to dicks so fast, I'll move to the next one, I suppose.
Dick
Um,
riding's an important mechanic. All right, that's all I'm saying.
The next one is so the next two were from Sky, which were more genres, and I feel like we've kind of covered them. Best survival. I feel like
Best survival game.
best survival game for
the
me
Forest.
is the original Subnautica. That was the only one where I felt consistently driven, felt like I had a goal, felt like the world was immersive and realistic and well thought out enough that it felt good and I felt immersed and was there. My only complaint I had about that game was the inventory size, which once I finished the game and realized that it wasn't a survival game like everything else where you hoard all the supplies and build a giant base, it made more sense to me. But during the game, I always felt really limited by my inventory.
I don't play enough survival games.
I hate survival games, and you'll know that. But I
feel
would
like they're all
say
the same.
they are because they are. Like
Most of them
legitimately,
are.
there's
There are
only so many
rare
features.
ones that stand out.
Yeah. A lot of them are like reskins or like maybe a different aesthetic, but like at the end of the day, it
There's
just
like
is-
30 rusts out there right now.
Yeah, I
Yeah, to
know.
piss off Aravan, does Ark count?
Yes,
Does
Ark-
art count?
No.
Oh, absolutely.
Ark
Art
doesn't
counts as a
count for
survival game.
anything.
Art doesn't
useless.
count as a game until it's finished and on my desk.
Vampire Survivors, Kappa.
Valheim.
That game actually slaps though.
I think Valheim's my favorite survival game.
Interesting. Okay.
I don't know
Ark
if
is
you've
the
ever
best
played the game.
survival game because you can survive the boredom that comes along with it.
Oh my god.
Ark was a survival game because I
I-
barely managed to survive the 2 hours before I refunded it.
Like
Yeah, fair.
Ark is a survival game because it makes you survive in real life because you need to not kill yourself while playing the game somehow.
Oh, all right.
There you go.
It's really hard.
I will say, I think my favorite's probably 7 Days to Die, and that's literally for the sheer fact that I can literally go out, get a quest, and not give a fuck about anything else that's going on. And just like walk off into the sunset towards the quest direction, do the quest, shoot zombies, beat them to death with a bat or whatever, and then walk back, turn in that quest, get another quest, go back out. I don't do any of the survival like stuff I'm supposed to do. I don't build bases. I don't do any of that. I'm just there to like hoard shit and beat the shit out of stuff, and that's fun to me.
Fair enough. And then I think you guys covered this while I was in the restroom, but horror was the next one. Best
Yeah.
horror games. I actually had an answer to that one. Mine was Alien
I don't
Isolation,
think we really
hands down.
covered it, but I've
We dipped our
Yeah.
toes in.
yeah, we waded in the kiddie pool.
It did.
Well, what were
I'm
yours?
gonna say
Refresh me.
Silent
Mine's
Hill
still
2.
Alien Isolation.
Silent Hill 2.
Which one's Silent Hill 2? I'm not sure that if I remember.
It's where a man named James gets a letter from his dead wife, saying that she wants to meet him in Silent Hill at their happy place.
Yes.
And
Okay.
it's one of the deepest and most meaningful psychological horrors that's on the market. It delves into the human psyche and what it takes for someone to do something horrific to someone they love, and how they can emotionally cope with it afterwards by building up mental walls.
Yeah. I forgot about that.
So
Not
I
only
don't
that,
have
but it's
nearly
this-
enough memory of that game. It was way too long ago.
You should play it again. Oh, you should do this again. Silent Hill games are really good. They have a really big audience. I've yet to see people play that on Twitch that haven't had a big audience while playing it.
when does the horror aspect end and begin? Because my brain goes straight to
Immediately.
prey.
The moment you walk.
No, I mean like
through
the
the
definition
forest.
of horror. Because I'm trying to figure out like my ideal game.
everything. You're in a different world, isolated and alone.
I think he's not
confronting
talking
the-
about that
Well,
game
Silent Hill.
specifically. He's
He's
talking about just like the
definition
genre.
for what we're looking.
The genre of horror,
Oh,
like
okay,
like
okay.
when do we consider it horror? I'm trying to say like when does a game get considered a horror game?
I think whenever the developer has
sure.
clear intentions to make you feel unsettled or uncomfortable.
Okay. Then correct.
Well, maybe
Definitely
that's even too vague, but I think you understand what. Yeah.
Because my brain goes straight to Left 4 Dead, or sorry, not Left 4 Dead, Dead Space. Go straight to Dead Space.
That's horror.
Because I'm like, that's a horror game for sure. And then I'm like, but I like Prey better. But it's like, what is Prey? Is it
Yeah,
Prey
I
more
consider
of an
Prey a
RPG?
horror game.
Okay, it's a
Prey's
horror game. Okay, I'll go Prey then. That's for
It
sure.
would definitely be like a secondary genre.
I mean, let me put it this way, right? Have you guys seen 2001: A Space Odyssey?
Yeah.
I fucking hate
That's a
that
horror.
movie. That
That's a horror?
movie, it's a horror to sit through, is what it is. I fucking hate that movie.
How the
Absolutely.
fuck dare you?
Stanley Kubrick fucking turning over
That
in
is
his grave.
one of
dude.
the greatest fucking films ever made.
Sure, you believe that with your giant space baby bean and the.
It's 21
fucking
years
ending?
old. Leave it alone.
Goddamn, dude.
That movie
You sit,
is a
you, you sit
fucking
through the
gem.
first like 20, 30 minutes where it's a bunch of dudes in like the worst costumes known to man. I see a dude's butt crack through the costume or whatever the fuck. Because you
Yeah,
can see
lucky you.
and then you have it's like about evolution or whatever, and the only good part's like in the middle for like a 30-minute segment when they're in space, and then it goes on this like acid trip journey for like another 15 minutes where it's just a bunch of bright lights shining. I fucking hate this movie, dude.
Fox needs to fucking chill, bro. It's the chill.
For the
Holy
listeners, Fox said you think someone. Oh, you can go. You did.
You go.
Okay, Fox said you think someone used to walking through a slow platformer would enjoy a slow movie. God
Oh,
damn.
it's
The
only
idea
those
of that
slow.
movie is it's a
fan.
journey.
Bigger fan, yeah.
It's not meant to go at 100 miles an hour. I go watch Transformers 52 or whatever.
I would
there
rather
on 52?
going
52
100
came
miles
out?
an hour in a car accident, right, than watch that movie again. That's all I'm saying.
Dude, that movie is a fucking
fucking
piece of
hate
art.
it.
Stanley Kubrick is a genius.
I think he's a genius in a lot of his movies that he's made. That is not one of them.
Do you like The Shining?
I do. I love The Shining.
That's a slow.
It's a different kind of slow.
Slow.
It's not a okay. I want you to sit here and think about it. If my only problem is the pacing of the film, then that is absolutely completely misrepresented in what I said. I apologize. The main
That's what it
crux
made you
that
sound
is-
like.
No, I mean it is slow. It's painfully slow, but that's not the entire reason that it's awful. The other entire is like the whole vague generalities of it, and you being like, "Oh, it's just a fucking slab of rock," even though it feels like it's trying too forcefully to be known as artsy fartsy whenever it's not.
It's
needed to be.
not. What it's trying to do is explain to you in detail how horrific the utter isolation of space is for a man all by himself, and how every minute detail of something slightly different would be blowing his mind because he has nothing else except for a crazy fucking robot.
That's only like 30 minutes of the movie. The thing you're describing, it's like such a small aspect of it.
But
There's
it's
a lot-
about the mentality of the character. It's about the world that he's in.
So, what flavor wings did you get, Airman?
I got some spicy chili and mild.
Spice? Oh, I got the mango hub.
That sounds pretty good.
Chunk, we're gonna have the most violent hate sex ever, dude.
Yeah.
I just
It's
like
gotta
how
be
I'm gonna meet you in the. I'm gonna
powerful.
meet you in the back of an Arby's. I swear to God.
I
just like
am
how
going to suck
Chunks-
you hollow.
Chunk's review started with the fucking giant space baby and staring at a man's ass
I
crack
know.
through a monkey suit, and Poppy just goes, "You thought it was slow?"
All right,
just
moving
described two
on.
great parts of
Moving
the movie.
on. We're running out of time. We got 2 questions to wrap up real quick. Second to last question was from Krusky. Says, are there any upcoming games that seem interesting mechanically, or maybe updates for games that are introducing mechanics?
What was that?
Can you say
There
that
was
again?
a.
Yeah, I'll paste it in chat so that you can read it
Yeah,
again.
thank you. Because
Yeah.
like
I
that
will
second half
say-
went through my brain.
Yeah, here you
There
go.
was a game the other day. I think it's actually already out. I don't even think it's upcoming, but I tagged y'all in it. That was like a fully destructible first-person shooter.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I reacted
I looked
to
at
that.
that, and that looked
That does
very
look cool. Can we play that as a like on the stream?
Yeah. Can you pull it up for me again?
Yeah. That
I think that would
looks cool.
probably be
There's
all of our
there's-
answer, because we were definitely all like, holy
yeah, all
shit,
of
when
us
that came
think
up.
We should have a night where we all play that together. That does look fun.
Speaking of games where we're all playing together, maybe Pal World has some nice new mechanics. You know, Pokemon's
Yeah,
always been fun, but
definitely.
it
We
always
love
felt
Pokemon.
lacking because you can't shoot them. So Pal World will fix
put them
that
into
issue.
Slave labor.
Yeah, put them into slave labor.
Yeah, no, I'm so excited for Power World, dude.
We know if this takes you to the right place.
I also need to show you this. I think you guys may have seen this, but someone said it seemed interesting mechanically. This doesn't seem interesting mechanically. It seems pretty standard, but it seems interesting visually. I'll put it in your stream chat.
Sure.
I saw this and it blew my mind.
I don't know if that takes you
Oh
to the right place.
yeah, I forgot about this. Okay, yeah, I remember watching this on your Twitter.
Wait, where have you posted this?
Can I?
I'll
I'm
post
gonna
it in
play it
Debbie's
on stream
stream
if you wanna see it there. I'm not gonna play any audio from it anyway, so.
The audio doesn't really matter. It's mid.
But it's
Like,
like
look at that.
gameplay footage that is
That's
meant to look
ridiculous.
like body cam footage.
Oh yeah, this looks dope. This is made on Unreal 5, right?
Yeah, Unreal 5. Yeah.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
And it's cool
God,
because I
look
know how they did
real
this
it
now.
looks.
Yeah, it's insane, dude.
It's like so
beyond
much
amazing.
of the it's just a perspective trick is like all it is too, because there's so many games that can look almost identical to this, but just because of the way that they decided to handle the camera and your perspective,
Yeah.
it's such a different experience.
Feels
know
like
what's-
an airsoft like
Ooh.
video.
When he
Yeah,
moves
right.
quick though, it looks a little awkward.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it
big
needs
people-
a bit more preservation of momentum.
A lot of people
Yeah, I
are
agree.
complaining about how, like, when you move and when you shoot, like, the movement of the camera feels really fucky. Because if you notice, he's actually looking separate from where his gun is looking.
Mhm.
But sometimes he's looking exactly where his gun is using when he's aiming. So apparently he has to push an extra button. Because I was reading all about this dude's devlog. See what he's doing right there? Where he's, like, looking around while his gun still stays forward. You have to push a separate button to be able to look around like that separately. So I think the actual game itself won't be quite as immersive because you will have to hit that extra button every time you want to
But
look around.
watching it though.
Actually,
But
no,
watching
wait,
it.
wait, hold up. That's not the first time that's been done.
Oh, no, not at all.
DayZ did
Tarkov.
that.
Yeah, everything's
DayZ
been
did
that.
and I found that really immersive. Honestly, I don't think that pulled me out the game at all.
It's like super intuitive for sure, but when it's like first person, that's when it starts to get with me. Because most of the time I've done has been third
DayZ a lot
person.
first person.
Interesting. So okay. So how does that work?
I
in
also
first
played
person?
in first person when I
Yeah,
played
so you
DayZ.
just
Because I played
hold
third.
Alt and you just look around.
Yeah, left
your gun
alt and
stays
then your
the same?
mouse.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. And like the so I think another reason why it looks so good to us is because we live in a society. We live in a society of people who are just used to looking at body cams now, and like used to
Yeah.
watching YouTube videos that know what it's like for someone to have
This looks so fun.
body cam. Yeah, this looks so good. It honestly
I'm
this looks
so
like a
excited.
Roblox mod. It looks like a
Yeah.
Roblox mod, but it seems fun.
There's no
Yeah.
shot that any
Oh.
Roblox world ever would be able to handle this.
For sure not.
No.
I'm just saying graphically.
Yeah.
This looks so wicked, man.
It looks so
I
cool.
can't wait to play this.
I'm very interested in how optimized it is because it's running smooth as hell on this guy's setup,
Yeah.
but like depending on
Sure.
how the game handles the terrain that has been destroyed, I feel like
Yeah.
this could get real quick. This will fuck up your computer.
Yeah. It could be very demanding.
Only thing my immediate thought after watching this was like, that looks fucking good, but everyone on Earth hates those tiny little pinholes in Rainbow Six Siege that people like fucking headshot through, and this game is made for that.
Yeah.
So I worry people cheesing.
There was a game once upon a time that I used to play that was a similar concept, not nearly performed as well, but it was just Minecraft with guns, and it was called Ace of Spades, and that's
Ace of
what it
Spades
was.
is
People would dig bunkers into mountainsides and hunker down, and then other people would just have to learn where they made the entrances to those mountainsides and have to, like, it was like a different map every time you played it because people would just
didn't-
carve out their own map.
I didn't know you played Ace of Spades. That's a pretty niche game that like all of Collab played a while back.
I've played a lot of games.
True.
And then the final question that was brought up for the podcast tonight, and this is where I will not accept questions further because we're already a little over. But Zero asked, I know it's late, but what's y'all's opinion on post-apocalyptic games such as Mad Max, Fallout, the Metro series, and any other that didn't come to my mind right now? My question is, when you say post-apocalyptic games, is there like a specific thing about them or just the setting? Like,
I think he's just assuming thematically, right?
because in the setting,
Yeah,
thematically,
it's not really a game
Fallout.
mechanic.
I feel like Metro nailed it pretty fucking well. IMO,
Fallout
especially.
as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't like Fallout 3 or 4, the gameplay specifically, too much, but I love New Vegas.
New
I like
Vegas is
Monterey a lot.
excellent. Like,
Yeah.
that's
I
like
think
the
that-
perfect post-apocalyptic world.
I think post-apocalyptic is, in my opinion, always interesting if it's not now. Like if it's post-apocalyptic 80s or post-apocalyptic like Fallout, like post-apocalyptic 20s or 40s.
Fallout is I believe 50s.
Yeah, it's like
if
40s to 60s for sure. Like
Yeah,
like
it's-
right
it's,
around World War II.
It's called tube punk.
Yeah, I
Or
can see
atom
that.
punk is
Yeah.
what they call it. It's like, yeah.
Those are
it's
like really
very,
interesting
very
to me.
cool.
And then you have like shit, I just said it, Last of Us, where it's like that is supposed to be post-apocalyptic right now. And I don't
Yeah.
really find that setting particularly interesting. Even though it's beautifully done.
It feels
it's
too
just-
real.
it doesn't feel very novel to me.
Yeah,
Just
I
because
mean,
of-
it does feel like I would say, sure, that's probably the most realistic depiction of the apocalypse
for
we
sure.
have. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The
that's
most
fair.
interesting, maybe not, but for sure the most realistic.
What about Ark?
Hmm?
What about Ark?
Dude, he's found your Sonic. You're fucked.
We
You
Jump
don't
3 sucks.
understand.
Where's mine?
Wow,
Which one's
fuck
mine?
you.
Which game? Which game taste do I have that you can trash
Sex,
talk me for?
hentai, porn, super vagina, dick, penis.
First of all, it's called Deep Space Waifu, and it's good.
And you have all the achievements for it. Yeah.
Right. Oh,
Hey,
yeah,
don't
yeah,
don't
good one.
PP size me.
Yeah.
Damn.
All right. I can do that.
I'm trying to think of any opinions that I had that were like dramatically changed or like games I'd forgotten about. I think Army of Two was one that I forget about literally 15 minutes
Right.
after it's talked about every time, because if I don't forget about it, I'm just gonna cry because I will remember that there's no hope of playing another one.
Dude, I know. Dude, it's one of those, I feel like ADHD games where it's like I forget it exists as soon as it's not, we're not talking about it. But then once I find it again, I'm like, oh, I fucking love this game, and I'm like so hyped about it. It feels weird. It
Right.
feels like counterintuitive.
Was there anything that like you guys feel like you had a hard opinion on that you shifted off of for this conversation? I feel like it wasn't really like this wasn't something that's gonna rattle everyone's favorite games or anything.
One
But
of the things I like was thinking about Rocket League's movement tech. I actually didn't even cross my mind when I
Yeah.
was looking at movement tech for games.
I
mhm.
think that was kind of because I think me and Debbie had the same thought where it's like when we looked at driving, we knew that somebody was gonna like put the like quotations on it that had to be realistic.
Yeah.
So I was like, it was like if I want to put Rocket League in here for something else, it has to be movement.
Yep.
That was the
Yeah,
only way
yeah. I
could think about
feel
it.
I feel like that's the right place to put it.
My hardest point of like the night, I guess, was me having an opinion on the Call of Duty multiplayer inventory, which is like I would love that Ghost, because I added
Yeah.
you in joysticks and mouse clicks, Poppy, of like what the perk system looked like in Ghost.
I was looking at that. Yeah, I was looking at that.
I want that. I want a combination of that and the old pick 10 system. I think it'll be such a good.
I
good
actually, I genuinely like that. By the way, I think that's like really cool.
No one talks about it because no one fucking
Yeah.
played Ghost. But
Yeah,
it's
because Ghost
such a
was
good
just-
perk. And it's weird because so many of the Call of Duties have implemented stuff and then just taken them away, and everyone's like, okay,
Why?
that's fine.
Yeah,
Anyway, it's like,
Well,
that's like World of War randomly had tanks in it, and they were really fun.
yeah, it was
Yep.
cool.
Yeah,
It
and
was
then
like
they just never
Ground
did that
War.
again.
Like in the Modern Warfare 2019.
I miss
they
World
have
of War.
Ground Wars, dude.
Dude, right?
Yeah.
anyway,
Well, the
it
world
is
is-
about time. We're gonna go ahead and wrap things up. Chat, I hope you guys
so
had as
much
much fun
fun.
as we had. If you have ideas for future topics like game mechanics or something along those lines, please feel free to DM me. My DMs are always open. If you don't have access to my DMs, ! Discord and chat will pop you right into my server, and then you have them. Also, if you or somebody that you know would be an interesting podcast guest for a certain topic, feel free to send me that information as well, and I don't mind reaching out to people to say hi. But for tonight, I actually put it on Jamie's shoulders to pick who we rated. Did you come to a decision?
Yeah, I got a good one. Let's go rate someone who is as much into games as we are. Well, let's go rate Drew Son.
Drew Son, hell yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I'm playing Hollow Knight right now, doing a full completionist run.
I believe he's doing
he's at
a
the
lore
Pantheons.
playthrough, right?
Yeah, but I think he's at the Pantheons now.
Oh,
I just
shit.
love how none of your friends, Jamie, like play games normal. It's never like yeah, I have a friend playing Slime Rancher for the first time. It's always like, I have a friend playing Shovel Knight at 10 times speed It's speed running. It's like it's always something.
Yeah, no, because like if I want to watch somebody play a game normal, right? Like I can do that.
I'm on
I
your
wanna
side,
see
bro.
people-
I
wanna
agree.
see
I think
people
it's a
do
good thing.
whack shit.
Yeah.
I think
hell yeah.
the
He's
only
he's doing
times
some
to
whack
do
shit
stuff
right
like
now.
that-
We're missing out on it. It's pretty fucking wacky what I just pulled up. So thank you again, everybody. We're gonna be closing out. Give some love to Drew Sun, not only a friend of Poppy Eric's, but definitely a friend of mine as well. Here are our raid messages popping through. We have a couple of options depending on if you're subbed or not. And yeah, that's gonna be it from us. Have a good one, everybody. Have a nice night.
Something's changed.